Hello, you horrible lot. How are you? You doing all right? Yeah. I bet you are, aren't you, bloody humans? Damn humans, I can't stand you. You're a bunch of horrible creatures. You're a bunch of vicious, egg-eating rats. All of you. Honestly. Ugh. Who we got here? We've got Tina Silver. Tina Silver says, "Hi, B, you're looking a little green about the girls and everywhere else." Firstly, Tina, my name is Russell. You know, a grey called Russell. You know that song by the Black Goo? A grey called Russell. And of course, I look green about the girls. Do I want to look like one of you greasy, pink-skinned humans? No, I don't want to look like you, you horrible little egg-eating rats. Jane Pickford has sent Ben a video of somebody who works at Skinwalker Ranch. Skinwalker Ranch. I lived there with my fellow Greys until that Bob Bigelow came along and turfed us out. Oh, Seth Aaron Fletcher. Afternoon, Mr. Ben. Ben's not here. I, Russell, am presenting this program. Hello, Deb Allen. Is getting a brew. Is it a brew with alien blood in it? I know you like to drink alien blood, you horrible humans. Stinking rotten carcasses. We're going to be talking a lot about them this evening. Mexico aliens live stream. Yeah, you've started robbing our graves now, haven't you? That's what you do, don't you? You rob our graves. Hello, Lucifer's lawyer. Oh, that's a good one, isn't it? The devil's advocate. Do you want to be an alien advocate? Hello, David Splendid Isolation. No, Ben's not here. It's just me, Russell. I'm presenting this program. Yeah, see, what you do, you lot. You rob our graves and put our bodies on display in Parliament in Mexico, don't you? You do. Someone can see someone on the floor. No one's supposed to see anyone on the floor. All right. No one's on the floor. All right. Ben's not here. Now then, is it any wonder that we abduct you? We abduct you to scare the shit out of you so you'll leave us alone. We come all the way from Zeta Reticuli, and you lot, you just give us hell, don't you? You fire your laser beams like on STS-48 at our spaceships, and then when we crash, you put us in freezers, don't you? And then that Jaime, my son, goes and sticks us in boxes and displays it in front of the Mexican Parliament. I mean, who do you think you are? Oh, Neil Peel, the Paranormal Peep Show. Hello, how are you? How are you doing? There's apparently a pumpkin on Ben's bed. Now I think that's a dead alien. Another one. Yeah. Halloween. That's another thing we hate. Halloween, because you dress up really weird. When you see you humans, you look weird enough already. So why do you want to look weird, eh? Why do you want to look weird? You look weird enough already. So why do you dress up as warlocks and ghosts and aliens, eh? Well, why dress up as us? That's horrible, right? That's cultural appropriation. I'm going to complain to the Galactic Equality Board. Yes. Russell is more convincing in those things found in Mexico. I am, but that's my granddad you're talking about. Do you know that? That's my granddad who Jaime, my son, put on display. Who do you think you are? Oh, dear. Anyway, Ben is not here, so it's me, I'm afraid. I'm going to be presenting this program, so you better get used to it. We're taking over. It's Independence Day, guys. Who is this? Get out of the way. Ugh. How dare he? Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. We've been been invaded by aliens there. Yes. Hello, everyone. Neil Peel, the Paranormal Peep Show. Your alien's more convincing. Now we'll be coming on to that. Snarnock, hello. How do you do? Tina, do you have a phone home? You could have phoned home now. He's got a bruise on his head. He's going to have to phone the intergalactic ambulance. Gateshead Grey shovel impact. Oh, well, I'll tell him you said that. Israel Diego Rivera. Yeah, how are you doing anyway? Hello, David Splendid Isolation. Hello, Tina. Who we got? Jane Pickford. Hi, Jane. Thanks for the video. I got your message on Facebook. Thanks very much. I saw it just before I came on the air. So yeah. Well, stick the coffee on, Jennings. It's going to be a long night. Yeah, we've got a lot to go through this evening. So we'll get straight. Boosh, yes. And as you know, I've been to the location. I've been to the very place that happened. Although I actually did walk past it without knowing what it was. But I think the Truth Seekers Northeast people, they took Andrew Johnson there and they took him to the right place. Anyway, guys, so I've got a lot to get through. So I'll start with the comments you put on the notice, right? Because I always try not to forget those things. But anyway, okay, yeah. Israel Diego Rivera, genius. 2TH. Right. Could these aliens be a double bluff? Show the fake ones to the public, while in reality they do have real ones in secret bases. I don't think, if that's what's actually going on, if they're fake, then I don't think Jaime is that sophisticated, to be honest. Diego, E.T., go home, back to your own planet. Russell looks more real. Well, I've got rid of him now. He's sort of lying over there nursing his wounds. John Fairway, why on earth would they push such a lame thing? These are so obviously fake. Well, we'll come on to whether they're fake or not later. I mean, I think I think looks can sometimes be deceptive. The question is, they look rather they look really not what I would expect an alien to look like, I must say. And there is some reason. There is there is a lot of information about these bodies already in circulation, which I'll go into. And Stephen Truthseeker says, I didn't know until about a week ago this intro music is done by the lovely Rhiannon. She does. Yeah, I do credit her for it. So anyway, what's been going on, guys? What's been going on? Well, first things first. Hello, Brett Riverboat. How are you doing? And Michael. Hello, Michael. How are you? Body technician and Hugo Rune. How are you? Brett says, after this week, the only way disclosure is happening is now a giant alien spaceship hovering in daylight like the disclosure isn't happening. Right, Russell, could you arrange that, please? Don't sulk. And Michael says, within ufology, there are extremely many forgeries which are produced in bad faith to harm the truth seekers as much as possible. That's right. And sometimes they make a lot of money. I mean, sometimes they can, in this case, there's literally now a black market in fake antiquities. We're going to discuss that this evening. We will be discussing that this evening. Now, first things first, I've got to just put this on here. And then first I'll go to share screen. There we go. I'll just put this there. Right. This is just my I'm going to be showing a lot of other people's videos this evening, or one in particular. And so I'm just going to put my copyright fair use disclaimer there. This is a transformative work, etc., etc. What I need to do is I need to learn to do what Terry Joyce does and have like a banner scrolling underneath. I think that's the ideal thing to do. Definitely. But anyway, we how did all this begin? Well, if you remember, I talked about it, didn't I? Because I think you've seen my Oxford Graffiti 6 video, and I explained in fact, I said something about it in the weekend because I found out that the Mexican government is going to hold its own hearings, UAP hearings, similar to those that happened in the USA a few weeks ago. And of course, I took a lot of interest in this. Some people didn't actually. I think they've got this idea that everything has to come from the United States. That it's the center of everything, and no, that's not true. That's not true. There's no reason why the United States should be the disclosure nation or leading the disclosure charge. It's true that the USA holds a lot of is an influential nation, even in this new multipolar world we live in. The United States still carries some political clout, and is still, I think, other nations do listen to the United States. However, there's over 200 other nations on Earth. Any one of those could be the disclosure nation. As you know, in the 70s, it was almost Grenada, a tiny little island in the Caribbean. If you watch regularly, you'll know what I'm talking about. And when I looked at this, it looked a lot more promising, because when you see the lineup of speakers, there are more witnesses. And the structure looks a bit different as well. So I thought this probably would, if anything, it looked more promising than the one that just happened in the House of Representatives and what they did with having Grush, Graves, and Fravor. to testify. Now I went looking for. Unfortunately, I can't find the original video anymore. So I'm going to have to go to Christina Gomez's channel and show her. She streamed it live, and as you know, I mean, this is really crazy because the last time I mentioned this was on my Oxford Graffiti 6 video. As you know, I was finishing that, and I was just finishing that video, and I said, well, I went to bed last night, and that was it, and well, I'll make a little video about it at some point. But I didn't know then. literally a couple of hours later, I found out what was actually going on. But Christina, you'll be seeing her in a minute. She has a channel. As again, I'm reproducing what she has broadcast under fair use guidelines. She herself is broadcasting something else under fair use guidelines. I can't find the original video because if you try searching for Mexico UFO hearings, you just get a load of news channels. There's been a huge amount of news coverage of this, I must say, a huge amount of news coverage. And I do wonder actually if this may have a good knock-on effect. I'll come to that in a minute. In fact, I should adjust my notes slightly because I've just thought of something. Where is it? Here we go. All right. Where is it? Oh, hang on. I will sometimes make extra notes if I think of something new. So I went home. Well, I sort of watched it. I watched the. I started watching it. I started watching it the evening before. It was started at 10 p.m. British summer time, 4 p.m. in Mexico. So I started watching it, and it looked good. Like I said, a good list of speakers, which you'll be seeing in a minute. And then, and I was watching Christina Gomez. Now, I like Christina Gomez. She's firstly she's what they call a Latina. She can speak Spanish, but she has a positive outlook. She has a judgment I respect, and she's dealt the old backslappers a stinging backhand a couple of times. And of course, her co-host is Jimmy Church, who you saw in the Awakening Expo video. And they have a good rapport, actually, good chemistry, and it's fun to listen to them. Although Jimmy did actually look sleepy at one point because he's a gringo, he couldn't understand the proceedings. Christina, being a Latina, can speak Spanish. I also can't speak Spanish. Now I recognized a few words because Sue Stain, my ex-partner, she could speak Spanish, and I kept hearing the word Casablanca. And I thought, oh my God, Jaime's now talking about classic movies. He's in the wrong meeting. But of course, Casablanca, 2 words, actually means White House. He was actually referring to the recent U.S. government advancement in disclosure, U.S. UAP disclosure. And the chat box was nice. TK was in there. I saw TK in the chat box. I saw a couple of people I recognised, actually. Is TK here this evening? Let's have a look. Because TK, no, he's not here yet, I don't think. But I did see TK in the chat, and he said, "Oh, Ben," and I said, "Fancy meeting? Yeah, fancy meeting you." Snarnock says, "You know OVNI as well." OVNI, yes. I can't remember. It's an acronym like UFO. I can't remember what it stands for. But yeah, it's Oh, Michael says someone is planning to kill Ben. I know because I have the ability of remembering the future. Oh, the strange thing is Ben doesn't bother to listen to my story. Well, Michael, I haven't had a chance to read all your emails yet. That's well, I'm hoping that maybe the white hats have got my back then, mate. It's nothing personal. I just haven't had time to read all your emails because you do send me quite a lot. Hello, Colin. How you doing? Just dipping in. All right, you dip in, Colin, and get yourself soaking wet. And don't forget, we're talking tomorrow. Yeah, Colin and I are gonna have a little chat tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening. Okay, so I started watching it, and then it started. The actual hearing started at 11. Christina started broadcasting at 10. But by midnight, I was starting to feel tired. Now I had work the following day. I couldn't understand the dialogue, and I was assured that there would be English subtitles would appear on there. But English, there would be English subtitles at some point, but I just thought, well, there's no point in this, so I just said goodbye to everyone in the chat box because there were some nice people in there, and I just left. Now, just before I logged out, I noticed there were a pair of boxes on the stage with a kind of cream-coloured drape over them. Now, I didn't know what they were, and I didn't really think much about it. So I just thought, well, that's it, isn't it? Anyway, so I got up in the morning, went to work. I filmed. I made the last, shot the last scenes in my film Oxford Graffiti 6. And I sort of came home thinking, well, hopefully by now English subtitles will have been added to the video because they take a few hours to generate. Christina said they would appear within a few hours. So I got in, logged into social media, and I went, what the hell is going on? There was absolute frenzy of activity. People were literally chimping out left, right, and centre, sending me DMs saying, Ben, what's all this about? What did you think of the aliens? And I said, what aliens? What happened was, after I went to bed, well, we'll see what happened after I went to bed. I mean, I kicked myself. I mean, I haven't gone to bed and missed this much excitement since Christmas Eve 1985, when in the morning when I woke up, for a few minutes I actually believed that Santa Claus had been to our house in the night. Anyway, we'll hear more about it. But anyway, you know the basic story, that these two bodies were shown. They look they look kind of grey-like, but they're very weird looking. Jaime Masan said they hadn't come from a crashed UFO, at least not recently, but they've been found in an ancient mine in Cuzco, Peru, which is the capital of the old Inca Empire. And what I found when I went online was, I'll say more about this later, but everything was very polarized, because there were people immediately the backslappers were absolutely, well, circle jerking, to use Stephen Cambion's phrase, over this whole issue. They were really having the time of their lives. They were really, and they were going, because they were saying it's fake, it's nonsense. And I'll tell you what, some of the timestamps on the tweets saying it was all fake were literally like less than an hour after the timestamp was literally left less than an hour after these bodies had been unveiled. Yeah. Anyway, so what's happening in the chat? Is everyone all right there? Now David says what it is. I think that's Italian, David, but it's oggetto volante non ident. I'm not going to try and pronounce that. And it's also French. Objet voyant non identifié. Oggetto volador no identificado. Right. That's what. Now those French, Spanish, and Italian are related as languages. They're all Western Romance languages. Yeah. Lucifer's lawyer says looked like Andrew Johnson and Neil Sanders been put in a washing machine. Piper, Ben has bigger busters than Jordan. It's all muscle, Piper. Anyway, how's everyone getting on in chat? Are they all right? Stinking Rotten Carcass says Mexico Aliens live stream. That's right. That's what it's called. And anyone else I've missed? I hope you're all doing all right in there. Michael, there will come a day when it's too late to listen to my messages. Listen to them while you still can. I'll do so, Michael. All right. I appreciate your concern. I really do. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know about that. I will do. Okay, so let's just have a look at the background to this. This was due to take place in Mexico. It's called the Congress of the Union, which is the Mexican Parliament. It's actually quite similar to the United States system. It consists of two chambers. There's something called the Senate of the Republic and the Chamber of Deputies. There are 128 members of the Senate and 500 deputies, and they meet at it's called the Palace of San Lazaro in Mexico City. And there's also a separate Senate building in Mexico City as well. But the Palace of San Lazaro is. I'll show you what it looks like. It's this place. This is where it all happened. This is where the action happened. Here, this is the outside of it. There, this is the Palace of San Lazaro. It's been renovated in recent years to make it look more modern. And this is the inside. This is the room where it took place. Nice comfortable chairs, isn't there? I mean, Christina was mentioning they have very comfortable chairs. I mean, it has a theatre-like feel to it. Yeah, this is the where the panel was sitting. It's slightly, it's the other way around though. From the if you remember from the in the US, there was like the bench where all the officials were sitting at the front, and then there was a table at the bottom. You see, there's a table down here. That's where the witnesses were, and then there's the audience behind. In this case, the bench consisted of Jaime, who was the organizer, and all the witnesses, and then all the MPs, whatever they call them in Mexico, were in the audience. So that's it. Anyway, that's the inside. That was taken in 2004. That picture, and that is that's the palace. There's the outside of the palace there. Right, Snarnock says, I wonder if Jorge Martin attended. He may well have done. Yeah, it's his sort of thing. He's actually a bit more level-headed than Jaime. I mean, Jaime has been accused of hoaxing and lying. I think the thing about Jaime is, I think his unbounded enthusiasm just runs away with him. I don't think he actually deliberately deceives people. I think he just has a passion which really stops him thinking straight. I mean, you saw this with the Roswell slides. I want to say a bit more about the Roswell slides later to see if there is a comparison between the two. So now this is interesting. The leader of the guy who was sort of like the keynote speaker was someone quite senior. A guy called, I mean, you'll see him in a minute. Sergio Gutierrez Luna. Now, he is actually the president of he was, until just last year, the president of the Chamber of Deputies, which is one of the most senior figures in the Mexican government. Yeah, I think he's the equivalent of the president of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives in the US. Very, very senior indeed. Or in Britain, I suppose it would be the equivalent of, not the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister is head of government. But someone like, if we had like a separate head of government, it would be like the Prime Minister. It would be someone very, very similar. Britain, of course, doesn't have an elected head of government. We don't have our head of government is just basically the leader of the governing party in the House of Commons. So yeah. Anyway, everything was in Spanish, and a lot of people in the chat box in Christina's chat box were complaining. But really, why should they? I mean, Mexico only has one official language, Spanish. There's no obligation for them to cater for any other speakers. Now, if you remember from those of you who watched the Roswell slides in 2015, I watched it live. The Be Witness event cost me £11 at the National Auditorium of Mexico. It was on May the 5th, which is a major public holiday in Mexico. It was partly in Spanish, partly in English. I remember, yeah. But anyway, what we'll do now is we'll go to the video, and I'll stop it at certain points. And hello, Simon Tucker, how are you? I will stop it at certain points. Here we go. Where is it? Right. So we'll watch this video. I might actually open it in a new tab. I'll open it in a new window. No, I better not actually, because you might not be able to read the captions. I've got captions on, yeah. I was going to say I'll come back every so often and check the chat box. Okay, so here we go.
I mean, a big panel of speakers.
Yes, there is.
We have no information. We have no.
Investigador del centro.
Whoops! Oh, ads. Sorry, guys, got an ad here. Christina is monetized. Don't have a problem.
Centro Brasileño de Investigaciones Físicas. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Christina's clapping.
Nos acompaña Enrique Jaime Vergara.
Yeah, we don't know the blueprint. We know nothing about this hearing other than the people that are going to speak there. And that's about it.
Yeah, we don't know the format. We don't know if it's going to be subtitled, translated,
Don't worry, I'm
what
going to
language
go
it's going
back
to
to
be in.
normal speed
We
in a
know it's
minute.
in an official Mexican government building. Will they be treated as witnesses? Are they testifying? Are they going to be questioned by Mexican government officials on the subject of UFOs and contact and ET? Don't know. We know about as much as you about the format and how this is going to go down.
And everything that we know, we already told you. And yes, Jaime will be there. He will be a speaker, and he was also an organizer, to my understanding, for this hearing.
Of course, Jaime's going to be there.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna power through it. We got this. And someone said that the Brazilian hearing was 5 hours. I hope that is not going to be the case here, but we don't know. We don't know.
5 hours long.
Oh, man, I love that.
I know, right? Like the panic in the eyes. But I would state that once this hearing is over, I will place the subtitles for those who follow along. But it does take YouTube a while to process, so it might be anywhere from 24 to 72 hours. So just do hang tight.
Okay, here we go. It's starting. Okay. Let's go.
By the way, I never saw the Brazilian hearing. I don't know if it was televised. I know Gary Hasseltine was there.
Let's go. Here we go, everybody. The UFO hearing in Mexico is starting now.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
E investigador del Centro Brasileño de Investigaciones Físicas. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros, señor Bernet.
They've got a sign language person there.
Nos acompaña Enrique Jaime Colbeck Vergara.
Although not if you are deaf, you may not really understand because there's different sign languages for different countries, like there are spoken languages.
Asimismo, el señor Michael Bailant.
Oh, they're just introducing
para el
the
Centro
speakers
Nacional
now.
de Estudios Especiales, estudios de la comprensión de los fenómenos aeroespaciales anómalos no identificados. Muchas gracias. Bienvenido.
I should point out, actually, I was going to say hello to anyone who's still in there. Piper says, Ben, do you have a tape measure on hand? Watching your video, there's no way you're 6'1". Well, I was last time I measured myself. Why? Anyway, there's I should point out what I was going to say. I've forgotten now. No, it'll just keep watching. It'll come back to me.
O sea, usted. Asimismo, contamos con la presencia del maestro Mariano Tellonosetti, director del Centro de Atención a la Sociedad del INAI. Muchísimas gracias. Bienvenidos a usted, maestro. De igual forma, queremos saludar y agradecer la presencia de las y los diputados que nos acompañan.
All right, yeah, I remember what I was going to say now. Now, okay, right, Michael's saying Richard D. Hall is investigating. Oh my God, yeah. All right, Michael, I'll talk to you about that later. Listen, I forgot. I've lost my train of thought again. Stop distracting me, guys. Hello, you horrible lot. All right, how are you? Hang on, I've got to put on share screen. Hang on a sec. There we go.
Esto de los ponentes que a lo largo de esta tarde nos irán presentando sus ponencias, asimismo de las personas que nos acompañan este día, así como a quienes están siguiendo esta presentación a través de los diferentes medios de comunicación.
Yeah, it's come back to me again. No weird comments in the chat. All right, I am 6'1". All right, thank you for my concern. I'm having a real. Hello, Mr. Grayal. How are you? I'm having a real Joe Biden moment. I really am. What was? Hang on.
Bienvenida a esta audiencia pública que el día de hoy nos reúne. Escucharemos las palabras del diputado Sergio Gutiérrez Luna. Por favor, diputado, quede usted en el uso de la palabra.
This is him. This is Sergio Gutierrez Luna.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos, bienvenidas, quienes nos acompañan el día de hoy.
This is the former president of the Chamber of Deputies. This is one of the most senior figures in the Mexican Parliament, or he was until last year. It's quite interesting having him at this event. It is literally the equivalent, I suppose, of what we might of Chuck Schumer, I suppose, speaking at something like this, which he might do.
De lugares tan remotos como Japón, Argentina, Brasil, Estados Unidos, Perú, por supuesto México. La Cámara de Diputados es la casa del pueblo. Aquí se escuchan todas las opiniones a todas las personas. Desde hace un tiempo para acá, don Jaime Maussan, reconocido periodista e investigador, se acercó con nosotros para explicarnos para comentarnos sobre la trascendencia del fenómeno que él ha venido investigando durante tanto tiempo.
Yeah, I remember
Y
now what
también
it is. Some people, I'm not going to say it quickly before I forget again. This is going to come up. I mean, this is going to come up when I come onto Ryan Graves' tweet. A lot. This is why there's a reason why I'm showing this whole thing. This is going to be a very long live stream, because my original plan was just skip forward to the aliens and forget the rest. But a lot of people have been complaining about this. Jason Somoza also made this complaint, and he's right actually. That the appearance of this stunt, as Ryan Graves calls it, that is the unveiling of these aliens, these alien bodies, in a sense, upstaged the rest of the proceedings, and that's kind of like, what's the word? That is really quite. That's something unfair. It's unfair on the people who you're about to hear. That they were kind of like they had this amazing testimony they all gave to this parliament. It's a unique historical moment. Then Jaime unveils the aliens, and depending on your opinion of these aliens, I mean, I suppose it does depend on whether you believe these aliens are real or not. And I will come on to that about my own opinions on this. You could say that this essentially was someone gives a great speech and then they drop their trousers and bare their ass at the end of it. And it's the only thing anyone remembers is someone bearing their ass and blowing raspberries. You see what I mean? Yeah. So I understand. This is why I'm going to show this entire thing. And it's going to be about over 3 hours. But and I will not stop it. I don't think I'm going to stop it at every comment. What I'll do is, because it's got English subtitles, I'll just mute the soundtrack and talk over it. I'll have to, otherwise I'm going to be here till 3 a.m. because there's such a lot to get through. All right, so fine, I remembered at last. I'm not completely Joe Biden.
Para decirnos que en otros países como Estados Unidos, los gobiernos, la Casa Blanca, el Congreso, el Pentágono,
Play it again, Sam.
ha tenido algunos eventos que llevan a la idea de darle otra dimensión a este fenómeno de objetos anómalos. Por ello, decidimos abrir el día de hoy.
Can you all read the captions? Let's have a look. Expect some epic yawns from Ben. Oh yeah, I'll be yawning like crazy. Will do. Could you read the captions all right? I can put it on full screen if necessary. Mr. Grail, maybe we could put up the Playboy channel split screen to help liven up this soiree a bit. If I was on another video sharing site, I might consider it, but YouTube don't let you do that sort of thing.
Pública para todas y todos, donde se escucharán opiniones, donde se hablarán de elementos, de evidencia que ha despertado un gran interés en el público. Hoy se encuentran.
I don't like using full screen because it's sort of like it's too fiddly when you want to do other things. But I put it on I forgot what this mode is called. That's the default view, and that is cinema mode. That's it, cinema mode.
A las opiniones y a las ideas de todas y todos. Respetamos nosotros a ustedes, sus opiniones, y queremos escucharlos con esa apertura y esa pluralidad que se da aquí. Jaime, eres un mexicano.
As you see, look, it says here, it's got the Chamber of Deputies logo on it. I mean, it is official. It's a lot of people have said. I mean, this was actually said by one of the backslappers. Oh, he just sort of hired the chamber. Jaime hired the chamber like you would hire a room above a pub or something, for a function. But no, this is official. Whoops.
De primera mano a quienes han tenido experiencias de este tipo.
I must say, there were people providing running translations from the live chat as this went along, and Christina gave a few as well.
Unidos de Japón, pido un aplauso, por favor.
There's a guy from Japan.
Pues, sin más preámbulo, yo quisiera ceder la palabra a don Jaime Maussan, que además nos auxiliará en la conducción y dirección del evento del día de hoy. Enhorabuena, bienvenidos todas y todos.
Here he comes. Here he comes. Honestly, I've never met this guy, never spoken to him, but I know I would, because Darcy Weir knows him and has made a documentary about him. I'd get on really well with him,
Que
wouldn't I?
realicemos una petición simbólica.
Oh, right.
Aquí escucharemos las opiniones que todos tienen que vertirlos.
This is interesting because they have to swear an oath, but there's a bit of question mark over whether they really do swear an oath.
Los dichos, las evidencias, las vivencias personales. Y me hace Jaime el énfasis en la importancia que tendría para muchas personas el pedirles a todas y a todos que se manifiesten prometiendo, jurando, si se pueden poner de pie, si pueden jurar, decir la verdad en esta instancia.
Some of the people in these people are dressed very casually for like MPs or whatever they call them in Spain, aren't they? I mean, who are they? They sit in these comfy chairs. Christina was saying, who are these people here? I mean, maybe that's just a form in Mexico. I don't know.
Del Poder Legislativo. Prometen decir la verdad de todo lo que hoy se escucha aquí en esa instancia del Poder Legislativo. Adelante.
They just swore under oath.
Very important. I'm very happy that they took that move.
Yeah.
Muchas gracias al diputado Sergio.
I mean, the question is, I suppose, is that a proper oath? Does that count as a proper oath? I'll check back. I'll check the chat bot. Chat. Woody Black, how are you? LMPios, yes, that's right. I miss Speedy Gonzalez. Yeah, I was thinking Speedy Gonzalez met an alien, didn't he? That alien with the kind of like, with the black skin and the little Roman helmet. Yeah, that Martian. I just wondered though if does that count under law as? Hello, David Schultz. How are you? It's interesting that the Mexican aliens remind me of the alien in the control cockpit of a killer disguised alien as disguised alien as a human in the 1997 film Men in Black. Right, I only watched a bit of that film, David. I didn't like it. I switched it off, but maybe I'll have a look at differently. But I do wonder, I mean, under law, does that count as a proper oath? I mean, some people described it as a symbolic oath. In other words, it's kind of an informal promise they're making. Sorry, I could do this, couldn't I? Greetings, Ben. Yeah. I did watch the film, David, but I didn't like it. I just thought it was silly. I mean, the Men in Black is a serious matter, and they were like taking the mickey out of it. And there's been several... holy smokes, England, Canada, goddamn commie wastelands, I know, yeah. All right. Now what's this here? Hang on. Piper says, "You're not 6'1", 5'8" tops. I've seen you next to others and fence panels." Well, look, I'll measure myself at some point. I did measure myself as 6'1" at one point. Oh, anyway. Yeah, the Martian alien. Yeah, he's quite funny. He was. That's from Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes. Tunes. We're not doing the Mandela effect tonight. Anyway, let's get on with it. So, is this a real oath or not? I suppose it's just the question. Is it a real oath or not? You can see that, can't you? Yeah. Some people said it's just a symbolic oath. I mean, is it by doing that? Are you bound under law in the same way you would be in the U.S. Congress? Can you be charged with perjury and sent to some dungeon in the Andes if you lie after you've done that in this particular event? I don't know.
Gutiérrez Luna, por esta apertura, sin duda alguna un evento histórico que será recordado por los tiempos por venir en México. Aquí se inicia un parteaguas en la historia. El 26 de julio de 2023, el mundo estupefacto escuchó el testimonio de 3 oficiales de las Fuerzas Armadas de los Estados Unidos.
Yes, that's right.
David Grush, David Fravor y Ryan Graves, quien se encuentra presente en esta sala. Revelaron al mundo sus experiencias con tecnologías que superaban considerablemente la de sus aviones de combate. Tecnología que consideraron no existe en este planeta. Mientras que David Grush fue más allá y reveló que los Estados Unidos se encuentran en posesión de naves y restos biológicos de origen no humano. Los congresistas de los Estados Unidos insistieron una y otra vez que el pueblo de los Estados Unidos tenía derecho a saber la verdad. Hasta hoy el Pentágono de la Unión Americana no ha permitido que se profundice en las investigaciones y de hecho quiere cancelar cualquier posibilidad de que se realicen nuevas audiencias públicas en el Congreso de los Estados Unidos. Esa misma tarde, en una conferencia de prensa, la Casa Blanca admitió que se han incrementado el número de reportes sobre la presencia de fenómeno anómalo no identificado sobre bases militares y en lugares.
Someone there, Gwyneth Beale, providing a running commentary. Thank you, Gwyneth.
De julio se publicó en los Estados Unidos una ley firmada por ambos partidos llamada de desclasificación controlada, donde se establece que para el 2024 el público tendrá que ser preparado para aceptar la presencia de entidades no humanas en nuestro mundo. De acuerdo con esta ley de desclasificación controlada, se considerará como inteligencia no humana, y cito textualmente, a cualquier ser no humano, inteligente y sensible, forma de vida independientemente de la naturaleza o el origen que pueda ser responsable de fenómenos anómalos no identificados o de los cuales el gobierno federal de los Estados Unidos ha tenido conocimiento. El término anómalo no identificado, de acuerdo con la ley de desclasificación controlada, que será firmada por el presidente Joe Biden y que entrará en vigor a partir del inicio de 2024, y cito textualmente, significa cualquier...
Oh yeah, that's the amendment, isn't it? It's the new NDAA. We'll wait and see. It's not actually law yet, but I think they're working on it now. Since Congress reassembled after their break.
Que serán los encargados de realizar las investigaciones con relación al fenómeno anómalo no identificado.
It's nice of these people actually
en un comunicado del Capitolio de los Estados
in the chat. They live chat. Some people could speak Spanish and we're providing running commentary.
Que el público tiene derecho a aprender sobre tecnología de orígenes desconocidos, inteligencia no humana y fenómenos inexplicables. Es importante considerar que esta ley y las audiencias públicas realizadas en el Congreso de los Estados Unidos han tenido un respaldo bipartidista, es decir, que nos encontramos ante un tema que nos une, no que nos separa. En México, este tema tampoco debe de ser considerado el tema de un partido político, es un tema de la humanidad, un tema que debe unirnos.
You guys getting on all right? South Coast Tricky, hello, how are you? Oh, it's Crafty Nihilist is here. I thought Crafty Nihilist was here. Hello, Donna Wellham, how do you do? How you doing? All right, my guys. And hello, Nihilist Lives Matter, how are you? South Coast Tricky says, which person or role will be the one, officially or unofficially, in the USA or the world who would know the most classified info about aliens, UAPs, etc., and would even they not be party at all? South Tricky, it's a good question. Like we know for a fact, not all US presidents are read into this subject. They don't all know about it. We know Bill Clinton was not told anything. We know that John F. Kennedy tried to get information and couldn't. Things like that. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Russell over there, he's going to complain to the king. And Russell was decided to complain to the king about the way I treated him. And when Charles said, "Oh, Russell, go away," he said, "Well, I'll go over your head. I'll go to the leader of the Illuminati." Michael says, "Promise me you'll return and hear my story." Yeah, of course I will, Michael. I will get. You sent me some emails. I haven't had a chance to read them all. You do send me an awful lot of material, and my time is limited, and I have a lot of correspondence, so I'll get through as quickly as possible. Lucifer says, "Promise me you'll never go meet Michael alone." No, Michael actually lives quite a long way away from me. Yeah. Yes. Indeed, nihilist. No, as matter. Bill was too busy with other cigar-shaped objects. Exactly. Yeah. Here we go. Woody Black. They landed in a flying taco. They all had on sombreros. It was very frightening. Oh, the memes have been hilarious. Have you seen the memes? The guys from ET on bikes with sombreros, and there's Jaime on Elliot's bike, and the alien in the basket at the front. Anyway, let's get on with this. We've got a lot to get through this evening. All right, sorry. I must always remember to share screen. If I ever forget to do this, I'll have to go back because most of you can't speak Spanish. I'd have to go back, wouldn't I? There we go.
Y no separarnos. En México, el 5 de marzo de 2004, un avión C-26A de la Fuerza Aérea Mexicana, utilizando una cámara FLIR infrarroja, que en ese momento era exclusiva del ejército, pudo captar la imagen de 11 objetos anómalos no identificados. Este Estados Unidos ha tenido conocimiento.
Do they come back at some point?
Oh, it does, right. No identificados.
So it looks like the English subtitles have dropped out for a bit. They come back in a minute.
Este video fue el primero de su tipo liberado por la Fuerza Aérea de un país. Me fue entregado por el secretario de la Defensa, Ricardo Clemente Vega García. Los objetos anómalos no eran visibles a simple vista, solo con la cámara.
Look, who are these people? These are the people in the audience, dressed casually, taking selfies. Oh, I think they're press. Look, well, certainly there's those guys up there with the big lenses. They're press, definitely. They're reporters. These people might be like, I don't know who they are. There's some of them quite young. I think they may be just audience members or people, viewers. Were there any actual, apart from Luna, who's like the president, who's former president of the chamber, were there any actual real MPs there?
Fue la primera vez que se registró un evento de objetos invisibles a la vista. El avión se encontraba a 160 kilómetros de la costa. Recordemos.
334 de velocidad.
Oh, there's some background noise now. Someone else is speaking. Oh yeah. This is a very famous incident here. This has been put down to oil rigs, but oil rigs in the sky?
Como a las 7, 8 de la posición. Lo raro es que trae una punta adelante, un puntito adelante.
How many of you heard? I'll come to your comments in a minute. Ask how many of you have heard of this.
Acaba otro. A ver, ¿qué tenemos? Nada, señor. A ver, permítame, déjale busco. ¿Y nosotros? Comandante, ¿qué es eso? ¿Qué distancia más o menos lo tenías, Telles? Oye, a ver, abusados, es como... Ahí van más, siguen más atrás. Son 10, 11 objetos. ¿Abajo o arriba Ahí van 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ay, güey, no, son 8. Qué barbaridad,
How many of you, I know some of you may have seen this before. I'll come to your comments in a minute.
Y van a una velocidad, pero... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 en la pantalla. Cuídenlo, no me corren. ¿Están a la misma altura Telles? Afirmativo. Poquito.
Notice how he's actually asking how high, what the height is, what the altitude of these objects is. All right, and then...
11. Ok, no sabemos qué estamos viendo, son unos objetos nada más luminosos que vienen a la misma altura que nosotros. Pues no podemos saber qué distancia. Jóvenes, no estamos solos. ¿Qué? No estamos solos, de veras. ¿Qué cosa tan rara,
El servicio a la navegación del espacio aéreo.
All right, some of you will have heard of this event before. All right, where are we now? Sounds like the intro to 3 AM Eternal by the KLF. Yeah, KLF. Yeah, I know, Michael. I know. Nihilist Lives Matter can speak a little bit of Spanish. But that's a famous. That's the Mexican Air Force or the Navy Air Arm filmed those things. Now the skeptics say those are actually oil rigs, and you're seeing actually a gas flare which you sometimes get above gas oil rigs to burn off excess gas. That's actually not that's not possible because they state several times, the pilot, what their altitude is the same as theirs. Piper says, yeah, they sure look like oil platforms to me. See the methane gas burning off. Well, it's how at cloud level. Piper, those aircraft were flying at a certain altitude. The pilots were at several times asked, speak about their altitude and how these objects are at the same altitude. Now, would you want to fly on a plane where the pilot didn't know the difference between sea level and like 10,000 feet? Because you'd be in trouble then, wouldn't you? You'd be in trouble if you were on a plane like that. Let's carry on.
Mexicano, el CNEAM, declaró este 7 de septiembre que los objetos luminosos que se presentan periódicamente frente a las costas mexicanas de Rosarito, Tijuana y San Diego en los Estados Unidos no son bengalas, ni aviones o drones o algo que pueda ser identificado. Es decir, que se trata del fenómeno anómalo no identificado, reconociendo así la realidad de este fenómeno, que se presenta frecuentemente en México y otros países, como consta en innumerables evidencias de video generadas por diferentes testigos.
Oh, I heard of this. I remember this.
Este es un fenómeno que se presenta regularmente 2 o 3 veces al año. La gente ya lo está esperando. No hay una explicación. No son drones, no son bengalas, no es nada.
Yeah, these are flares or drones, according to the scappers. Yeah, I haven't looked into this in detail. I haven't looked into this issue in detail at all.
Aquí tenemos un objeto tomado con un telescopio donde se puede ver su núcleo y la energía que produce en su derredor. El servicio, perdón, resulta trascendental reconocer estos fenómenos en México, convertir a nuestro país en uno de los primeros en el mundo en aceptar la presencia de los no humanos en nuestro planeta. Es inevitable, tarde o temprano lo tendremos que hacer. Aquí la oportunidad para realizar una enmienda a la Ley de Protección del Espacio Aéreo Mexicano para reconocer al fenómeno anómalo no identificado. Nuestro universo consta de trillones de galaxias. De acuerdo a los últimos cálculos astronómicos, cada galaxia tiene en promedio 100,000 millones de estrellas. Cada estrella tiene en promedio al menos un planeta. Por ello se ha considerado que nuestro universo podría estar formado, escuchen ustedes, por 100 sextillones de planetas. Un número difícil de comprender. Sin embargo, las posibilidades de que exista vida, incluso inteligente, son indiscutibles. Sin embargo, para la ciencia es difícil aceptar que la vida inteligente se pueda trasladar de un mundo a otro, porque las distancias son muy grandes. Al menos lo son para nosotros. No sabemos si otras inteligencias han logrado encontrar otros caminos. De haberlo hecho, abrirían para la humanidad la oportunidad de encontrar esos caminos para llegar en el futuro a otros mundos. El futuro para nuestros hijos podría ser extraordinario si nosotros tenemos el valor de aceptar que estamos siendo visitados por inteligencias no humanas que vienen a la Tierra desde las profundidades del universo. Los vientos del cambio están soplando. La humanidad se encuentra ante un parteaguas de la historia. Reconocer que existen otras inteligencias no humanas en nuestro mundo, integrarnos al concierto del universo inteligente o continuar en un peligroso aislamiento que nos podría llevar hacia una verdadera crisis de nuestra civilización. La decisión está en nuestras manos. La exploración y el descubrimiento siempre han impulsado el progreso y la evolución de la humanidad. Ahora, con la posibilidad de interactuar y aprender de otras formas de vida, podemos expandir nuestros alcances, ampliar nuestro conocimiento y encontrar soluciones a los desafíos que enfrenta la humanidad. No estamos solos en este vasto universo, y al abrazar esta realidad podremos avanzar hacia un destino que nos llevará hasta las profundidades del cosmos. Muchas gracias.
He's quite a poet, his old Jaime, isn't he? Yeah, he's a poet and a half. Yeah. Well, you guys all right? How you doing? Hello, Mark. How you doing? Nice to see you. Coming soon. Mexico lands on the moon. They will not plant a flag. They will plant their little alien figure. Piper. I don't have time to go into details now, but it was. You could even hear the pilot saying it. Where are we now? Aliens being so small, risk of being eaten. Being so small, risk of being eaten on Earth. Russell, you know that, don't you? Yeah, he's always gone on about that. His old Russell. Without a thumb, you can do much. 3 fingers can push buttons, but not manipulate objects. Yeah. Piper, have you seen the opening to Jean-Michel Jarre's Eiffel Tower concert? Yeah, it was weird. It was in a church with lots of lights flashing around it or something like that. Yeah. It was very odd. If that's the one I'm thinking of. Anyway, let's carry on.
Jaime ain't playing around today.
No, it's according to it's Avi Loeb, the next.
Oh, we have an English.
Yes.
English. He's speaking English now.
Tenemos ahora a Avi Loeb, maestro en astrofísica, en director del Departamento de Astronomía de la Universidad de Harvard, quien nos va a dirigir un mensaje desde su hogar, allá, desde su oficina, no lo sé, desde la universidad, desde la ciudad de Boston. Adelante, por favor, Avi.
Oh, we have Avi Loeb. Here we go.
It is a great privilege. Es un gran privilegio estar aquí con ustedes en este evento histórico.
And of course, he is speaking English, but they've got like a narrator, translator, live translator. Anyway, this Avi has obviously he's just published a new book, and he's got some interesting new things to talk about.
Todo lo que venga de un lugar muy lejano no se adhiere a fronteras nacionales. O sea, probablemente iniciaron su viaje desde antes que llegaran los seres humanos. Por eso es un conocimiento que debe ser compartido con todos los humanos en la Tierra. Y hablando de ciencia, déjeme compartir algunas láminas de la Universidad de Harvard sobre el proyecto Galileo. Es un grupo de científicos comprometidos en la búsqueda y producción de productos creados por seres humanos con tecnología extraterrestre. Y aquí, bueno, estamos buscando por fenómenos anormales y todo basado en testigos presenciales que estuvieron en tiempo y lugar y que están viendo al cielo todo el tiempo con un conjunto de instrumentos y con todo lo que ellos están viendo, están analizando, y con el software de las máquinas lo que están viendo son los componentes del observatorio que está trabajando actualmente en la Universidad de Harvard, y estamos viendo al cielo con cámaras infrarrojas. Estamos cubriendo todo el cielo dentro de la banda óptica y de la banda de radio. Y también tenemos un micrófono acústico para escuchar al cielo, y también medimos el
Project
clima.
Galileo at the moment. Sounded like I just want to bring something up because I may forget it later on. But let me just go to your. Let's go to these. Right, Piper says here. No, it wasn't a church. I thought the Eiffel Tower would have been descriptive enough. Oh, sorry, mate. I'll get that mixed up. I don't follow everything he talks about. Please hit the like button. Thank you very much, Mark. Much appreciated. South Coast Tricky says, Matt Williams of the Secret Vault also gave some helpful info last night while watching a live video or as live from the US Senate with input and various military witnesses. Oh, good old Matt. I'll have to check that out on his channel. Don't know what you mean by deja vu there, Seth. David says the aliens look humanoid, meaning there's a relationship to us here on Earth in some way, instead of being completely unrelated in a distant and unrelated star system. That could be. It could be, yes. Lucifer says, can we send the British Museum to Mexico to steal the aliens and bring them back for analysis? Well, we might have to pay £1 million or so from them, from the black marketeers, unfortunately. Neil says there may be a plan to discredit the whole alien disclosure by putting out very fake aliens in public so everyone can turn over to the channels of basketball. That could be, it could be that. If so, if Jaime, I don't think is a mastermind behind such a scheme, he would have been manipulated into it. Tricky says, I also saw by chance a series of comments by Stephen Fry on QI. Oh, him. Oh, yeah. Addressing comments by people who believe the moon landings are fake. I must check the comments again. I'm undecided. Well, Fry is a big time scapper. I mean, he's very funny. He's a great comedian, but he's just QI was very much a skeptic thing. Right, let's have a look at this. Hang on. Now Rhiannon can't be here this evening. You know, Rhiannon who does the song for my intro song on the notice. But she has, in her absence, asked me to pass on a question. She said, I'll have to catch up later because she can't make it this evening. Can I submit a question in advance for the live stream? Do you think that the Mexican government proper was involved in the conference, or was it just that the ufologists hired the room in the government building? Also, it's been suggested that the UFO bloke who disclosed the alien mummies has been connected to multiple previous hoaxes. That's Jaime Maussan, yeah. And that he's been chosen by the government to disclose them as it gives room for plausible deniability due to his questionable past, even if they're genuine. What do you think of that as a perspective? Well, that's amazing, Rhiannon, because I know you're watching the recording of this, because we've been discussing that very thing. We've just been talking about that very thing, haven't we? So let us continue. Let's go back to the event now. Where we are, here we go. But yeah, we've been talking about that. In my view, Jaime, I don't think he's someone who, like it says here, smash the like button. It's that hot single mom on Plenty of Fish. All right, introduce me to her, would you? Jaime, I think, is a genuine person from people I know who know him. But of course, his boundless enthusiasm and sometimes irrationality means he can be manipulated into positions like that. I don't know if that's what has happened this time. It's too soon to tell, but let's continue.
Para que nos pueda ayudar a interpretar lo que vemos. Todo eso está ahora trabajando y recolectando datos y estamos planeando hacer copias de este observatorio en muchos lugares. Esto entra al corazón de la ciencia. Es lo que hablamos con respecto a los reportes que se han presentado por las personas de inteligencia militar y que están dentro de la naturaleza de estos hechos y cómo responder a ellos. Mi interés como astrónomo, identificar un objeto volador con
That image there is known as the turd picture. It's its very rude nickname. And it's the artist's impression of what Oumuamua looks like. But of course, we don't know that Oumuamua looks like that. Some people think that's a photograph. And it's just ridiculous. No, the best photograph we got of Oumuamua is a little red dot. That's a complete artist's impression. And they've deliberately made it look like a natural object. We don't know that it looks like that. We don't know that it looks like that at all.
Scout. Eso es básicamente plano basado en la reflexión, reflexión del sol. Es el mejor modelo que tenemos, es como si fuera un pancake. Y fue arrojado del sol por una fuerza misteriosa, sin evaporación, sin polvo o gas. Es un objeto muy delgado, impulsado por luz del sol, y para nosotros es imposible imaginar un objeto que puede navegar de esta manera. Desde entonces hemos descubierto otros objetos que fue detectado por los satélites del gobierno de los Estados Unidos, y eso fue un objeto de 1,5 metros que chocó con la Tierra en 2014 y explotó en la atmósfera a la altura del Océano Pacífico. y nos dimos cuenta que se movía muy rápido, inclusive afuera del sistema solar se movía al 95% de velocidad más rápido que el resto que las estrellas, y era también de un material sumamente fuerte, porque también
I honestly didn't think he'd be able to do this. I didn't think he'd be able to pull it off. I mean, when I heard about this expedition he had to the Pacific off the coast of New Guinea and try and gather the tiniest, minutest little pieces of an object from an interstellar object that collided with the Earth, I thought, no, he's not going to be able to do that. I mean, finding things on the seabed is very, very difficult to do. It's very difficult indeed. I mean, look how long did it take them to find Titanic? Titanic, I think over 70 years. I think it took them to find Titanic, from 1912 to 1986, when it was actually found. I think 1985, 1986 when it was finally found. Titanic, though, is is almost 900 feet long. He's looking for something the size of a beach ball in tiny pieces. But you know what? He did it. He actually did find some pieces of this object. And I've thought, blimey, you wouldn't be able to do that. How's everyone getting on in chat? Oumuamua could literally be a huge rainbow. Oh, if we got close to it, you never know. It might be, yeah, it might be. Let's go back to this. It might be just that. Yeah, we'll see. Let's go back to here we go.
Este año verán el equipo de 28 personas en la cubierta del barco Sylvester, y utilizamos los magnetos al lado del barco para recolectar todos los objetos metálicos que hubiese a 2 kilómetros de profundidad en el Océano Pacífico. Aquí pueden ver fotografías del trineo que utilizamos. Impresionantemente, después de haber ido 26 veces arriba bajo la región del meteoro, pudimos recolectar 700 canicas metálicas de cuando este objeto estuvo expuesto al fuego que lo rodeó por la fricción con el aire del planeta. Verán cómo estas pepitas metálicas, verán que es del tamaño como de 1 milímetro. Fueron múltiples de ellas que cayeron al suelo marino derivado de la explosión. Y estas son algunas de estas pequeñas canicas que encontramos en el sitio del barco, y cuando las juntamos todas teníamos 700 que pudimos identificar. Entonces las estudiamos en este espectrómetro que pueden ver enfrente de mi estudiante y de Stein Jacobson, un profesor de geoquímica en la Universidad de Harvard, y adentro de estas esferas encontramos esferas más pequeñas. Estas imágenes del microscopio electrónico muestran que hay esferas más pequeñas. Esta, por ejemplo, parece una pelota de soccer, y esta era la fusión de 3 esferas y después se solidificaron antes de ponerse redondas. Y aquí lo que hicimos fue un mapa de dónde se encontraron la mayoría de las esferas, e identificamos 3 regiones en donde encontramos la mayoría de las esferas.
It's amazing. I really, like I said, I didn't think he'd do this. Because finding things on the seabed is so difficult. I think these are about 8,000 feet down or something. Yeah, but he did it.
Donde pasó el meteoro que se encuentra.
These are like objects, but there's no way of knowing if they are artificial or not. Now, he did find a wire. I can't remember if he mentioned the wire that he found, because that had to be artificial if that's what it was.
Encontramos algo fascinante, que algunos elementos había cientos de veces materiales que no habíamos visto antes aquí, como berilio, lanthanum, y era 100 veces más abundante en las esferas que en cualquier material que pudiese venir de la Tierra o del sistema solar. Lo llamamos la composición belirio, lanthanum y uranium. Y de esta composición fue la que encontramos por toda la ruta que llevó el meteoro. Y así demostramos que esto venía de fuera del sistema solar, porque no se parecía a lo que encontramos en la Tierra, Marte o los asteroides. Y vemos la volatilidad de estos elementos. Estos elementos se perdieron por el resultado de la explosión. Están perdidos. Entonces, deducimos que esto viene de una explosión, que es por lo que lo asociamos al contexto de este meteorito. Entonces, todo junto, esto es una aventura muy emocionante y el siguiente paso es ir a esa región y buscar por piezas más grandes que nos puedan decir si este objeto era natural como una piedra o tal vez tenía un origen tecnológico, porque un objeto tecnológico puede tener bolas, botones. Entonces, estamos planeando actualmente otra expedición en el año próximo para buscar los materiales de este objeto que son de una fuerza inusual y de una velocidad inusual en lo que se refiere a las piedras que conocemos de este sistema solar. Y esperamos que dentro de un año sepamos más. Claro, también hay una cierta discusión que habla de que el gobierno de Estados Unidos ya tenga estos materiales. Esto se discutió en la Casa de Representantes. Uno de los testigos, David Rashid, dice que hay programas acerca de ingeniería inversa, que quiere decir que a partir de las naves alienígenas se hace una tecnología. Pero no hemos visto esto, pero será de gran valor científico.
I think he's more skeptic. He's more of a skeptic, I think, Avi Loeb, than the others. But I mean, he's still very open-minded. I mean, he's in a very senior position at Harvard, and he's staked his reputation on this. He really has.
De los objetos que vengan de fuera del sistema solar deben de ser compartidos con todos los seres humanos, igual que la información. No es el privilegio de ningún gobierno.
It could be that the data could be interesting. Could be the data he gathers could be very important when it comes to analyzing things like, for example, debris from a crash retrieval, or implants. These implants that Dr. Roger Lear used to take from people. Or other like fragments that you find at the Patel Memorial Institute that Dr. Irena Scott talks about. So his evidence could be very important for comparison with those objects.
Entonces, en el próximo año y próximos años aprenderemos mucho más acerca de estos fenómenos anómalos que no han sido identificados, que son como lo que hemos visto que desarrollamos en la Universidad de Harvard, pero también como este meteoro que he descrito y seguramente en el próximo año o años lo vamos a hacer. Entonces,
Jimmy is getting sleepy, you can say.
Traigamos este tema a la atención de la ciencia y que no solo el gobierno que nos quiera decir la información que quiere, pero que el gobierno comparta su información, porque eso va a ser de vital importancia para progresar, porque este tema es de gran interés para el público y vamos a descifrar cuál de estos objetos nos va a dar una nueva perspectiva acerca de nuestro lugar en el universo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Loeb. You are doing an incredible apportation to humanity by studying this phenomenon, calling other scientists to do it. Thank you. Estoy dando las gracias al doctor Loeb por tratar de incorporar esta materia a la ciencia, de hacer un llamado a otros científicos para que se incorporen en poder dar entre
todos y todas las personas. Y a
bueno, ahora voy a presentar al director del INAI, al señor Mariano Tello, quien se presenta en nombre de la doctora Julieta del Río Venegas, que por cuestiones de trabajo no pudo estar aquí. Adelante.
This guy, I think this guy is like a. Hold on a sec. Yeah, let me just check. How you getting on in chat anyway? Any new people? Hello, Jason Gavea. How are you? Nice to see you. Oh, Neil, Ben is taller than me. I'm 5'9", so Ben is closer to 6 feet. Are we still going on about my height? Are we? I will have to just get a tape measure to sort it out once and for all. Pike Ben, you had the not really hot mob from Plenty of Fish, Bardo, but she blew you out because you have. I'm just going to ban this. This person is a troll. Hang on, let me just get rid of them. There we go. I think I know who that person is. Right. Where are we now? Ben is tall. I'm glad I'm taller than that. I met Ben. He's taller than me. I'm 6'1". All right, Snarnock. Okay. Well, I'll just if we had time, I'll get a tape measure now and I'll sort it all out. Neil says here. Ben must be looking down at the Sasquatch. No wonder you won't meet Ben in what? Thanks, Neil. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Daniel Craig was only 5'10". Yeah, some of them. I think they had to. It's like, what's the name of that guy in Coronation Street? I actually met the actor. And he's like really short. He's really titchy. He's about shoulder height on me, and he doesn't look it in Coronation Street because they shoot him from a low angle to make him look taller. Right. So what I was wondering was this guy here. I'm just going to check who he was. This is he's like this guy Mariano Tello. He is an expert on the Freedom of Information Act request, or the equivalent in the Mexican law. Yeah, that's right. Tom Cruise was apparently very short. Yes, he is apparently. So this guy he sounds like the Mexican equivalent of John Greenwald Jr. So we'll just listen to what he has to say. But I looked because the subtitles broke down for a moment there. Hang on, where are we? So I'll just go back to share screen and go back to this. You should be able to see this now, right?
Buenas tardes a todos. A nombre de la comisionada del INAI, Norma Julieta del Río Venegas, les extiendo un cordial saludo y una disculpa, ya que por causas de fuerza mayor no nos pudo acompañar en este recinto. Saludo a las personalidades que nos acompañan el día de hoy, a la audiencia que se encuentra aquí presente y a todos aquellos que nos están siguiendo a través de redes sociales. Nos encontramos el día de hoy en lo que será un momento histórico. Por invitación del licenciado Maussan, estamos aquí para dar testimonio, en este caso, sobre cómo el acceso a la información y la transparencia pueden incidir en distintas temáticas. La universalidad del derecho de acceso a la información implica que todas las personas, sin importar su origen, género, orientación, religión, condición socioeconómica.
I'm going to, as I said, I'm going to go through all these, and it's going to take a long time. But I do take the point that some of the people were saying when they said that these people, these witnesses that came forward and spoke at this event, they really should have been the stars of the show, but then Jaime wheels out the aliens, and that's all anyone's talking about. And whether the aliens are real or not, that's maybe that wasn't the right thing to do, because it seems to have overshadowed what these guys were saying. I mean, Ryan Graves will say more about that as well when I'll come on to his tweet and what he said in a minute, in a couple of hours. But I agree with that, which is why I'm showing all these.
La principal, la siguiente. Número 1, que informen al suscrito qué dependencia de la Administración Pública Federal se encarga de atender, investigar e informar sobre los fenómenos aéreos no identificados o avistamientos de pilotos de la Marina de México o Fuerza Aérea, y de reportes de civiles con respecto a objetos voladores no identificados que presentan tecnología avanzada con movimientos que desafían las leyes de la física como la conocemos, entre otras.
Well, so long as we, well, so long as it's like an honest one and not just another bloody Project Blue Book sort of thing.
Pero con la experiencia del personal, supieron a qué dependencias enlistar a fin de que éstas pudieran brindar información al respecto. Por ello, se brindó una respuesta en donde se sugería a la persona particular ejercer su derecho de acceso a la información ante las instituciones que por sus funciones y sus atribuciones pudieran resguardar información al respecto. A saber, que pudiera ser la Agencia Espacial Mexicana, la Cámara de Diputados, el Senado de la República, la Secretaría de la Marina, la Secretaría de la Defensa Nacional, quien ellos a su vez refirieron a los servicios a la navegación en el espacio aéreo mexicano. El CAS informó los requisitos para presentar las solicitudes, medios, plazos de atención, así como el procedimiento de inconformidad en caso de que hubiera una falta de respuesta. Y cabe precisar que el Centro de Atención a la Sociedad desconocía hasta ese momento que la persona consultante fuese un colaborador del ufólogo Jaime Maussan.
Oh, hi,
Fue hasta el 11 de octubre del 2022.
Oh, actually, I forgot to do. There's something I forgot to do. Actually, I should give myself a background, shouldn't I? Little thing, really, but I just want to give myself a background. I actually uploaded. I was going to upload a new picture. Where is it? Here we go. One sec, won't be a sec. It won't take a moment, but it'd be nice to have a little background. I've actually chosen the aliens from Close Encounters. There we go. There we are. That's nice, isn't it? And my hand sort of disappears into them, like it always happens. But anyway, the aliens from Close Encounters. That's nice. Robert De Niro wears platforms, said Woody Black. Oh right, yeah. Some actors get on all right from being short. Hello, David. How are you? Are you well? Whoops. Where are we now? This is what we want. Here we go. There we are.
Que tuvimos conocimiento a través de la cuenta de Twitter de Jaime Maussan, quien hizo pública la felicitación al INAI por la amplia y seria respuesta y felicitando por la apertura del tema. Pero el trabajo no quedó ahí. Realizamos un contacto para llevar a cabo el lunes 14 de noviembre del año pasado una reunión de trabajo entre el titular de Tercer Milenio y nuestra servidora, la comisionada Norma Julieta del Río.
Tercer Milenio. I had to look that up, actually. Tercer Milenio, I think that means third millennium in Spanish. It's actually a documentary that Jaime was involved in. I think it was on Gaia. And it was like, or something like that, or a Spanish version of Gaia, I don't know. But Jaime was basically involved with this TV documentary.
Presentar las solicitudes y que fueran claras y precisas. Finalmente, en la solicitud 3300-2852-2001-209, presentada por su equipo, los servicios a la navegación en el espacio aéreo brindaron respuesta, en específico a el número 6, donde se solicitaba de tener a bien entre sus archivos generales documentos como informes, correos electrónicos, reportes, bitácoras, así como videos y reportes de audios, cualquier dato similar sobre avistamiento con objetos voladores no identificados o de origen desconocidos, ante lo cual el CENEAM respondió. Se le informa que para atender la pregunta 6 se realizó una búsqueda exhaustiva y razonable respecto al tema de objetos voladores no identificados, encontrándose con la transcripción magnetofónica del mes de mayo de 1975, donde se puede leer que el piloto le reporta a la torre de control la presencia de objetos extraños sobrevolando su aeronave. Ello es una muestra sobre el ejercicio de la ley de acceso a la información y cómo se puede obtener información al respecto resguardada por el Estado. El derecho de acceso a la información.
Sounds a bit like the stories John Greenwald tells, isn't it? The Black Vault.
11 solicitudes de información que hay presentadas desde el 2003 a la fecha sobre temáticas relacionadas con el fenómeno Fanny, la Dirección General.
I wonder what they kept saying Fanny for. Because I was listening to this, and of course there was no captions, and they kept saying Fanny over and over again. I thought, what are they talking about?
El año 2021, el que mayor número presentó con 26, recayendo 6 en la ponencia de la comisionada Julieta del Río. Los temas de estos 93 asuntos fueron 58 de espacio aéreo mexicano, 19 de objetos voladores no identificados, 15 de servicios a la navegación en el espacio aéreo mexicano y 1 sobre temática de extraterrestres. Con esta colaboración queremos resaltar que todos tienen el derecho a preguntar por el más mínimo detalle de lo
That's what's his name, isn't it?
que se desarrolla en gobiernos, instituciones y dependencias públicas, órganos autónomos, estados y municipios. Y si tienen preguntas sobre cómo realizar solicitudes, el INAI cuenta con el Centro de Atención a la Sociedad, el área especializada para apoyar a todas las personas a que puedan realizar sus solicitudes. Desde el 2015, en el CAS hemos brindado más de 471,000 asesorías y tan solo en el 2022 rompimos un récord histórico, brindando 72,000 asesorías de manera personalizada. De manera diaria atendemos más de 400 consultas. Hoy más que nunca cobra importancia este derecho, ya que estamos viviendo momentos históricos. Por solo mencionar uno de los últimos, la audiencia en el Congreso de los Estados Unidos de América, donde el pasado 26 de julio el personal militar retirado testificó sobre el fenómeno aéreo no identificado. Entre ellos, Ryan Graves, expiloto de la Fuerza Aérea de los Estados Unidos, quien se encuentra hoy con nosotros en el marco de esta audiencia pública sobre la investigación de fenómenos anómalos no identificados. No me queda más que desear éxito a esta sesión, que estoy seguro va a ser productiva y va a marcar historia en nuestro país. En el INAI siempre tendrán un aliado que vigilará que la información les sea entregada. Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, ahora, si me permiten, vamos precisamente con Ryan Graves, el piloto, el teniente de la Marina de los Estados Unidos, que se hizo célebre en Estados Unidos después de dar su testimonio el 26 de julio. Como ustedes saben, fue histórico lo que ocurrió ahí, y él narró, y seguramente lo hará ahora, cómo fueron sus encuentros con estos objetos que tecnológicamente lo superaban en el aire. Y creo que va a ser muy interesante porque es una fuente de primera mano, un hombre de gran credibilidad.
I saw those and I thought, what are they? I went to bed soon after this.
Del mundo. Él tiene ahora una organización de pilotos y se hace un llamado para que se unan a su causa y que puedan entre todos los pilotos dar testimonio, certidumbre, certeza y evidencias a este extraordinario fenómeno. Por favor, Ryan Graves.
Greetings. Thank you for convening this public hearing on a topic
Gracias por acudir a esta audiencia pública para este tema que ha sido tan estigmatizado.
How are you guys getting on in the chat? You all right? Oh, we got here Crafty Nihilist. Hello. Oh, Stephen. We got some more people here. Stephen Truth Seeker's there. El Eliano, yes. And we have the Crafties. Hello, Crafty Nihilist. How are you? Funny, yeah. I wonder what they were talking about. It's an acronym for something. But anyway, welcome, Stephen Truth Seeker, and welcome to the Crafty Nihilist. How you doing? We have here Wayne Model Builder. How do you do? Sadly, I'm going to bow out. The foreign chat is giving me a headache. You could have muted it, as I could have, but then I wouldn't hear your comments. Anyway, enjoy, everyone. Enjoy your evening, Ben. Well, thank you, Wayne Model Builder. I'm sorry you didn't like that. I mean, I don't want to mute the soundtrack unless it's necessary, because some people might be able to understand the dialogue and might want to listen to it. But anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed what you've heard so far, and I'm sorry you have to leave now. Anyway, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go. I've got to make myself a cuppa. I'll keep playing this though, because I did watch this before, so I'll keep playing the video, and then I'm just going to make myself a cuppa, and then I'll be right back.
hablando acerca de los
Just checking you can see it.
fenómenos
Yeah, you
anormales no
can.
identificados, UAP o FANI. Sabemos muy poquito
Funny,
de
guys,
ellos.
yeah.
Gracias a esfuerzos como los de hoy estamos empezando a ver el cambio. Mi nombre es Ryan Fox Graves. Soy expiloto de un F-18 dentro de la milicia americana. Y nosotros hemos investigado como pilotos militares este fenómeno. Ahora, hay tres asuntos que llaman nuestra atención. Primero, pilotos que han sido testigos. Necesitamos de nuestra experiencia y pilotos como yo y otros hemos compartido experiencias acerca de esta investigación, pero los pilotos tienen miedo de compartir su historia. Dos, para entender estos fenómenos hay que recolectar información, porque todos los fenómenos en el espacio aéreo están reportados, no están aislados, son rutinos, tanto pilotos militares como comerciales reconocen y se reportan estos fenómenos de manera oficial a veces. Y tres, el investigar estos fenómenos. Investigar estos fenómenos es realmente importante, sobre todo si los pilotos pueden compartir sus reportes. Nosotros también recolectamos muchos de los datos que resuelven estos misterios. Y también esto es un fenómeno global y la colaboración es importante. Es importante mantener toda esta información para entender este fenómeno. Si no lo hacemos de esta manera, si no lo hacemos con una cooperación global, no va a ser posible entenderlos. Mi historia. En 2014 estábamos en mi escuadrón, los Red Reapers, en la parte de Oceana en Virginia Beach. En nuestro sistema de radar empezamos a detectar objetos no identificados en nuestro radar. Al principio pensamos que eran otra cosa, pero cuando pudimos verificar que con nuestros sistemas y los sistemas infrarrojos no podíamos verificar su identidad. En el W-72 en Virginia Beach, los objetos se describían como un objeto dentro de un cubo oscuro y dentro de un círculo, y que tenían 75 pies de diámetro. Y la instrucción fue regresar a la base, pero no hubo un conocimiento oficial de este fenómeno y tampoco se dijo nada. Entonces, se pudieron hacer diferentes informes y se pudieron hacer diferentes rastreos para poder tener un entendimiento. Vimos como los huracanes también impactaban nuestros jets, y muchos de estos impactaban sobre la costa este, y muchos de estos fenómenos se quedaron de manera desconocida. Yo creo que los americanos merecen un espacio aéreo seguro. Nuestro interés es quitar los estigmas y revelar la información. Estoy orgulloso y honorado que más de 10,000 personas se hayan unido. Nosotros cualquiera se puede unir. Estoy seguro que esto apenas está empezando. En julio, después de que testifiqué ante el Congreso de los Estados Unidos y ante otros testigos de estos fenómenos, se reportaron estos fenómenos y vimos la ausencia de un proceso seguro. Y muchos de los asistentes compartieron sus cuentas, y también hablamos de caso por caso dependiendo de los intereses de los testigos, y en caso de las políticas para que la investigación fuese posible, tuvimos que hablar con miembros del Congreso y también con su personal para poder lograr resoluciones que nos permitieran investigar estos fenómenos. También los pilotos comerciales son de vital importancia, tienen años de experiencia, y ellos vuelan a cerca de los 45,000 pies. Y vieron también objetos que también hacían maniobras inusuales como vueltas y fueron avistamientos inusuales. Y muchos buscaban explicaciones fáciles. Estamos buscando cómo explicarlo. Pero
How you guys getting on in chat? You all right? Hello, Tessa. How's you do? Yeah. How are you? Yeah, I made a cup of coffee, guys. How are you, Tessa? Napoleon's triplet brother, Ben and Neil. Triplet brother. Oh. We're quite tall, actually. What's this? Oh, right. We've got another troll. Let me just get rid of this person. There we go. Right, so let's carry on.
El gobierno tiene información que reporta y no está evaluada y tenemos que aprender de ellos. Otros testigos son los testigos veteranos que han visto este fenómeno en sus naves. Hay muchos testigos han documentado y han sido evaluados por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos, pero los militares de Estados Unidos deben de hacer más acerca del reporte de estos fenómenos. El año pasado fueron más de 10,000. Y esto, el año pasado, significaron muchos reportes que se recogieron y tenemos muchos testigos que estuvieron apegados a los mecanismos de reporte. Ahora solo estamos rascando la superficie porque hay muchos testigos que quieren cooperar. El reportar de manera segura es vital para poder revelar la verdad. Y también los líderes del gobierno deben de hablar de esto. En organizaciones como la que de nosotros, también México puede aprender de lo que deben aprender. Primero, al nivel más fundamental es que la recolección de datos no puede ser subestimada, porque hay muchos casos reportados en los Estados Unidos y tantos más en los Estados Unidos. Esto también es un reto, porque es una oportunidad.
Thanks. Area 51 is providing some really good running commentary there, running translation.
Los militares de Estados Unidos quieren mantener esto en secreto y a pesar de la legislación del 2023, el presidente como jefe al mando no quiere revelar de manera indefinida estos expedientes. Por lo tanto, hay muchas organizaciones sin fines de lucro, académicos, que quieren participar. Me alegra estar al frente de este proyecto y por eso también tenemos la Universidad de Stanford, el proyecto Galileo en Harvard y diferentes sectores de la sociedad que quieren entender este fenómeno. Para cerrar, reconozco el escepticismo acerca de este tema, pero lo importante es evaluar y entender estos datos. Y debemos
Well, I find it harder and harder to understand the skepticism, I must say, because to me, it's just sounding like stubbornness. There is literally that. It's just silly stick in the mud denial.
Los pilotos están altamente entrenando para observar los cielos. Si ustedes ven mi cuenta, espero que ustedes junto con otros pilotos hagan esos reportes, porque nosotros representamos la seguridad aeroespacial y también creo que la búsqueda y la investigación científica podemos encontrar una solución a este sistema, a este dilema. Gracias.
That's all, Ryan. How you getting on in chat, guys? Crafty, my mate's 4-year-old got loose with some Play-Doh the other day. Oh, right. And what did he make? One of those. Stephen says, Ben, have you noticed full fat milk no longer tastes, I think you mean taste the same? I haven't actually. No, it's, I don't actually drink much milk. I put a little bit in my tea and coffee. That's all. Many UFOs sitting around volcanoes. That's right, like Popocatépetl. That's right. That's right. Is any Craft? If you're going to be around, can I give you the admin hammer? How do I put? Can I give you the admin hammer? I need someone to deal with trolls when they turn up. So, are you going to be around for a while? How do I do this? Oh, you've already got the admin hammer. Great. Okay. Crafty already has. If the troll comes back, could you just get rid of him for me? Cheers. Or I think you can ban them, but you can delete their comments. Thanks. I'm going to go back to. I'll go back to the event now. Here we go. You should be able to see that. It's all gone quiet.
El testimonio de Ryan Graves es sin duda extraordinario.
Ryan Grace Graves. You see it auto-translate, can't you?
Estamos hablando de un testigo de primera mano que, como declaró en el programa de 60 minutos, él veía estos objetos todos los días. Y es que todos los días en algún lugar del mundo ocurre un avistamiento y yo puedo dar testimonio de ello, dado que recibimos evidencias que presentamos diariamente en un noticiario que tenemos en el Canal 9, demostrando que la actividad es muy intensa y que...
Because he has his own TV show, Jaime. This is the thing, as we don't actually have this in I think nowhere in the English-speaking world is there someone the equivalent of Jaime Maussan. Because he has like his TV show on UFOs and things is like completely mainstream. It's like, I think it's like, he's the great grandson of a Mexican president.
Estaba a cargo de una...
But no, his show like goes out like prime time on mainstream TV.
En el estado de Montana en 1967, y él les va a contar lo que ocurrió, demostrando que hay una relación intrínseca entre estos objetos y la actividad nuclear de nuestro planeta.
They've got Robert Salas,
si nos damos cuenta, en 1945 los objetos llegaron hasta la planta nuclear de Los Álamos, donde se estrellaron 3 de ellos, más bien fueron derribados por radares de microondas.
That's in Paula Harris and Jacques Vallée's new book, isn't it?
Mapa mundial, donde 3 de los lugares más visitados por estos objetos en el mundo son Hiroshima, Nagasaki y Fukushima. 3 lugares donde existen remanentes de energía nuclear. Evidentemente, la preocupación de estas inteligencias está ahí en nuestra capacidad de destruirlas. Damos entonces la bienvenida a Robert Salas, un gran amigo y un testigo de primera.
Lord Bob Salas. He's a hero, this guy. He's a real hero. I met him once. I met him at some Holmfirth. I mean, you may have seen the video. I met him at the Holmfirth conference. Lovely chap. Really quiet, gentle, sort of genteel, softly spoken man. By the way, did any of you see the UFOs and the UFO nuclear weapons press conference he did at the National Press Club? He was one of them, along with Bob Jacobs and some other people. And there was that. I recommend the book and the film UFOs and Nukes as well.
Gracias, Jaime. Lo primero, quiero expresar mi gratitud por esta oportunidad para hablar aquí en México, en la tierra de mis ancestros. Es un verdadero honor.
He got through he got over the wall, didn't he? He got over the wall.
Y hablar de este tema, ¿no? Acerca de los fenómenos aéreos no identificados y de las armas nucleares. Gracias, diputado Luna y legisladores. Como resultado de esta solicitud, juntamos información del gobierno y vamos a presentar estos documentos. En enero de 1996 creo que tenemos una copia, pero no se está mostrando en la pantalla ahora mismo. Pero me voy a referir a esto y voy a mencionar algunas cosas. Esto es tema de el vuelo estratégico del Echo Flight. Estos
He's never changed his story, Bob Salas. But you probably know this story quite well. It's legendary in the UFO community. It was really quite it's really quite extraordinary what happened. This object did to the nuclear weapons, the nuclear missiles.
Como causa del incidente, se condujo una investigación
I think got it wrong. It's 1967, not 77.
en donde no se arrojó ninguna conclusión. Las indicaciones fue de que las dos computadoras y los sistemas de control se saturaron momentáneamente y la razón de ese saturamiento es desconocida hasta este momento, y después solicitaron información significativa a través de otras investigaciones que se hicieron inmediatamente. El Estado negó categóricamente, ¿no?, que estos 10 misiles pudieran estar bajo esta circunstancia, y que dos ingenieros participaron en esta investigación. Nos referimos.
It's scary, man, when you think about it, because like if they could shut down missiles, they could launch them. I mean, this is what happened in Ukraine. This was in the 80s, but these UFOs appeared over a very similar facility in the Soviet Union, and they actually did the exact opposite to what happened to Salas. They didn't shut the missiles down; they put them into launch mode, and the missileers were desperately trying to stop the launch from happening. They were calling the headquarters saying, help us! They can launch these missiles. We're going to kill like 20 million people, and America's going to shoot back, of course, and the world's going to be destroyed. Well, it literally just before launch, they stopped. It was just an incredible instant.
Las instalaciones de Oscar y Echo se encuentran. Yo estaba equivocado al principio.
Those nuclear silos, they're just fenced off little areas in the middle of fields, all spread out so they can't be targeted together.
Primero, yo no estaba en servicio en Echo durante ese incidente. Estaba en la torre de control de Oscar, y esto ocurrió en marzo 24 de 1967. Y entonces me di cuenta que dos incidentes separados habían ocurrido con 8 días de diferencia. En marzo 24 de 1967 estaba en labor como comandante, y nuestras instalaciones estaban ubicadas a unas 100 millas de la ciudad de Great Falls, en Montana. Aquí hay un dibujo, creo que tengo un dibujo, algo visual. Muestra la ubicación de la cápsula Harden.
I suppose these people with their earphones on must be getting running commentary in their own language. I suppose technically it would be impossible, therefore, to provide that for the viewers. I mean, isn't that so? I mean, during the citizen hearing in the Washington Press Club, they did that. They provided commentary in, I think, 4 languages for people to watch, even though the hearing itself was held in English. Oops, sorry, I was turning on mute.
La siguiente imagen que mostramos es las instalaciones de lanzamiento. Ahí pueden ver inclusive desde donde se controla. Es una cápsula que está bajo tierra. La puerta frontal de...
Must be claustrophobic in there, and they had to spend like 36 hours at a time in there. And I suppose it would get pretty boring. I mean, he said himself at one point, he said, it was a very boring job, which was good. If it ever got interesting, it would be my last day on Earth.
Verá un objeto de 20 toneladas que generalmente se mueven sobre rieles durante el lanzamiento. Y hablaremos de esto después. Durante nuestro turno de 24 horas estábamos aislados del resto del personal de la instalación. Estaba el personal de seguridad a nivel del suelo que estaba para cualquier tema de seguridad. El controlador de vuelo estaba junto con el guardia de seguridad y estaban, bueno, todo el personal en el lugar. Nuestro personal de operación, al menos uno de ellos estaba totalmente alerta durante todo nuestro turno. Algunas veces durante esa tarde, mientras yo estaba a cargo, algunos estaban durmiendo. Las personas de arriba reportaron que de manera muy calmada que habían visto luces en el cielo volando sobre nuestra instalación y que estaban haciendo maniobras inusuales como volando muy rápido, pararse completamente en el aire y haciendo vueltas en reversa.
How are you getting on in the live stream? Oh, the live chat, guys. Hello, how are you anymore? Let's just have a look how people are talking about, how people are getting on. Hey, Trevor, Brother Porter, Pride and Dignity. How are you, sir? Are you well? Check out Trevor's channel. He does live streams now, so do check out his channel. Oh, thank you very much, Crafty. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you're addressing me. Pardon me. Hugo says, sorry, Ben, I'm finding this difficult to follow with the Spanish over voice. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Hugo. Yeah. If you concentrate on the captions, that's the thing to do. Do you want me to just mute the whole thing? I mean, how many people want me to mute the whole soundtrack? Seth says, Ben, I'm a little worried. I remember this event happened about a year ago. I remember Jaime Maussan's face. I even remember you doing a live stream about it. Oh. And are you suffering from a case of deja vu? That's what you meant, Seth. But Stephen says here, could it be the Mandela effect? Maybe that's it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, right. Because this hasn't. I did do a live stream a few months ago about the US hearing. I did that one. Anyway, Lucifer says, Ben, have they named who found the aliens, where they were found, and how? All we know is they were found near Cusco in a diamite mine. I'll go into that in detail. It's an ancient mine, and they're about 1,000 years old. Or at least that's how they've been carbon dated. And Cusco actually was the capital of the old Inca Empire. So anyway, it's like if you can. And Seth says, no, I'm definitely not confusing with the UFC. Right. In that case, Seth, I don't know. Sorry, mate. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, guys, that's Crafty Nihilist. If you could use your spanner where it's necessary, I'd appreciate that if you're able to, if you're around. Thanks. I'm just going to carry on with the hearing. There we go. Must be careful not to click that button.
En 90 grados, sin hacer ruido, sin tener alas y en apariencia sin tener ningún aparato de control. Algo que parecía ser algo como una nave. Entonces, bueno, en aquel momento tampoco me preocuparon mucho las luces en el cielo, pero después de un breve periodo recibí la segunda llamada del guardia y esta vez estaba muy alterado y asustado. Estaba gritando por el teléfono, gritalmente, y cuando pude llegar, vi que había un objeto azul y naranja que estaba circulando sobre la puerta principal. Era de forma oval, pero era diferente como de verlo por lo brillante de la luz. Era una luz como.
Oops. What's happening now?
Pulsante. Él y los otros guardias tenían las armas apuntando a ese objeto y.
Oh, what's this?
A los guardias de seguridad que teníamos que asegurar la instalación y que no teníamos que asegurarnos que no hubiese ningún daño a ninguno de los guardias y que todo se mantuviese intacto. Hablé con mi comandante, el teniente Frederick Maywell, para informarle acerca de estas llamadas. Antes de que pudiera hablar, escuchamos una sirena estridente que decía que los misiles habían sido deshabilitados. Y entonces todo se iluminó en segundos. En ese momento los 10 misiles se volvieron no operativos.
How many what kind of power could do that? Because those missiles are specifically designed to survive things like electromagnetic pulse attacks and things like that. They're specifically designed, they're hardened, designed to survive those kinds of things. So what kind of power could cause all his missiles to shut down?
Fueron idénticos. El sistema falló. Y publicamos un reporte. Fuimos de nuevo con el guardia de arriba para determinar su estatus y el estatus del guardia que había sido lastimado. Y él dijo que el objeto se había retirado a una velocidad alta. Y los oficiales de las dos instalaciones de misiles también hablaron acerca de la entrada y reportaron el mismo objetos que estaban rondando, que estaban instruidos ellos estaban instruidos para regresar a nuestras instalaciones y perdieron el contacto con el guardia principal. Después regresaron y dijeron lo mismo sucedió en otro vuelo. En ese momento recuerdo que pensaba en otro vuelo pasó lo mismo y muchos años después entendí que también había sucedido en el Echo Flight 8 días antes. El Echo Flight era similar al Oscar Flight de marzo 16 de 1967. El coronel retirado Walter Figger estaba al frente y temprano esa mañana todos los misiles estaban deshabilitados. Y lo mismo había pasado sobre las instalaciones de EcoFlight. Me dieron su testimonio en una cinta de audio. Estos fueron también el resultado, también una falla de guía y de control. Y entonces el incidente de EcoFlight fue desclasificado en 1994 y pude ver algunos documentos en donde la Fuerza Aérea hablaba de ese incidente. Bajo una ley de divulgación. Entonces, después de esto se hicieron una prueba para los sistemas que se llamaba Logic Couple, en donde reportaban una serie de fallas en el sistema de guía de misiles a través de una señal eléctrica que rompió el sistema y que hizo que el misil quedara deshabilitado. El reporte dice que la opinión del equipo era que las señales externas causaron que se apagaran. Es decir,
what's happening now?
Dice que la opinión del equipo era que las señales externas causaron que se apagaran.
It was about now. It was about now that I went to bed. I remember at this point I sort of said my goodbyes and went to bed to people. Anyway, how are you? Oh, Neil Attenbury, how do you do? How do you do? Good evening. How do you do? Read captions and live chat. Oh my! I'll have to, if I do that, Crafty, I'll have to get Russell back in to do one, and I'll do the other. I put Russell back in his usual place. But anyway, Diego Rivera, Mexican, right? Diego Rivera, genius to the real genius. do you think these Mexican aliens are real? Diego Rivera, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's wait a minute. Let's deal with this bit first, then we'll move on to the next part of the trial. Aliens don't like their dead messed with. Apparently not. I mean, yeah. What's this? Stuart Morris, can you read it out, Ben? No, I can't. I can't do that. I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Mexican alien burgers available at Nando's. Oh my god, Russell has just freaked out. Volcano ash pinatas. Okay, Michael, thank you very much. Thank you. I was thinking food ingredients as well. It's secret code. All right. Hugo. Sorry, Ben, I was eating my dinner and not able to read everything. And now while I'm skinning up, I can read the screen and type at the same time. Silly me. You carry on, mate. No worries, Hugo. You know, Hugo, I know once you've had a spliff, you know, your whole, you become much more alert generally and aware. Definitely. So, yes. Tessa, so was this broadcast from Mexico live or from 3 days ago? 3 days ago, Tessa. I actually didn't do, as I explained I think I didn't actually explain. I didn't explain it in the last video, but I did explain on my Hapanwo voice video that I decided not to do this immediately because several people were actually asking me, Ben, are you going to do a live stream about this? So, you know, so and so over here is doing one, so and so over there is doing one. Are you going to do one? And I said, well, no, not yet. The reason is because I knew we've been in this situation before. Some news breaks, and you know, some people tend to react instinctively without thinking, and they just say it's real or it's fake. It's real or it's fake, and you get these two sides. And someone actually said on Facebook how you know there's been a lot of sniping and griping between the two sides over the last couple of days. But neither side knows. Neither side is in a position to judge. Because until quite recently, literally just today, we didn't really have any additional information. And I'm going to come on to that. And so the backslappers have been doing their usual and going on and on about how superior they are and everyone else is naive. The people who are a bit too credulous, I think, are saying, no, this is definitely real. These are definitely real aliens and things like that. My answer was, I mean, Jimmy puts it very well. Jimmy Church, in the follow-up video that he and Christina did, he said, let's let history take its course. Just let history take its course, which means, to David Icke says, put it on the back burner. Don't react immediately. And I said in the article, because I did put an article up on her Panamo Voice on Wednesday about this. I put it up there, and I said, I did two things. Firstly, the first thing I did was I re-uploaded this. This is an interview from 2018. Here we go. This is with Steve Mera, and I re-uploaded that to Spreaker. This is an old program 289 of Hapanwo Radio. It's an old one, but I interview him about his own expedition to investigate the mummies, or these bodies. Because it's true, and a lot of people have said it, this is not the first time phenomena like this have appeared. Not these specific bodies, I don't think, but ones like them have appeared before. And so I decided to re-upload that. And I'm going to show you some magazine articles as well that Steve wrote. And of course, I posted this. I posted this here, Aliens in Mexico, on Wednesday. And at the end of it here, I said here, this article is my only comment at the moment. We're dealing with breaking news, and it's way too soon to make judgments. Right now, no doubt there was a frantic race between the various backslappers who were desperate to cry fake without even looking at the evidence. And naturally, I'm well aware this whole revelation might indeed be a hoax. Yeah. And of course, because we live in a very polar... Oh, you didn't see that. All right. Doesn't matter. You understand. You could hear what I said. I'll show you it again. Here we are. There we are. Look, I didn't show you it. There we go. That's the article there. That's what I said there. This article is my only comment. We're dealing with breaking news. There you go. And this is the interview with Steve Mera. Program 289 of the Hapanwo Radio, and I have re-uploaded... the audio. It's an old 2018 interview, and I've re-uploaded it to Spreaker because it's so topical. There you go. Snarnock. We'll talk about the Star Child skull later because I think there's a connection, of course, between that. Like Spielberg background, Ben, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I'm not the guy who goes and hides in the toilet. Definitely not. Yeah, they are all ready to really doing that lesser or greater extent. Yeah, it's been very annoying actually because shrill and angry shouts are shouting down more reasonable voices. It's a great shame. One thing I like about Christina and Jimmy is they are very, very reasonable. They're very rational. They're cautious. They're cautious but not closed-minded. Same with John Greenwald Jr. Okay, guys, so I'm going to carry on. I'll go back to share screen. There we go. We'll carry on with this particular event. But basically, this was when I went to bed. So everything from now, I'm seeing for the first time.
Identificados estaban
Apart from the alien bit, but we'll come to that. I've watched some of that.
mandando una señal particular a 60 pies de concreto en donde se le mandaba una señal a una parte del misil en donde en segundos quedaron deshabilitados. La verdad es que la posibilidad de esto es muy remota porque esto no hubiera sido posible en el aire con una diferencia de 10 segundos. Yo estoy convencido que ninguna tecnología humana de antes o de ahora pudiera haber causado esto. Enfatizo que no hubo daño permanente a ninguno de los sistemas de misiles durante incidentes. Estos dos incidentes no fueron ni los primeros ni los únicos donde los ovnis
there's been other incidents, have there?
deshabilitaron misiles.
Well, I didn't realize there's been other incidents in which the missiles were actually disabled in the same way. It's not just Robert Salas and his experience in 67.
Igual por la misma razón. Falla en el control.
And I suppose people are going to ask, well, what's this all about? Why are they doing it? And there's several different reasons. I mean, a lot of people claim that this is basically the aliens being our benefactors, our guardians, protecting us from ourselves. So that if it ever came to a situation where we started launching missiles at each other for real, they would step in and stop us. They would intervene and put a stop to it. And well, I obviously hope that's true. And who wouldn't? But we don't know that for certain. We don't know that is their real motivation. And sorry, got buffering a bit there. We don't know for certain that is their real motivation. Their real motivation, for example, supposing, I mean, this is all speculation, right? Supposing they were planning to invade us, Independence Day style, they would probably do exactly the same thing. They would fly down and they would investigate our most potent defensive weapons, and they would maybe test them, things like that. So we don't know if that's the case. I mean, I hope it's the former. I mean, there's no evidence to suggest we are being invaded by hostile aliens. I think the real hostile aliens are already here. They're the reptilians in government. But it's still something to think about, isn't it? We can't. There's no way of actually knowing what their motivations are right now.
Estos dos incidentes no fueron ni los primeros ni los únicos donde los ovnis deshabilitaron misiles nucleares. En el 96, en North Dakota, 10 misiles fueron deshabilitados, igual por la misma razón. Falla en el control. Hubo testigos de ese evento que pudieron hablar de estos hechos, y después, con una diferencia de 6 meses, muchos misiles más de los Estados Unidos fueron desactivados. Los testimonios del señor Chandeli y míos, rodeando.
This is a clip from UFOs and Nukes, and Bob Jacobs says this is pretty much exactly what he saw. It's been very well reproduced.
Y después
that's Bob Jacobs talking, I think.
Por el mismo lugar donde llegó. objetos no identificados.
Oh, buttering again. Come on.
68, la base militar de Dakota del Norte, el personal observó como un ovni aterrizaba sobre una instalación donde había misiles. Les voy a mostrar una imagen acerca de estas instalaciones de lanzamientos y aquí pueden ver la descripción del objeto que vio. Dos segmentos conectados por algo que parece un túnel o un tubo. Parte del objeto era de color naranja brillante, casi como el color de la lava, y había un color verdoso. El tubo era de color plata. En 1967 también hubo en Holanda, se observaron como también había cerca de una base, aquí hay una imagen de ese objeto. Y el siguiente día, este objeto voló lentamente a una altitud baja. Lo vieron docenas. Hubo muchos testigos y los testigos hablaron públicamente y dijeron que...
These captions are a translation of a translation. All very ironic. How you getting on chat anyway, guys? All right, Stephen, I was talking about the Mandela effect. Snarks is jumping to conclusions. Well, yeah, I mean, I think we a lot of people do, I think, automatically. Stephen, Russell is a nasty little alien who sort of hangs around all the time, usually behind me when I'm doing lectures and commentary on camera. He's a blow-up alien. He likes being blown up an awful lot, yeah. Some are saying the Mexico's Congress did it to make fun of US Congress UFO events. Well, let's think. Russell, the green alien, named after Russell Brand. No, it's from that song by the Black Goo, A Grey Called Russell. You know, the band, Sophie the Porter's poet. This is an interesting idea. I mean, is it a coincidence that NASA had their hearing exactly just one day later? I mean, this is just weird, isn't it? This is where it gets a bit weird. NASA had their hearing the very following day after this. And obviously that must have been planned in advance because, you know, the hearing in Mexico was planned in advance. But NASA had a press conference, which I wrote an article about, where they basically, it wasn't very interesting. NASA tends to, you know, it was more reinventing the wheel, basically. It only got interested in the Q&A when James Fox started speaking, and a couple of other people. A very good reporter from Denmark challenged them on David Grush and things like that. But I just thought it was interesting, though, how I just thought it was interesting how this happened exactly 24 hours later. Now, I do dig over it. Was the NASA one a red herring? More like a smoky bloater. But yeah, it wasn't very interesting. The Q&As, you know, they didn't answer the questions properly in the Q&A. Bill Nelson and a couple of the others, they just keep evading questions. David Spergel, Bill Nelson especially. Yeah. They look like, Stephen, I'm going to be honest. I know it's in Mexican. It's Spanish, I think, is the language, but they look like boring bastards. It's actually quite interesting. It gets more and more interesting as we go along. But I was just thinking that is the United States, after dithering over disclosure so much, it's now suddenly another country is leaping ahead and threatening to say, okay, well, if you won't do it, we will then. And this happens so much, you know, I'm not going to be bothered. Oh, I'll do it instead then. Oh, hang on, wait a minute, I'll do it. Maybe this is just exactly the impetus that the process needs to make progress. Maybe it's been grinding to a halt because the Americans think they have some kind of monopoly over it. This is showing them they don't actually have a monopoly. And if they're going to be lazy, then others will come along and step in front of them and carry on and basically do it instead of them, which won't look good on their CV, will it? United States of America, as it'll say in the history books, the nation which almost did disclosure, but then sort of gave up towards the end because they couldn't be bothered. Nah, it's not going to look good in the history books. Anyway, let's carry on, guys. Where were we? Here we go.
Nucleares. ¿Por qué armas nucleares? Las próximas dos gráficas bueno, se refieren también al primer proyecto atómico. Muestran que en 1967 aproximadamente 47,000 bombas, armas nucleares estaban disponibles.
Oh, this is the nuclear arms race. Yeah.
Hoy hay 9 naciones en posesión de armas nucleares y hay un máximo de 60,000 alrededor de la mitad de los 80s. Desde la creencia de la carrera armamentista, bueno, se han creado armamento para garantizar la destrucción mutua, para asegurar así que ninguna nación nos ataque con armas nucleares. Entonces, esto ha resultado en una política que incrementa el resto de la guerra, porque todos quieren tener sus armas nucleares. El riesgo el mundo está en un gran riesgo gracias a las armas nucleares. En cuanto haya una guerra nuclear o una disputa militar. Okay.
Obviously, I hope like the UFOs are keeping an eye on this and they would actually help us out if someone started launching missiles. But I don't think we should depend on that. I hope that would happen, but we shouldn't sort of like take it for granted. It is a dangerous situation. We're in a dangerous situation at the moment with the well. As you know, I have unorthodox views on the Ukrainian situation. I don't, but basically NATO poking Russia with a stick like this is going to could easily escalate the situation.
Los ovnis se pueden confundir también como drones armados. Y así los ataques también a Pakistán, hablando de las bases nucleares, caen en las manos también de organizaciones terroristas. Rusia y Ucrania han estado en guerra durante un año.
What did Jaime say to him there?
Rusia ha dicho públicamente que ellos están decididos a utilizar armas nucleares de manera táctica. Voy a terminar rápidamente. Mientras esas
I'm not going to go into detail here, but it's Russia. What Russia said about its nuclear weapons has been completely misrepresented. To make out, we're going to use them, no, they just announced their intention to use defensive nuclear missiles according to their own deterrence policy. So yeah. Anyway, well, I'm not going to go into details about that now.
Gracias a los testimonios, podemos hablar de esto de las armas nucleares. Podemos atestiguar que en estos eventos no quisieron destruir estas armas, sino que estas armas pueden destruir la civilización en una guerra. Entonces, el mensaje que quisieron dar y enfatizar es destruir las armas nucleares si queremos seguir viviendo como
Well, I hope so, Robert. I do.
Los Estados Unidos ha reconocido oficialmente la existencia de los ovnis y podemos dedicar esfuerzos a abolir las armas nucleares a nivel mundial. Gracias por esta oportunidad y gracias por esta presentación.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he's a nice chap, is old Bob Tallis. All right, how you getting on over there, Nick? Hello, Nick. Hey, oh, sorry, you're not the Nick I thought you were. Okay, I remember stopping up late to watch another one of Jaime Monsan's events when he presented the alien mummies, but nothing ever came of it. Nick, you may well be referring to the infamous Roswell slides. There's some parallels to this, which I'll come on to later on. So she's translated from English. If she shut up, we would know what on earth was going on. Or not on the earth. Yes, Crafty. If she shut up, we would hear Captain Bob, wouldn't we? Jane says the NASA press conference was the usual damp squib. It was, wasn't it? It's very anticlimactic, as I expected it to be. At least it was only 1 hour this time. It wasn't the massive 4-hour shaggy dog story they gave us back in June. They announced that the pictures they had were too blurry and they'd seen no evidence of extraterrestrial visitation, which is bullshit, basically. Yeah. Stephen, yeah, none of them are wearing UFO T-shirts. That indicates it's not like a UFO conference. Yeah. Is blame the aliens a get out of jail card? Well, I don't know. It's all white men at the moment, isn't it? So probably not. Tessa says it's to tell the aliens to mind their own business. The world will generate wars regardless. We've always had this aggressive streak in ourselves, but right now, thing is, you can't have all full out war now. It's not a moral issue anymore. It's purely practical. We're too good at destroying ourselves. We've known this since the First World War, and now it's obvious because we have these massive missiles pointing at each other. So that's what makes Bob's experience very, very interesting, I think. Anyway, let us carry on.
Gracias a Robert Salas. Ahora vamos a presentar.
Now, I know very well having a Jaime Monsan at this event was very controversial. And having him at the Roswell slides was very controversial, and a lot of people thought he shouldn't be there. Oh, right, he's just interviewing Julio Dawlish. Sorry, I missed that bit. I'll tell you more about him in a minute. But having Jaime there was always going to be controversial, and some people said it was not a good idea. But let's face it, how do you keep Jaime Monsan away from an event like this? I don't think a double column of fully armed tanks could keep Jaime away from an event like this. I honestly don't. Now, this guy's a pilot. Yeah, he's Julio Dawlish.
Soy piloto.
That's interesting. Dawlish. That's an interesting. That's not a Spanish name, is it? Sounds almost like an English name.
Comercial de profesión y cuento con 17,000 horas de vuelo en jet comercial y sigo activo. Les quiero decir hoy que este tema del fenómeno anómalo identificado es algo muy importante a considerar por los eventos y casos reportados a lo largo del tiempo. Es un fenómeno que sí existe y es tan importante como el control y reglamentación del uso de drones cerca del aeropuerto. Puede ser.
Yeah, like at Gatwick. Do you remember? Do you remember the Gatwick airport scandal? Oh dear, yes. That was well, it wasn't hilarious for the people stuck in the airport because they couldn't fly, but it was just such a scam. It really was.
Yo en lo personal soy aficionado a la astronomía. Tengo un telescopio, soy observador del cielo. Conozco todas las constelaciones de nuestra bóveda celeste y les puedo decir que sé orientarme viendo las estrellas. A lo largo de mi vida me he dado a la tarea de visitar lugares con ruinas ancestrales en varias partes del planeta. En casi todos estos lugares he notado que nuestros ancestros tuvieron algún tipo de contacto con seres de otros mundos o civilizaciones más avanzadas y que recibieron conocimientos estelares, además de ayuda tecnológica para construir templos impresionantes. Todo este tema del fenómeno anómalo no identificado no es nuevo. Hablando específicamente del tema Fanny, existe una tendencia en la humanidad de ver las cosas de una manera extrema, blanco, negro, bueno, malo, pero existe un concepto más amplio de ver las cosas. Se conoce como la visión tetraléctica. Significa que tenemos que aprender a ver las cosas desde diversos ángulos, de manera más amplia y en todas sus posibilidades. En nuestra asociación tratamos de ser lo más objetivo posible ante lo que se ve en el cielo. Vemos diferentes puntos de vista, tratamos ante todo de llegar a una conclusión lógica.
It's interesting how many I bet more pilots see these things than they're willing to say. I mean, things are changing, obviously. You know, the scene in Close Encounters when it says, "Do you want to report a UFO over? Do you want to report a UFO over?" I don't think that happens anymore. But still, I mean, if you've ever watched Mentor Pilot on YouTube, he's just like you can see he's awkward whenever people ask him that question.
Satélites me avisó que iba a pasar una bolsa de herramientas. Era una bolsa de herramientas del tamaño de una mochila. Se le escapó a un astronauta de la estación espacial y se quedó orbitando. Y se vio, la vi como una estrellita muy pequeña orbitando. Dio 8 meses vuelta alrededor del planeta hasta que se destruyó con el roce de la atmósfera. Imagínense todo lo que puede verse ahora con los satélites que ha puesto en órbita la compañía SpaceX en su proyecto Starlink. Hay mucho reflejo satelital. En un futuro el espacio debería tener una revolución a este tipo de eventos. Tenemos que aprender a analizar antes que reaccionar. ¿Por qué les digo todo esto? Para que se entienda que los que estamos en el medio aeronáutico tenemos muy claro cuando hay algo desconocido en el cielo. Nuestros ojos están entrenados a reconocer lo que se presenta en los cielos, desde otras aeronaves, globos, drones, helicópteros, reflejos satelitales, lanzamientos de cohetes. Existen cientos de reportes de avistamientos a lo largo de la historia de la aviación, de fenómenos que no hemos sabido identificar, con movimientos inexplicables para la física que manejamos. Pero nadie quiere hablar de esto oficialmente.
Yeah.
El investigador mexicano Alfonso Salazar y hay pilotos retirados como el capitán Antonio
I've heard of
Herce,
him.
que han dedicado muchos años a investigación y recopilación de eventos ovni en la aviación de México y Latinoamérica. Existe mucha bibliografía documentada seriamente a este respecto. Existen reportes y casos impresionantes a los que no encontramos explicación. Desde hace mucho tiempo los controladores aéreos y pilotos nos preguntamos cómo podemos analizar de manera científica estos avistamientos. ¿Qué hacemos con la evidencia? No existe un formato de reporte oficial al que se dé un seguimiento de un objeto o fenómeno anómalo no identificado. Los pilotos y controladores que me conocen saben de mi afición al tema ovni, ahora llamado Fanny, y desde hace tiempo me han enviado sus evidencias, reportes de algunos objetos.
Is Fanny the organization that is for reporting these things? Is that what it's about? Okay, that's interesting. I don't know, because I mean, someone else earlier on, what was his name? Tello earlier on was saying there should be an official UFO reporting organization in the Mexican government, but I think this chap is actually saying there should be a private one.
El equipo de Tercer Milenio tenía una propuesta para hacer enmiendas a las leyes ya existentes y lograr un reconocimiento oficial de la existencia del fenómeno anómalo no identificado. Esto tendría un gran beneficio para poder dar seguimiento a los protocolos, para poder actuar en conjunto con los centros de control de tráfico aéreo. Los controladores aéreos son los que nos cuidan, organizan a todos los tránsitos para darnos una secuencia ordenada a nuestros destinos. Sin ellos, la aviación sería un caos. Los controladores aéreos también viven experiencias de avistamientos, objetos, fenómenos anómalos en sus pantallas, además de recibir de manera verbal muchos reportes de los pilotos. Esto lo dirá con más detalle una persona muy importante del centro de control que nos acompaña el día de hoy.
Of course, it's inevitable you think of that scene in Close Encounters. Do you want to report a UFO over? Do you want to report a UFO over? Yeah, it's just I feel the urge to watch that movie again. I only watched it 2 weeks ago.
Van a hacer enmiendas de manera formal bajo las leyes organizadas de existencia del fenómeno anómalo no identificado y que el fenómeno podría al fin tener reconocimiento en las leyes de protección del espacio aéreo mexicano. Los que investigamos el cosmos sabemos que tiene que haber mucha vida en el universo, una diversidad de vida inmensurable, multidimensional, que aún no la comprendemos. Algunas personas me preguntan que si esta información podría causar temor en la población. Mi respuesta es que no, que realmente me preocupa más.
Oops, buffering. Anyway, while it's buffering,
Posibles para cualquier aeronave conocida.
He says that could it cause fear in the population? It would in some people. It would. I mean, not as many as I used to think. I actually suspect that most people would actually be quite indifferent. In fact, I'm going to read you an article after this is finished about it's by Morgoth's Review, who talks about that very thing. If I were writing Roswell Rising, a novel of disclosure, available at all good bookshops now, priced £10, I would write it slightly differently today. The scene in the like chapter 4 and 5, when after disclosure happens, would be slightly different.
Secuencia ordenada a nuestros destinos. Sin ellos, la aviación sería un caos. Los controladores aéreos también viven experiencias de avistamientos, objetos, fenómenos anómalos en sus pantallas, además de recibir de manera verbal muchos reportes de los pilotos. Esto lo dirá con más detalle una persona muy importante del centro de control que nos acompaña el día de hoy. Los pilotos estamos agradecidos, junto con los controladores, por haber sido tomados en cuenta en esta audiencia, que escuchara nuestro testimonio y punto de vista. Para nosotros como asociación es muy alentador saber que al fin se está considerando hacer enmiendas de manera formal, bajo las leyes organizadas, la existencia del fenómeno anómalo no identificado, y que el fenómeno podría al fin tener reconocimiento en las leyes de protección del espacio aéreo mexicano. Los que investigamos el cosmos sabemos que tiene que haber mucha vida en el universo, una diversidad de vida inmensurable.
¿Qué diablos está pasando? Estos objetos se mueven por todos lados. Los tenemos en radar, los están reportando. ¿Qué es? ¿Qué hacemos? Enrique Colbert.
All right, this is the physicist guy. Anyway, guys, how are you getting on in the live chat? Yes, we have here. Let's just go back up here. Just don't want to miss any. What's this? Where's I'm a Shed? Oh, Hamish Shed. I think you mean Crafty. He's not there. He's not there. He's pretty old actually. Hamish Shed. I'm a Shed. Stephen, it's a slow build-up to blaming the ET, so they can brainwash humans to hate the ETs who want to help us. Maybe that's what Independence Day was all about. Is Crafty Nice? Is Fanny Spanish for spaceship? I don't know, and I better, if I ever go on a Spanish dating site, I better learn that beforehand. I say ET's not aliens. The aliens are part of the demonic satanic agenda. Oh yeah, we're talking. This is somewhere where I disagree with people like Spiridon Bailey. If you read my article in UFO Truth, because he sees them basically as the same thing. George Nuri was in the back of Grush. Was he? Oh dear. Well, that's their business. New comments. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Oh, thank you, Diego Rivera. Fanny, the Spanish acronym for a usually now termed unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP. But they already have one, OVNI. Because, of course, we were bloody... David Splendid Isolation was listing all the different OVNI. It's all the Western Romance languages have the term OVNI, which is a acronym for whatever it stands for. Now they have to replace it with Fanny. That's very confusing, especially if you speak English. Hey, Sweeps! How are you, Sweeps? Sweeps Foxman 27. Apologies. So late, my sister-in-law on Zoom betting married. Oh, right. Well, congratulations, Sweeps. Hats off, indeed. Well, I won't take mine off because I've got a bald head. But nice you're here, Sweeps. Good of you to join us, mate. Hope you're doing all right. But thanks for letting us know exactly what Fanny means, Diego Rivera, because it was starting to give me a bit of a complex. I think this is the physicist. This guy's a physicist. I think this guy's Brazilian. I don't know. Whoops. Yeah, he's a Brazilian.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Voy a tratar de ser breve y explícito. Espero lograrlo. Le agradezco a todos que me escuchen y.
Hold on a second. I'm going to check out because I've got in my notes exactly who he is. No, he's an air traffic controller. Sorry, he's the physicist is coming later. Yeah, there's a guy there who's a physicist guy coming. There's also a French guy as well. Some French people coming. Okay, so here we go.
sobre todo que pongan atención a este tema que es muy importante. Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Enrique Colbeck Vergara, soy piloto comercial y controlador de tránsito aéreo radar aeropuerto. Actualmente me desempeño como controlador radar Ruta México en el aeropuerto Benito Juárez de la Ciudad de México. Soy controlador desde hace 48 años, habiendo trabajado en más de 10 aeropuertos de la República Mexicana. Estoy aquí para testimoniar la peligrosa existencia de este fenómeno, que no es un mito, no es una leyenda o cuento inventado, es un hecho.
I suppose it would be dangerous if you were, if you're in charge of airways and there's something there it shouldn't be. If a private plane, for example, strays into an airway, they sometimes get the Air Force to kick them out, and air traffic control has to warn the pilots. So yeah, but what if it's not? What if it comes from somewhere more exotic?
Nacionales que la rigen. Este fenómeno no hace distingos o evita nuestras operaciones aeronáuticas, simplemente la ignora, invadiendo peligrosamente espacios aéreos exclusivos para ascensos, descensos, aproximaciones y rutas de nuestro país. Es ahí precisamente donde se compromete altamente la seguridad de las operaciones aeronáuticas y por eso es un peligro potencial. Este fenómeno se muestra con una tecnología muy superior y diferente a la desarrollada actualmente en el mundo. Aparentemente se conduce con voluntad, con una navegación determinada. Aparece y desaparece súbitamente, maniobra y navega diferente a lo conocido. Al invadir espacios aéreos, esto es muy importante, violenta leyes y reglamentos, sea lo que fuere, lo que esté formando este fenómeno y lo mantenga en presencia en nuestro espacio aéreo, compromete a las autoridades aeronáuticas, a las civiles y a las militares cuando invade ese espacio aéreo. Y la soberanía.
Come on, pedal hard.
Estoy aquí para trabajo. Me ha tocado ser testigo involuntario de este fenómeno y su interacción con la aviación en mi país. Por obviedad del tiempo, voy a permitirme nada más citar 4 ejemplos de lo dicho anteriormente y del peligro que implica. Para mantener el orden y expedita y sobre todo segura la aviación de nuestro país, dentro de los parámetros reglamentarios nacionales e internacionales que la rigen. Este fenómeno no hace distingos o evita nuestras operaciones aeronáuticas, simplemente la ignora, invadiendo peligrosamente espacios aéreos exclusivos para...
Go on. Oh, what's happening now? Oh, there's a problem on their side, not on ours. Right. It's actually a problem with the stream.
Y esta tuvo que se obligó a cambiar su plan de vuelo y descender en Mazatlán por emergencia, precisamente por la presencia y la cercanía de este objeto.
I think Christina.
Lo peor del caso es que este fenómeno.
I think Christina's streaming it from the website rather. You see, it's actually from Canal de Congreso. It's not YouTube. It's something else. That's where the original is.
Y había ya en tierra los pilotos, uno de la extinta mexicana y este vuelo privado, aterrizaron y ahí hicieron su reporte de este tema. Evidentemente las autoridades deberían tener informe de esto. El segundo, el que voy a referir, es también muy serio. A mí me tocó estar presente en ese momento. Yo trabajaba en la noche. Este es el caso de Aeroméxico, el 28 de julio de 1994 a las 22:30 de la noche más o menos, en donde una aeronave de vuelo doméstico que venía de Guadalajara a la Ciudad de México pasaba por mi control y en nuestra señal radar, cosa que después explicaré si alguien lo desea. Tenemos 2 formas de conceptuar la detección radar. En estos 2 objetos que se acercaron a la aeronave fueron de eco primario. No les dimos importancia porque no teníamos tráfico en esa área donde esta aeronave estaba volando. Pasa al siguiente control. Yo me voy a descansar y en ese momento esta aeronave recibe un impacto en el tren principal en la pierna derecha, en el viraje a las pistas 5, ahí en el World Trade Center. Pero lo curioso de esto es que 30 minutos antes habíamos recibido llamadas de gente de la aeronáutica, porque los teléfonos son específicos, de que un objeto estaba sobrevolando en forma estática el World Trade Center y que las aeronaves que pasaban por ahí le pasaban muy cerca. Cosa que nosotros no teníamos información, no vimos nunca nada en el radar y por desgracia pasó esto. Eso fue lo que me hizo a mí cambiar de inmediato mi forma de pensar, al darme cuenta en el peligro en que esta aeronave se encontró. Podía haberse ido a tierra justamente ahí en la calle de Insurgentes, una de las más importantes de nuestro país, y esto hubiera sido un caos. Y por supuesto, vulnerables quedaban los pilotos y los controladores en ese nivel para entonces, en esas fechas. El tercer caso...
Stephen's right. There's no UFO T-shirts or anything there. I think they're all accredited press people. I don't know if there's any like MPs there.
Hubo una interferencia ilícita, eso es un delito federal de este fenómeno que
Jaime, get out
apareció en la cabecera de las pistas.
Look at Jaime lurking there.
De una aeronave, un 727 de una aerolínea en aquel entonces, ya está extinta. El piloto, el controlador se dieron cuenta que en la cabecera de la pista había objetos metálicos de apariencia metálica muy grandes, más o menos entre 20 metros de diámetro, que subían y bajaban en forma lenta y no eran uno, eran 15 o 20 y evidentemente la aeronave no podía despegar. Eso causó un problema serio. Las autoridades de ese momento subieron las aeronáuticas. Hubo testimonio de los compañeros del CREI, que son los bomberos, que estaban...
So there are ovnis there. No, they're called fannies now. There are fannies flying all over the place. Oh my God.
Al respecto, esto también lo deben de tener las autoridades aeronáuticas. Se impidió por 15 minutos el despegue de una aeronave. Esto es un delito. Sin embargo, fue por precaución. Toda la gente se
that's great.
envuelta.
I'm sorry. Imagine phoning your relatives and saying, I'm sorry, my flight was delayed. Oh, why is that? Oh, aliens were flying above the airport. Yeah.
Aeronave, y yo que trabajaba en el centro de control en ese momento, entrando al turno en la tarde, un compañero recibe a esa aeronave en su control.
Funny, someone I know just sent me a video actually of a helicopter flying. She filmed a helicopter from the ground, and you can see a UFO pass over above it, just like a little fuzzy blob, a bit like that, but sort of greyish black. Odd.
Tuve la oportunidad.
That reminds me of the one actually at remember the Platinum Jubilee, the Red Arrows. It reminds me of that one.
De cómo se involucraba el tránsito aéreo en este fenómeno con la defensa.
If any of you heard of Dr. Robert Shipe, SHIEPE, he's got it's called the Custodian File. It's a YouTube channel, very well worth sky watching. Brilliant sky watcher, very well worth watching that. Lots of videos like this.
Narcotráfico y pistas clandestinas. Estas personas con un equipo bastante sofisticado a bordo tienen detección radar y de un equipo que se llama FLIR y que permite observar el calor que producen algunos aparatos para determinarlos, porque no había contacto visual con estas aeronaves. Este fenómeno pasa por el Golfo, se dirige al este, intercepta al avión, lo rodea y finalmente lo abandona. Lo que ustedes vieron es parte de la grabación, dura más o menos 30 minutos, pero esto puso en peligro a esta tripulación y no sabemos cómo reacciona este fenómeno. Hay peligro. Así que nada más me queda decirles que Hay que poner mucha atención al respecto. Agradezco muchísimo que se dé esta oportunidad para que la gente en general, pero por supuesto las partes de gobierno que estén involucradas, porque sí están, pongan atención seria al respecto, y me refiero con seria en lo más alto del concepto que permita ayudar a que los pilotos y los controladores y quien esté involucrado tengan la facultad y tengan los elementos para poder o evadir el fenómeno o poder vivir con él, como hacemos con las demás meteoros que ocurren en nuestro país, en nuestra atmósfera. Y porque cuando un controlador o un piloto se encuentra en un impasse, no existe una forma de cómo reaccionar y además qué seguir, a quién reportar y además qué hacer. Eso es muy serio. Les agradezco muchísimo su atención y que Dios bendiga.
Oh, nice. That's a interesting point, isn't it? Because it deals with the practical side of things. The practical side says that things like air traffic control would literally be a profession in whose vested interests, just like defense, just like aerospace defense, in whose vested interests it would be to acknowledge this happens, that this phenomenon exists. So how are you guys getting on in here in chat? Okay, so we have Richard Kinzet. Hello, how do you do? Some say football stadiums to opposing fans. You all talk funny over there. Well, you know, there was a in Italy, in Florence, there was a sighting above the football stadium for Fiorentina's place. O'Hare Airport, yeah, that's right. Stephen says football stadiums create energy. They do, a lot of passion in them, yeah. Power stations and power lines, yeah. Maybe that's something to do with the West. The Westall incident has like a big pylon above it, yeah. Steve Sweeps, did we somehow deviate from the Mexican ET body finds? Seems we're now only looking at UFO history stuff, nothing to do with the live stream subject. Now we're coming on to that, Sweeps, but I decided I would go through the entire hearing because I didn't want what happened earlier to be overshadowed by the Mexican ET body finds, because a lot of people are complaining about that. I think even if it turns out the bodies are real, I think that's a valid point. Jaime's Mexico's Noel Edmonds. Oh my God. Ben, I believe the World Trade Center is an energy portal. I've seen the video clips in the background area. The Twin Towers used to be. Could be, Stephen, yeah. The sky's full of fannies. The Mexican aliens came out of, yeah. I'm sure we can think of loads of puns, can't we, Diego Rivera? Anyway, let's get on with it. Oops, not that one. This one.
Ahora vamos a presentar a Andrea Pérez Simondini, quien es directora del Sephora en Argentina y que viene también en representación de pilotos de la Argentina de la organización ALAS. Adelante, por favor.
Bueno, vengo de Argentina.
All right, yeah, this lady, I think if this is who I think it is, she's an ISA. Yes, she is. She was at the big meeting, the big Zoom meeting which launched ISA with Dave Hodrian and Gary Hazeltine. She can't speak English, but she had someone to translate it for her.
Aprovechando y agradeciendo al diputado Luna, a Jaime y al Congreso que nos dé esta posibilidad de expresarnos. Son muchos los informes de incidentes que describen recientes avistamientos de ovnis por parte de pilotos y personal de torre de control en el espacio aéreo controlado de la Argentina y de Latinoamérica, que transmiten las serias preocupaciones que tienen los aviadores sobre posibles colisiones con objetos desconocidos. También son muchas las denuncias de fenómenos acontecidos en ríos, mares, lagunas, que en su desplazamiento reúnen capacidades transmedias que hoy es uno de los factores extraordinarios, que accionan entrando y saliendo de las aguas para perderse en el espacio profundo. Los encuentros aéreos no resueltos de los ahora llamados FANI, fenómenos aéreos no identificados o UAP en su sigla inglés, se presentan como informes de incidentes ante el Sistema de Informes de Seguridad de la Aviación, la ASRS de la NASA, y describen eventos en el espacio aéreo de Estados Unidos que resaltan las preocupaciones actuales de seguridad sobre el origen de esos eventos. También esas mismas preocupaciones se dan en nuestros países de Latinoamérica, que tienen una rica casuística donde pilotos y controladores todo el tiempo se vienen enfrentando a estos misterios que requieren ser abordados. Existe la necesidad de disponer de un sistema de informe formal en donde los pilotos, técnicos, operadores de torre, comunicaciones, personal de pista, personal operativo de ríos, mares, laguna, personal militar, civil, que enfrentan estas experiencias, puedan, directa o indirectamente, en su vinculación de la experiencia, dar información de estos eventos sin ser hostigados, sin ser amenazados y sin ser evadidos a la hora de renovarles brevetes, exámenes psicológicos y todo este tipo de situaciones que los ponen en funciones. América Latina, para el espacio seguro, ALAS, pretende ser un ámbito en donde se puede informar sobre incidentes FANI o UAP y los posibles problemas de seguridad relacionados con ellos. En Argentina existe una entidad dependiente de la Secretaría General de la Fuerza Aérea Argentina, la CIAE, que ha cambiado de nombre, es el Centro de Identificación Aeroespacial, que ante las denuncias, y escuchen bien esto, solo toma para el estudio eventos que requieren fotografías o videos y termina desechando las experiencias del relato de los pilotos o personal técnico, personal ni hablar de la población civil. Hay pilotos que ante esta falta de interés oficial sobre sus experiencias han expresado su frustración por no saber dónde poder informar satisfactoriamente sus avistamientos y se han acercado a Cefora, que es la comisión que presido, y ahora a ALAS, por la seguridad que da un piloto con la experiencia de Pablo Ducó, para ahondar objetivamente esas experiencias. Entendemos que existe un modelo lanzado en Estados Unidos dirigido por Ryan Graves, American for Safe Airspace, una organización civil vinculada a la defensa que tiene como misión recabar estas denuncias e investigar estos encuentros con FANIs o UAP e informar directamente a la ARO, la comisión que hoy estudia todos los medios, la oficina dependiente del Pentágono, para que estos eventos puedan ser profundizados. Cuando un piloto reporta un incidente que pudiera ser detectado por radar, sin poder identificar su origen, sin poder establecer contacto y comunicación de ningún tipo, se convierte en un problema, porque hay riesgo de posible colisión en aire. Esto permite evocar dos nociones ligadas a la seguridad aeroespacial. Por un lado, las dificultades en las operaciones de tránsito aéreo, que bien dijeron acá los colegas, y por otro, un problema de soberanía ante la incertidumbre que genera un tráfico desconocido y su intencionalidad sobre el vuelo en territorio de cada uno de nuestros países. Por otro lado, si los pilotos reportan incidentes que no tienen lectura de radar, la necesidad de contar con mayor detalle posible al informe visual se convierte en fundamental y determinante, dado que al no tener comunicación con la aeronave y no ser consciente de su presencia, el manejo de los datos es estratégico para el manejo de la situación. Los informes enviados a ALA serán tratados en confidencialidad, manteniendo la identidad del testigo bajo reserva para que no se vea comprometida su integridad y de esa manera no quedar expuesto a represalias.
This is it's a bit more reinventing the wheel, though, isn't it? You know, we need a good reporting database so we can gather lots of information, but in a sense we have enough information to act. This is the difference in ufology and exopolitics. Ufology is saying, well, what are UFOs? It's a scientific study of the UFO phenomena. Exopolitics is well, some of them are ET. Now, what are we going to do about it? And exopolitics interests me more than ufology these days.
El caso Bariloche del 31 de julio del 95, donde Jorge Polanco, en una maniobra de escape, es anticipada esa maniobra por el fenómeno y eso pudiera haber ocasionado una situación peligrosa en la operación de tránsito aéreo. Y un evento que se dio el 2 de noviembre de 1972, que intervino un vuelo de práctica de Gendarmería Nacional, el piloto, ante la orden de ir a identificar el fenómeno, es avanzado por ese fenómeno y lo obligó a hacer un tirabuzón de 600 metros en picada. Esto es una clara muestra de por qué es importante estudiar estos fenómenos. Estos objetos aparecen repentinamente y parecen estar flotando sin mostrar ningún signo de movimiento, generando observables que nosotros tomamos como categoría diferencial no replicable en tecnología terrestre, como velocidades hipersónicas arriba de 30.000, 40.000 kilómetros por hora, vuelo antigravedad, venir a esa velocidad, pararse a punto cero y cambiar abruptamente de dirección. Y lo que ha cambiado el paradigma de estos estudios, que es el vuelo transmedio, la capacidad de estos fenómenos de meterse en el agua, salir, volar en nuestra atmósfera y salirse de nuestra atmósfera para perderse fuera de ella. Estamos ante el descubrimiento más importante de la humanidad. Latinoamérica posee casos extraordinarios. Esos casos definen tecnología no replicable y creemos que es el momento de afrontar. Es el momento, es ahora, porque ahora tenemos la oportunidad de saber. Y todo depende de que nos unamos para que esto se lleve a todos los países de nuestra región en principio y de todo el mundo. Muchas gracias y esperemos que se replique en Argentina el próximo año. Gracias.
Oh, well, that's another one. How's people getting on? How are you getting on in chat, guys? How's it all going? We have here. Rumperos for all, says Tessa. All the oceans. All right, well, that'd be USOs, yeah. Seems a lot more of this Mexican Congress talks than just the revelation about the Peruvian alien mummies. Well, it is. That's coming up. Don't worry. We're coming to that later. I just didn't want to upstage these other speakers. Hello, Keith. How you doing? Good evening. This has a feeling of a stage show. Well, it is kind of, yeah. Her accent is awesome. No idea what she's banging on about, though. Well, if there's the captions, I don't know if you can see them, Crafty. Just she has a different accent to the others because she's from Argentina. Ryan, yeah, we're going to come on to Ryan Graves, David, yeah, because he was disappointed, very. Yeah. It's all put for the... No, I don't think so. I don't think that's actually true, Stephen. We'll come through it. I'll come to that later. Love it, says Crafty. Me too. Thanks, Crafty. Okay, here we go. Let's go get on with it.
Sí, ahora le vamos a pedir al honorable congresista de la Cámara de Representantes de Japón, Yoshiharu Asakawa.
How many congressmen are there, though? How congress people are there?
Experiencia, él fue testigo de un avistamiento y él ha sido un congresista que ha estado tratando de empujar en Japón, pues a esta realidad, especialmente en el Congreso. Adelante.
Forward. That's good. I like what he says, forward. This guy's a politician, I believe. I think he's an elected representative in Japan. He'll be translated, obviously.
皆さん、こんにちは。日本の横浜から参りました。衆議院議員の浅川義治と申します。
Oh, no one can translate him, then.
今日はこの権威であるメキシコの下院議会、公聴会の陳述人としてお招きをいただきました。大変光栄に思っております。
So this is the only translation they're getting now.
議長、副議長をはじめ、
There's no narration.
各議員、そして関係者の皆様、そして これまでジャーナリストとして信念を貫かれてこられました。
All right, guys, I'm going to keep this playing, and I just need to get off. I'm going to take a little break. Back in a couple of minutes.
10日の日に、メキシコに参りました。このメキシコに来て、2つ知りました。1つは皆さん本当に明るくていい方です。タクシーの運転手。
Un momento, por favor.
OK ですか。一つは皆さん本当に明るく朗らかでいい方で親切でした。そして2つ目は食事がどれもこれも美味しくて、日本でタコスというと硬いチップを思い浮かべるんですが、ここメキシコに来てタコスというのは柔らかいものもあるということを知りました。そしてほんのちょっと残念だったのは酸素が薄くて少し歩いただけでも息が切れてしまうということです。私は衆議院議員として1年半ほど
Nosotros en nuestro Congreso, por un año y medio, estoy haciendo preguntas en el Congreso sobre UAP, ¿no? ¿Sí? El día de hoy, voy a hablar cambiando a lo que es OVNI. Y cuando yo estaba hablando en nuestro Congreso sobre lo que es OVNI, en caso de que son, digamos, vuelos que son espías de otros países, ¿qué pasaría? Sería un problema de seguridad nacional. Esta fotografía es cuando yo estaba haciendo la pregunta en nuestro Congreso. Quien está parado soy yo. La siguiente diapositiva. Ha venido el director Nelson de NASA en nuestro Congreso. Hemos hecho también preguntas sobre UAP.
Bill Nelson. Oh, dearie me, what an embarrassing selfie that is.
Va a responder que
Yeah, that's a very embarrassing selfie. I wouldn't publish that around.
Yo era, bueno, aficionado a todo lo que es cosmografía, de la parte de astrofísica. Ahora tengo 55 años. Desde que era niño, el señor Yaoi Junichi siempre hacía programas sobre UFO o OVNI. Y cuando yo estaba en la secundaria, he avistado claramente por primera vez el OVNI en Yokohama, Takahune-dai, que es frente a la casa donde vivía. Me di cuenta que hacia el este en el espacio había un objeto que estaba flotando. Era un objeto no regular.
According to that, NASA, was it NASA? What press conference was it? Apparently, Japan is like a hotspot for UFO sightings. Can't remember where I heard that.
Aparentemente. Y prácticamente estaba inmóvil. Y les invité a nuestros vecinos y padres para que lo vieran también. Y este objeto negro se separó en 4 objetos. Y se fueron a direcciones diferentes. A pesar de que pienso, no era ni helicóptero, ni tampoco globo, ni avión. Y lo que más me extrañó es que después de que se puso el sol, este objeto no reflejaba nada de lo que es el sol poniente. Y después el tema de UFO, yo estaba convencido de que es un problema político. Muchas veces en 1986, en octubre, muchos de ustedes quizás saben que en Japón, Nikko Zambuki, este encuentro cercano con OVNI, pero en Japón, bueno, se concluyó que era, ¿cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se llama la estrella? Venus. Pero pudo haber no sido. Yo pensé que muchas veces esas informaciones pueden ser manipuladas. Y ahorita estoy también pensando de una manera científica. Sin embargo, yo considero que los ovnis son, por supuesto, naves que vino desde espacios extraterrestres y que trae alguna inteligencia que no es.
Well, how does that go down with his electorate? Wouldn't bother me. I'd love to have an MP who's sort of on our side with these things. I really would.
Posibilidad no es cero, por supuesto. Sin embargo, que estos ovnis que sean como vehículos para los extraterrestres, ¿verdad? No puedo hacer ese tipo de preguntas en el Congreso. Sin embargo, en Estados Unidos se realizó la audiencia pública en el Congreso y que el señor David había hecho, digamos, testimonios, ¿verdad?, de que avistaron UFOs. Y que también vieron, ¿verdad?, las posibilidades y que han habido restos, etc. Ese tipo de temas no podemos tocar en el Congreso en Japón. Nosotros yo traté de hacer esas preguntas. Sin embargo, este problema de UAP, existen 4 problemas principales. Uno de ellos, lo que dije anteriormente, es problema de seguridad nacional o problema de seguridad aeroespacial. Y también lo que es la transparencia en informaciones. Y también la tercera sería como un tema de investigación a futuro. Y el cuarto es problema de derecho humano. Al hablar por OVNI, muchas veces en Japón como que le apartan del grupo. Ese es el problema. Por eso, el primer tema en Japón, nosotros en Japón tenemos que ampliar, ¿verdad?, la fuerza de autodefensa aérea de Japón, y estamos considerando por 4 años, algo así. Sin embargo, considero que esa investigación debe ser por 10 o una década o 2 décadas. Eso es lo que siempre estoy recomendando. En Japón estamos considerando también la posibilidad de que si fuera esos armamentos avanzados, ¿qué podría ser? Y también nosotros tenemos una asociación, ¿verdad?, con Estados Unidos sobre seguridad. Y en Estados Unidos, muy recientemente dijo que es como unos puntos, digamos, candentes, porque sobre Japón existe mucha presencia de ovnis. Sin embargo, el gobierno de Japón no hace la información de transparencia sobre ese tema, porque en Japón considera que si no hay una amenaza real, no hace falta ese tipo de publicaciones. Pero considero que este tipo de, digamos, información que se está aperturando sobre UAP es muy bueno. ¿Por qué? Porque la democracia debe tener esa libertad de expresión y libertad de informaciones, de acceso a informaciones. En los congresos de Estados Unidos y también de de México habrán tocado esos temas. Sin embargo, me gustaría hacer este tipo de información más abierta. En Japón, el Ministerio de Ciencia y de Cultura de Japón hice una pregunta y sin embargo ellos consideraron, me respondieron que no han podido confirmar otros objetos no identificados que están flotando en el espacio. Sin embargo, en Japón se ha considerado el principio sobre lo que es la gravedad. En Estados Unidos también están haciendo la apertura de información. Sin embargo, el gobierno de Japón no, porque los principios que es contrario a lo que es la gravedad, no lo quieren divulgar. En la defensa de Estados Unidos existe una institución de investigación y están haciendo investigaciones sobre lo que es lo contrario a la gravedad. En caso de que la humanidad podamos hacer movimientos, ¿verdad?, que es contrario a la gravedad,
anti-gravity,
un principio, en caso de que haya eso, ¿por qué es algo secreto? Eso me pregunto yo. Y la
on that subject, there's one person who is notably absent from the proceedings, and that is, of course, that very humble country doctor from North Carolina. Where is he, I wonder? I think he's against this sort of thing because he doesn't like. He thinks, well, this is not all about me. I want to go to an event that's all about me.
Jóvenes prohibieron por algún tiempo su vuelo, etcétera. Entonces es un problema para ellos para poder, digamos, expresar libremente. Y yo mismo también, muchas veces cuando hablo de esos fenómenos sobre OVNI, muchas veces me apartaron del grupo. Yo creo que también tuvieron problemas los presentes aquí, porque este problema de OVNI tiene que tener una relación muy cercana con lo que es la apertura de informaciones. Por supuesto, desde lo que es la seguridad nacional o la defensa nacional, considero que es importante recolectar estas informaciones de UAP, incluso del partido que pertenezco, que Nihon no Ishin no Kai, y otros partidos como política no están teniendo este tema como asunto importante. Por eso mismo, yo mismo, para poder digamos, ir abordando este tema para contestar o tener alguna respuesta sobre lo supuesto que no es lo supuesto. Eso es lo que estoy convencido. Y en el futuro también trabajaré en este tema. En Japón, en el Congreso, el señor Yamato, que es de Defensa Nacional, dijo lo siguiente: el registro de UAP, que exista o no en la Defensa Nacional, la capacidad de de nuestra recolección de informaciones, no podemos aclarar eso. Por eso no podemos divulgar. Por eso, sin embargo, hay que divulgar esas informaciones y explicar debidamente al pueblo o a la ciudadanía de Japón. Y para eso,
let Japan be the disclosure nation. That's fine with me. I don't care which one it is. So go for it, I say. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what this process needs. Actually, it needs the monopoly of the US needs to be broken. Well, the monopoly doesn't even exist, but they think exists. And in that way, a bit of healthy competition will probably cause an acceleration. I hope so, anyway.
Pero que en un futuro cercano podría haber la apertura de informaciones sobre estos fenómenos no identificables en el espacio. El día de hoy, en esta audiencia pública en México, desde ayer, muchas personas que están aquí presentes, que son expositores, estoy haciendo, digamos, intercambiando opiniones, etcétera. Considero que este tema que estamos tratando el día de hoy es un tema global y debemos profundizar. Estoy esperando que México sea realmente pionero en este tema en el futuro. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
All right, yeah, that's old. That's the Japanese guy. How you guys getting on? You all right? Let's have a look here. Where are we going? How many got to? Oh, yes. Sweep says, it's not my fault they're all regurgitating known UFO histories and playing. It's my turn to bore those who already know this. Always hanging in con todo, and there's something. Thumbs up. Well, cheers, Sweeps. I just didn't. There's actually some interesting information here. I know it's a lot of it is reinventing the wheel, like I said, especially with that Argentine lady. But it's still, this is still an important historical event, and I'm going to cover it. And I'm going to cover it in its entirety. I didn't originally plan to. I originally just planned to skip forward to the bit with the aliens, or whatever they are. But anyway, I decided to show the whole thing. The small size of these aliens means they could easily fit into the fannies. That's right. That's right. This is gonna be like the Uranus jokes, isn't it? There's gonna be like so many of them. I don't think the thing is maybe these Mexicans should have just looked. They must realize that a lot of English-speaking people are going to be interested in this event, and maybe they should have looked up exactly what fanny means in English. But of course, they'll have looked at what it means in American English, which is different to British English. I think a fanny in America means your bottom. It's the other side. But they use a different. I think when they want the nickname for the vagina in the United States, I think it's just say pussy. I think they just say pussy. I mean, obviously, cunt is rude, but just a mild nickname is just pussy, as we say fanny. So yeah, bring on the jokes, guys. It's funny how the so-called differences can be united when you wave these dollars around, and all of a sudden, when it's needed, everyone turns up in grey suits and likes to sound important when they're told to. Are you implying, Stephen, there's some kind of ulterior motive to what's going on here? Is it? Sorry to spoil your illusions, but I don't trust any of it. Well, Stephen, you're not completely spoiling my illusions. I am aware of that possibility. I am, but I'm not going to accept it as certainty. Don't forget, says Crafty, we were told the world would come together with an alien threat. As Ronnie, yes, exactly. Yeah. Fanny seen all over the world, yeah. A one world order. Hello, nothing as it seems. How you doing? Well, this is a possibility, isn't it? It is a possibility. USO hotspot Mariana Trench. Well, it's certainly deep enough there. And yes, as Snarnock says correctly, Puerto Rico, yes. Let's not talk about fannies and Mariana's Trench. I know there's one Mariana who's a fathomless abyss of lies and misinformation. Yeah. Wasn't the Peruvian PM Japanese back in the day? I don't know. They seem to be all colours of the rainbow now. We've got an Indian Prime Minister. Scotland has a Pakistani mayor or First Minister. So, yeah. Snarnock, I thought you were going to mention Nick Pope, Ben. Oh, you're the one who gets the fine. First person to mention that name owes me a $5. Oh, dear. No, just for once, we could avoid his royal popeness. The suits are coming to save us. Oh, welcome to the movie. Living in California nearly all my life, we have a lot of Espanol influence. That's right, you do. That's right. It's very Spanish speaking there, I believe. I know. The aliens committed harakiri. I hope not Diego Rivera, because that means ritual suicide. Wee fanny. I fancy some iron brew. All right, guys, let's carry on. Don't worry, the aliens are coming soon. I think there's about 2 more speakers, then the aliens are going to turn up.
Bueno, ahora vamos a presentar extraordinaria exposición, me parece a mí, del congresista de Japón, el señor Asakawa, que nos revela la situación y lo difícil que ha sido para él hablar de este tema y la necesidad que existe también en Japón de la apertura de la información para que las personas estén informadas. Ha llegado ya el tiempo de actuar diferente, de actuar con honestidad y verdad ante algo que está ocurriendo en los cielos, que no es paranormal, que no es extraordinario, son simplemente seres inteligentes que han llegado desde otros mundos. Ahora
I wouldn't call them people. And there are prime ministers, there are sort of paranormal things associated with them too.
Del Congreso de Brasil.
Oh, this is the Brazilian guy, yeah. He's a physicist, I think.
2022. Adelante, Ronnie.
This guy's, yeah, he's a scientist of some kind.
Honorable Mr. Sergio Gutierrez Luna, representatives, authorities, guests present, Mexican people. The first official record of anomalous phenomena in Brazil date back to 1560, when Father José de Anchieta...
Oh, and look, getting someone speaking English. In Brazil, of course, they speak Portuguese, not Spanish. But he's now decided to speak English.
The ladder of São Vicente.
This is actually the first time I've seen this all the way through.
To describe the nature of the country recently discovered by the Portuguese. In the letter, Anchieta talks about beings from the forest called culupiras, beings from the rivers called ipupiaras, and luminous phenomena called boitatá. All of these phenomena would be responsible for persecuting, injuring, and even causing death to indigenous people. Inexplicable facts that the occult.
Oh no! All right! Oh no! They now have the person talking over them. I can't hear what he's.
Como lo podemos ver hoy aquí. Desde todos estos años se han visto varios casos.
So this is inaudible. See if it gets better.
Se produjeron aproximadamente 2,000 páginas de documentos, 400 fotografías, 16 horas de video.
Sorry about that, guys, but there was 2 different translators talking over each other.
77, cuando empezaron a verse los contactos y cuando toda esta información se volvió
I can't hear this person. Can anyone else hear this person?
Y después de esta operación, en abril de 1978, el secretario de Aeronáutica Macedo recomendó la creación de una base de datos confidencial de OVNIs. En junio de 1978, personal civil y del ejército vieron un fenómeno que se registró en una estación de radar y de telecomunicación cerca de Brasilia. Se escucharon ruidos, sombras de formas. Se vieron en la sombra, empezaron a llegar tierras, empezaron a llegar golpes a los techos y se vieron todos estos luces, y esto se vio en el radar. Hubo tiros de rifle que el ejército lanzó a la vegetación y que lo que pensaban iba a estar en contra o que se iba a estar dirigiendo a los ovnis. Se decidió interrumpir los disparos porque ellos tenían otra tecnología superior y no sabíamos cuál pudiera ser la reacción. En 1900, después fue invadido el espacio aéreo. Ahí también se vio la presencia de estos ovnis en instalaciones militares y todo esto empezó a ser...
Hey guys, I can't understand. I can't read. These captions aren't making a lot of sense. I think the auto translate that just creates these captions is having trouble listening to this woman, the translator speaking.
Por la Fuerza Aérea.
I'm going to go forward a little bit.
Vio no nada más estas luces, sino formas esféricas
y que además parecían como estructuras de hierro, y cómo habían cambiado la dirección y que se movían como pelotas de ping pong en el cielo. En el año 2020, una autoridad del gobierno brasileño dijo que más lo que se hizo en el...
Sorry about that, guys. It wasn't really possible to listen to what that person was saying because it wasn't creating proper captions. Anyway, how are you guys getting on? You all right? Our sweep says, Ben, the word fanny in American jargon slang simply means your bottom side. Nothing to do with vagina, just your ass. Yeah, I gathered that, sweep, because I had a few conversations with Americans where this did come up. Also, I know that if you say you're pissed, it means something different as well, because in here it means you're drunk, but in America it means you're angry. What's this? Hang on, Hugo. I'm confused. Are my posts coming up? Anyone please respond? I'm not sure if my posts are appearing, please. How many spliffs have you had, Hugo? I can read them. Our Sweeps says the same thing. Right, yeah, okay. Oh, thanks, Sweeps. Sweeps is checking Hugo's posts. Hello, Jeff Sperry. Welcome to Planet Woo. Gorge, yeah. You're in the right place, mate. I feel a headache coming. That's right. I'm going to move on from that speaker there. All right. When do the little papier-mâché guys get a mention? Very soon. In fact, let me just look at my notes. I think that's the last speaker. No, there's a French guy called Michael Vaillant who's obviously come to fix your boiler. But or maybe I think there's one more. We'll see if the translation gets any better. Nothing says I know more Portuguese than Spanish from working with the motor route newspapers back in the 90s. I was the jefe. All right. I think that means boss, doesn't it? Anyway, guys, we'll carry on. I think there's a French guy, and then the little papier-mâché dolls come on. Here, let's do it. Come on.
Senado de Brasil, es necesario tener una autoridad de investigación que esté compuesta de personas del ejército y civiles donde se centralice la compilación y el análisis de los datos de este fenómeno y que sea información transparente para la población. También recomiendo que se haga una reunión con representantes de México, Brasil y otros países para hablar del tema y que tenga nuestra humanidad.
Here comes Jaime. Get off the stage. No one can understand you.
Todos estos están disponibles.
Nice. The soundtrack seems to have completely gone.
Es realmente muy intenso lo que ha sucedido en Brasil. La cantidad de encuentros, de contactos con otros seres es verdaderamente abrumador. El caso de Varginha es uno de los más importantes.
Varginha, of course, yeah.
Seres.
You got to bring up Varginha when you're talking about Brazil.
Que los tienen en su posesión en Brasil, los den a conocer, porque sería una clara demostración de que todo esto es absolutamente cierto. Es decir,
I feel like you may have been better off just speaking Portuguese. I mean, I've heard, what's this? Oh, bugger off. All right, hang on. We're coming on to, I think, what's this next? Anyway, a surprise.
Vamos a llegar ahí. Pero antes vamos a escuchar a Michael Valiant, quien es un ex asesor. Él fue asesor del J-PAN.
Oh, this is this French guy, yeah.
Es una organización, quizá.
But you mentioned the surprise. There's a surprise coming. You know, I mean, I just wondered when Christina said this, maybe David Grush is going to come in as a surprise witness. But no, it wasn't exactly like that, though, was it?
Pues tenerlo aquí, pues es también un verdadero regalo. Michael Valiant, please.
Honorable Sergio Guterres Luna,
honorable Sergio Gutiérrez Luna, miembros del Congreso, damas y caballeros. Yo soy consultor independiente especializado en la búsqueda e investigación sobre los fenómenos anormales no identificados. Y estoy feliz hoy de poder compartir con ustedes la experiencia que viví en Francia. Durante mis 16 actividades más recientes tuve la oportunidad de trabajar para el GEPAN. El GEPAN es una unidad del Centro Nacional de Estudios Espaciales francés, especializados en la investigación sobre los fenómenos aeroespaciales no identificados. Desde 2007, dentro de este organismo contribuí en diferentes tareas, lanzamientos del primer sitio gubernamental abocado a
I think it's just doing the same thing. It's because they
software único en el mundo que integra una
yeah, the actual translator is not actually speaking clearly enough for the captions.
estudios para mejor. El GEPAN estudia, analiza, pero no hace investigación. Sin embargo, dispone de esta base. Y alguien debería utilizarla. Pero ¿quién?
Yeah, it's like kind of gibberish, isn't it? It's just coming through as gibberish.
Perdernos en debates estériles y seguir divididos acerca de interpretaciones que se contradicen. Sí, es decir, no implementando ningún proceso de análisis serio. O bien, la segunda alternativa, podemos mostrarle al mundo que estamos listos para trabajar conjuntamente a pesar de
esos cuerpos.
Oh, hang on, here we go. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back. We don't want to miss this, do we?
La posibilidad marcaría el inicio de una nueva era para la humanidad.
All right, guys, are you ready? Are you ready? Anyway, here we go. How are we getting on anyway, you guys? Right. Hugo says, thanks, I'm pissing myself. Fortunately, I got my drainage bag on. Keep it up, mate. Hugo, you don't have to tell us that. It's all right. Not that I mind. It's just, I'm pissed. Says nothing as it seems. Yeah. I was saying that guy, like, I know from someone like a Spanish people, Portuguese, they can understand a bit of Portuguese when it's spoken. Not very well, but they can understand it. It's a bit like listening to a strong Glaswegian. Something like that, or like apparently it's not the other way around. Portuguese people can't understand Spanish people. Crafty. Can we call them Morph? You remember Morph? Yeah, Tony Hart. Take Heart, wasn't it? Do you remember that? God, I'm showing my age. Hugo, I also know more Portuguese. Worked month off in Angola. My months off were in Brazil. Where haven't you been, Hugo? Honestly, where haven't you been? Japan, Ukraine, Angola. Oh, remind me, yeah. Inspector Clouseau. That's what I said, you fool. I am Inspector Clouseau. What you said? What? I know I said what. I shall say this only once. Making it up, she was going along. I think she could understand. But she's very indistinct on her microphone. The previous interpreter was much better. Anyway, guys, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. After 3.5 hours, this is where we get onto the aliens, and everyone in the chat box was going nuts. I've watched Christina. I've watched Christina's coverage. I mean, I don't want to put the chat on because you won't be able to see it so clearly, but you can go and watch it for yourself. Everyone says, "What's going on? What is it? What is it?" Everyone's really excited. So here we are.
Un momento que nos veríamos confrontados a un choque cultural inmenso y a una disrupción sin precedentes. El asunto fundamental que se plantea ahora es la siguiente: los gobiernos deben esperar de manera pasiva que este choque cultural llegue y explote. Tenemos dos opciones frente a nosotros. Podemos decidir cerrar los ojos, perdernos en debates estériles y seguir divididos acerca de interpretaciones que se contradicen. Sí, es decir, no implementando ningún proceso de análisis serio. O bien, la segunda alternativa, podemos mostrarle al mundo que estamos listos para trabajar conjuntamente
Give that plebiscite. Get that frog back where it belongs in the panel.
Es muy apto para desempeñar una función de mediador y de conector al ejecutar y comprender los intereses que se presentan. Actualmente no podemos anticipar el futuro donde la humanidad se conectará con otras civilizaciones, pero pragmáticamente, esperando este momento, hay que conocer a los fondos de nuestro trabajo de investigación y construcción en un espíritu de apertura, unidad y colaboración. Es nuestra decisión que podría definir nuestro futuro y nuestro destino.
Right, this is it.
Bueno, ahora vamos a ir a un punto más extraordinario. David Grush, el oficial de inteligencia que declaró ante los congresistas de los Estados Unidos que su país estaba en posesión de restos biológicos de entidades y que él sabía dónde estaban, que se lo dijo a los congresistas. Hasta el momento el Pentágono no ha aceptado liberar esta información y permitir a los congresistas ser testigos de estos restos biológicos. Aquí hoy vamos a presentar dos seres que fueron recuperados en Perú en una mina de diatomea. Son cuerpos desecados encontrados entre las ciudades de Palpa y de Nazca en 2017.
Why did I go to bed, man?
Que han sido investigados profundamente, tanto por investigadores, periodistas, como por científicos, que hoy aquí van a dar
Yeah, but they don't all agree on what they actually are. If these are the same bodies, I'll come on to that later because, you know, there's a big question mark over them.
Conocer algunas de sus extraordinarias conclusiones. Quiero llamar en primer lugar al investigador Joyce Mantilla, que ha investigado este tema desde el primer momento. ¿Ya se descubrieron? Vamos a descubrir en este momento esos cuerpos que, de acuerdo a los científicos que van a declararlo aquí, son seres no humanos, que no son parte de nuestra evolución terrestre y que después de desaparecer no hay una evolución posterior.
Now, I must admit, right, if someone had shown me these without all this ceremony, I would have thought they are just crude papier-mâché models. Now, that's not what they are, but doesn't mean they're real. That's what I thought they were, yeah.
Estos seres tienen alrededor de 1000 años de antigüedad, es decir,
Right, they're about 1,000 years old. That's what the carbon dating said.
En naves que son estrellamientos.
What's interesting, like so the Star Child skull. Several people mentioned the Star Child skull. That's about 900 years old. So from the same sort of basic era. Star Child skull was found further in a different place, though, northern Mexico. But that's a story in itself. Andrew Johnson has covered that in detail, but that has had DNA tests and various other medical tests that has confirmed that it is truly anomalous.
Sino son seres que estaban sepultados en minas de diatomea, tierra de diatomea. La diatomea es una alga fosilizada con 17 millones de antigüedad, es fitoplancton que abundaba en aquel tiempo y al desaparecer se fosilizó. Y la diatomea tiene características extraordinarias. Deseca a los cuerpos, no permite el crecimiento de bacterias ni de hongos. Por tanto, permitió preservar estos cuerpos por 1000 años desecados. No se trata de momias, se trata de cuerpos que están íntegros, completos, que no han sido manipulados en su interior y que tienen una serie de elementos que los hacen verdaderamente extraordinarios. Por favor, Joyce Mantilla, si quieres pasar por acá, por favor, adelante.
La sorpresa está por allá, el otro extremo de la sala. Sin embargo, quiero aprovechar para agradecer a esta mesa ilustre de invitados, al diputado Sergio, que nos ha traído hasta aquí. Y obviamente entiendo la posición de mis colegas, que en este momento están obviamente atraídos por la sorpresa que les hemos traído. Yo normalmente estoy en la posición de ellos.
Mantilla, I think this is the guy who sort of like he was a scientist that Jaime kind of appointed.
Público también que nos está siguiendo a través de las redes sociales y la transmisión del Congreso. Es mucha la información y el tiempo es corto, así que si me permiten vamos al grano con su permiso. Hemos escuchado aquí los valiosos reportes y los testimonios sobre la existencia de tecnologías no humanas en los cielos. Ya no se discute si son reales o no. A mí me toca demostrarles con ciencia y evidencias que las inteligencias no humanas no solo son algo contemporáneo. La número 2, por favor. Están aquí desde hace cientos de años y al menos 20...
He's getting hecklers.
Y al menos 20 de sus cadáveres fueron desenterrados de manera informal.
What are they saying to him? Are they shouting like fake or something like that? Or I wonder what they're saying.
Hay que comprenderla. Después van a tener tiempo de poder acercarse a hacer las tomas que corresponden.
They want to see them closer, I think.
Hay que comprender un poquito así somos los de incisivos y de pesados a veces los que hacemos imágenes, los que hacemos periodismo. Es nuestro trabajo. El público necesita saber, pero después van a tener oportunidad de poder ver las imágenes con calma, van a poder ir al lugar, no tienen que bajarse ahorita de ahí, después van a poder bajar, desplazarse cuando acabe. Falta poco, faltan 2 ponencias más y se van a dedicar a hacer las imágenes. Bueno, como les decía, estos cuerpos fueron desenterrados y se encontraron por lo menos 20 de sus cadáveres de manera informal, casi intactos, cerca de la...
That's the one known as Maria. That's not one on display, but that's one that was investigated by several people, including Barry Fitzgerald and Steve Mera, who I'll be talking about that later.
Las enigmáticas líneas de Nazca. Solo un paréntesis, yo no soy ufólogo. Desde los años 90 me formé en las filas del periodismo televisivo. He hecho cobertura política de sucesos, he sido cronista parlamentario, corresponsal aeronáutico y corresponsal en zona de guerra. Perdón. En principio los invito a no confiar del todo en lo que yo diga. Vamos a los hechos y a las evidencias. Es lo que importa. Lo importante es lo que podemos demostrar. Mi investigación periodística, la número 5, mi investigación periodística se basa en estudios académicos y científicos realizados en varios países y con el respaldo de algunos de los más prestigiosos laboratorios del mundo. Se han practicado análisis de biólogos, peritos forenses.
So what we've got here, this is where these institutions have helped carry out carrying out the scientific work on these bodies. Harrisburg University, Ingomet, Gentech, Lakehead, UNAM. Now UNAM, UNAM, it stands for the, I don't know what it is in Spanish, but I know it's the Autonomous National University of Mexico, right? That has completely disavowed. I'll go back to. I'll tell you what. I'll go back to the chat box. That has completely disavowed this entire project. They've actually said. That we're not having anything to do with this. They're saying that this is a private project of the individuals involved. They happen to work for us, but this has nothing to do with us. Let's go through your comments here. Oh, it's buffering. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else has had that, Stephen. It might be your connection. Wow, what they did when the Egyptians arrived? Shrink dried. Well, this wasn't deliberate creation of mummy. It wasn't mummification. They just kept these bodies in the mine, which preserved them. Nothing says. I can't see the closed captions on my phone, but I stay for the banter in the chat box. Oh dear, it's not ideal. More. There was one called Gillespie, wasn't there? And Chav. There was a Chad and Gillespie. I can't remember all the morph characters. Hello, Dr. Sai. I remember the Mexican government pulled a man dressed up as an alien not long ago. I remember that. Yeah, well, here we are again. The Mexican government is doing it again. I think that was Arizona, Dr. Sai. It was after the Phoenix lights in 1997. Mork and Mindy. Sweeps is reminding us again about the correct use of the word fanny. Yes. All right, let's carry on. But basically, UNAM, this at least one institution here says that this project's nothing to do with them. It's a completely private enterprise of the individuals involved. It's between them and Jaime, basically. St. Petersburg universities. I think that's not in Russia. biotech. I don't know all these institutions. Anyway, that's what they're claiming.
Criminalísticos, genetistas, biofísicos, radiólogos, microcirujanos y hasta ingenieros metalúrgicos. Ustedes dirán, ¿por qué ingenieros metalúrgicos según los cuerpos? Ahora lo van a saber. Se trata de un extraordinario hallazgo porque son cuerpos desecados que pertenecen a 2 especies desconocidas para la ciencia. Y lo afirmo con lo rotundo que puede ser una prueba de ADN y el análisis que se puede hacer ahora con la ciencia que hemos desarrollado. Son 2 especies que nunca se han visto y la información genética ya ha sido subida a Internet, a un repositorio científico, y las personas con capacidad de poder analizar esa información la pueden ver de manera libre. Pueden confirmar o no lo que decimos aquí.
Yeah.
En julio de 2017, antes de, que presentáramos juntos,
everyone is asking about is about peer review, because nothing has been peer reviewed, and I spoke to several people, and some of them have said this is because of the subject matter, because of the taboo over the subject matter. It's also to do with language. It's because it's all been done in Spanish. Now, I don't know how realistic that is, but that's what they're saying is the 2 reasons for the lack of peer review. I can well believe the former, the giggle factor, but language. I mean, it's so easy to get translations now. I don't think you can do it. You can get computers to do it. I don't think that'd be an issue.
Una conferencia de prensa en Lima. Algunos arqueólogos y otros profesionales que se hacen llamar de la comunidad científica denunciaron fraude, la fabricación de cuerpos con restos de otros animales y dijeron a la opinión
pública. I'm going to come on to that, the fabrication of the body with remains of other animals, because as other researchers have found that out, and quite a long time ago, actually, back in 2018.
Pública, que unos artesanos mutilaron las manos y los pies y les mutilaron las cuencas oculares y les recortaron las cuencas oculares a una momia real en un taller para darle apariencia alienígena. La prensa, obviamente, nuestros colegas, creyeron en ellos. ¿Por qué? Porque son los más importantes referentes de la arqueología quienes dijeron esto. Científicos encumbrados en sus carreras. Fueron los que dijeron esto. Entonces, pero ¿saben cuántos análisis, cuántas tomas de muestras, cuántos estudios hicieron esto?
That's Maria. This one that's found at Nazca, apparently. I can't read that. It's all too fuzzy.
Estos científicos y esta comunidad científica a estos cuerpos, antes de hacer su diagnóstico, 0. Nada. Ni siquiera fueron a conocerlas. Están hace 4 años en la Universidad de Ica y no van a conocerlas. Es como que los cuerpos estén aquí en la UNAM y se llenen la boca diciendo que es falso, y no vayan a la UNAM a averiguar verdaderamente de qué se trata. En la pantalla pueden ver al lado derecho algunos de los análisis que se han hecho de estos cuerpos, y al otro lado, en la columna vacía, el trabajo de los negacionistas, que básicamente ha sido hacer diagnósticos mirando lo que ven en su móvil o en su computadora, plácidamente sentados en sus casas o sus oficinas. Bueno, a estas afirmaciones sin sustento se sumaron algunos burócratas del Ministerio de Cultura de mi país, acá sería la Secretaría de Cultura, y a ellos se sumó también una lista de comunicadores que usaron sus medios de prensa y canales como trinchera para atacar este caso como un fraude. Mostraron unas artesanías rituales como las que ven ahí. Las que están con una X en blanco son piezas pequeñitas de 15 centímetros o 20 centímetros que acompañan el entierro.
Yeah, even Steve Mera said these ones were fake. I mean, when he first saw them, he said they were fake the moment he saw them, because they got no lungs or other internal organs or anything like that. We're going to go through two articles that he wrote actually in a minute.
Piezas rituales. Nosotros les hemos encontrado un fin ritual, como un tributo que los ancestros que enterraron estos cuerpos querían remedar, querían replicar, querían mostrar lo que ellos veían. La imagen de la derecha es uno de esos cuerpos que tienen ahí. O sea, similar, porque son varios. Acá hay 2 ejemplares. Entonces, quisieron confundir a la opinión pública, y miren la diferencia. La de arriba es una de las... Se llamó popularmente como...
No, confusing public opinion. I've got to say, we should go into this issue with the Roswell slides, because I'm not going to go into the entire history of the 2015 Roswell slide. It was embarrassing because it was handled. The whole thing was handled very badly, but there was at the end of the day, it turned out there was an anomaly with the body, but it was all forgotten in the massive amount of embarrassment, furore, anger, and sort of finger pointing that went on at the end of the Roswell slide situation, because you see the claim was that this was taken at an airbase. This was actually literally one of the Roswell aliens, and it was taken by this lady called Hilda Blair Ray at an airbase, at Roswell. It turns out it hadn't been taken there at all. It had been taken in 1947, but it hadn't been taken. It hadn't been taken at the airbase in Roswell. It had been taken at the $1 Million Museum. Also in New Mexico, it's something called the $1 Million Museum, and it had been taken by Hilda in 1947. But it was a museum exhibit, and then they later find the plaque. And the problem is the people behind the whole thing. Maybe because they were making money off it. It could have been something as simple and mercenary and avaricious as well. We're making a lot of money here. We're charging people 11 quid to watch our live stream, which I was stupid enough to pay for. But then, by that time there was just so much. Everyone just wanted to drop it like a hot potato and run. And so, because it turns out that it was actually a mummy from the Four Corners civilization. It was about 3,000 years old. It was a 4-year-old child, and it had been buried. And then eventually ended up in the museum. Someone found a second picture of the mummy from the 1990s, a much clearer one from the 1990s. And later on, the mummy was then buried under the Native American Graves Repatriation and Protection Act, like the Star Child skull, unfortunately. And so, but then once finally, when it had all died down and we could become rational again, people re-examined the original photographs that had been taken and been examined by the doctors that Jaime actually employed. It turned out there were anomalies with that body. It may well not have been a truly human body. It may well have been an extraterrestrial hybrid. The problem is, by then it had been buried, and under this particular act, you can't dig it up because it now has rights of sepulchre. If you go and dig the body up, you end up in jail. So, I mean, I don't know if this is going to go the same way, but it's easy to confuse, you see. It's easy to mix up fact and fiction. And that in events, it dulls the facts. This is why you have to be so careful and never fall into temptation of just accepting things on face value. Anyway, Stephen says they look like clay models. Yeah. Dissection of the body down to mineral. We're going to come on to some of the studies that have been done from not just from this, but he's going to talk about some of the medical details of these bodies. But I'm going to actually I'm going to actually not going to use that one. I'm going to look at an independent study as well, Hugo. So do stick around. It won't take that long. Humidity in Bolivia, but yeah, it's actually the diatom mine actually is very good at preserving things, especially DNA. Yes, they have crafty. He's going to come on to that in a minute. They say one of them still has eggs. Yeah, there's these strange objects inside one of the bodies, and the word they use to describe it is huevo. These objects, the word they use is huevo, which means egg. We don't know if that's what it is, though. I mean, well, there's several theories anyway. Stephen, now I can die happy knowing I've seen a real alien. Oh no. Yeah, that's just, we're going to come on to this nihilist. Yeah, MRIs might make them up. Oh God. Extra, yes. The skeleton, the joints of the legs are very, very revealing, and we're going to come on to that. Yeah. Diego Rivera, do you think the Mexican aliens are real? Stick around. I'm not going to answer that now, but I will do in a minute. I want to take you through this process. No, it's Brian Cox. Don't you dare swear in this chat box. Are we now? Okay, so let's carry on, shall we? All right, here we go.
momias de Nazca, pero bien dice Jaime, son cuerpos desecados, y la de abajo es una pieza ritual, incluso es de menor tamaño. Miren sus rostros, miren.
I must say, just that what I see there, my first impression is they look like some kind of model, some kind of doll. That's my first impression. I mean, obviously, it could be a false impression because they are. This is Maria.
Importancia que va a ser estudiada posteriormente. También señalaron estos miembros de la comunidad científica también señalaron que el hallazgo vino de una excavación ilegal, que no hubo arqueólogos presentes. Y es cierto, no hubo arqueólogos presentes. Sin embargo, así han sido la mayoría de los hallazgos más importantes de la arqueología.
I'll tell you the story of exactly how they came to where they were. It's quite interesting, actually, because Steve Mera
excavaciones ilegales o fueron casuales y luego entraron los arqueólogos profesionales a hacer su trabajo. Este caso no es la excepción. Sin embargo, su origen informal no hace que los cuerpos sean falsos o producto de un fraude. Si hoy tenemos la oportunidad de presentar este caso, es gracias a que en el 2017 el Instituto Incari de Cusco fue el primero en anunciar el extraño hallazgo. Luego se unió
the Incari Institute. They were the people that Steve Mera and Barry Fitzgerald dealt with.
La productora Tercer Milenio de México y Gaia.com de los Estados Unidos, quienes llegaron hasta mi país con especialistas en diversas materias para hacer los primeros análisis y peritajes que confirmaron la antigüedad y la autenticidad de los cuerpos. Desde el año 2019, la Universidad Nacional de Ica del Perú recibió algunos de estos cadáveres para su custodia y hacer un estudio que ponga fin a la polémica. Se formó un equipo de investigación y miren lo que pasa. Los catedráticos que están en esta investigación están siendo hostilizados por el Ministerio de Cultura con procesos legales que buscan acusarlos de cualquier cosa para impedir de alguna forma la investigación, que esto no salga, que esto no se sepa. Digitados, obviamente, por funcionarios de nivel medio del Ministerio de Cultura. Es una entidad, la verdad, lamentable, muy cuestionable, que en solo 6 años, piensen en esto, en solo 6 años, el Ministerio de Cultura ya va teniendo 18 ministros de Cultura. Uno tras otro van cayendo por temas políticos y muchos involucrados en temas de corrupción y de incapacidad para gestionar.
Maybe they're willing to tell the truth too much.
Pese a todo, se captó el interés de algunos catedráticos de otras 2 universidades de mi país y accedieron y sus catedráticos fueron hasta Ica, que es lo que hace cualquier investigador, y fueron hasta allá para hacer su propio trabajo y estudio experimental. Los investigadores analizaron un cadáver de estos que han visto acá, de 60 centímetros, que provisionalmente los rotulamos como un reptil humanoide por sus características. Tomaron células de la cabeza, tronco, extremidades y el análisis
That's very precise. Reptilian humanoid, reptile.
Laboratorio les mostró que se trataba de un cuerpo íntegro. Todas las células pertenecen al mismo cuerpo. Lo dicen los catedráticos de una de las universidades más importantes de mi país.
Well, that contradicts what other researchers have said, because they've said things like, well, the body's actually made up of different kinds of bones and different kinds of skin from different animals, and it's like stitched together and then covered with diatom. Whatever it is, diamote, whatever it is.
País, no lo digo yo. Luego los ingenieros metalúrgicos, acá viene lo que les decía, tomaron muestras de un implante metálico que tienen en el pecho. Algunos tienen un implante en el pecho. Y junto al cobre de alta pureza, que es el 85% más o menos, es típico precolombino, pero también hallaron un metal que es el más denso, costoso y escaso del planeta. Se llama osmio y hoy se usa en satélites, en los transbordadores.
Again, that's a contradiction, because they said it was a completely normal copper alloy, a type of bronze or Nordic gold. They said it was, I think, the other researchers, which is just completely normal alloy without any unusual metals in it.
Se han ido al espacio y en telecomunicaciones. Pero estos seres se adelantaron casi 1 milenio a los humanos y lo usaron sobre su piel. Uno de los ingenieros metalúrgicos especuló que lo único que podía,
Are they going to show us these metal things as well?
Podría servir él se imagina que podría haber sido para localización. Pero estamos hablando de seres que han caminado hace 1100 años por lo menos, entonces es bien extraño. También podría tener fines biomédicos. En fin, por último, los catedráticos también perforaron con mucha delicadeza uno de los vientres que estaba en gestación, por muy extraño que le suene. y tomaron muestras de estas formas ovoides que ven ahí en las imágenes, y la espectrometría les confirmó que se trataba de material orgánico, propio de un huevo. La comunidad científica.
Huevo, yeah, huevo meaning egg. Yes, just because they use the word egg doesn't mean that's what it was. It is actually an egg. I think this was the point where Ryan Graves just got up and walked out. He did, yeah, he literally got out. You look, you see the panel again. He's just gone. Let's go through your comments here. What's the difference between a cuddle and a snuggle? I don't know. Sweep says, keep in mind that forensics can also, like everything else, these disinfo days can be politicized. And soon AI will be able to manipulate false and true so no one knows what reality is. I know, guys, I know. welcome to the modern world, Ben. Yes. Oh, dear. Anyway, let's go through these. All right. Snuggles and cuddles. I'm not sure. What's the thing to do? Tina says the lower finger joints on any skeleton are always lost. Right, and these weren't skeletons. They were actually intact bodies that were desiccated. They were completely dried out because of the diatom and also the dry conditions. But you know, it's Nihilist Lives Matter. There's a lot of flirting going on in the chat box right now. Mexican aliens of reptilian origins, says David. Well, that's what he said, apparently. He said, well, he said reptilian humanoid. I don't know if that's a correct translation. Well, I like a baby sham. Without space, there are no aliens. Oh, guys. But there is space, though, you see. Oh, we have a copy of, like... brief. They're trying to reproduce Brief Encounter here, aren't we? Yes, Sweeps has remind us again about forensic. Yeah, I think he said cerveza. I think that means beer, doesn't it? Anyway, let's carry on, guys.
Dijo que eran piedras, que eran bolas de metal que le habían metido a un muñeco para hacerlo parecer algo exótico. Los científicos de la universidad le dijeron claramente que no fue así. La tomografía digital, si me acompañan las imágenes, le pones play al centro, y eso es lo grandioso que tenemos en la tecnología. Le podemos quitar capas y capas a una de estas formaciones ovoides, y esto nos va a permitir ver lo que hay en el interior. Esto no es una piedra, señores y señores. Vamos quitando las capas y va quedando lo que todo nos indica que se trata de un embrión de pocas semanas de gestación.
Oh my God, right.
Esta es una recreación que se hizo con tomografías directas hechas por el Instituto Incari.
It does look a bit weird, doesn't it? That does look kind of embryo-like. It does look kind of dragon-like or bird-like. Maybe they are birds' eggs. I don't know, that have been used for fakery. I don't know, but maybe I don't think this technology may not have been available to the original researchers. I don't know.
Las imágenes se lograron con el trabajo también de la Universidad de San Petersburgo de Rusia. No estamos hablando de un grupo de huaqueros que ha hecho algo así, o un grupo de excavadores.
The Wakaros are the people who dig up, who steal antiquities and sell them on the black market. It was all in the article in Phenomena magazine.
Esto es lo que, y la siguiente imagen, porque miren, para que vean que esto no es una casualidad, 2 años después en el Perú, en mi país, la Universidad de Ica replicó el análisis tomográfico en otro cuerpo que también estaba en gestación. Y junto a un experto lograron hallar estas imágenes. Le pones play también al centro, por favor. Lo que ven a la derecha es, digamos, la imagen de costado, y lo que van viendo a la izquierda es la de costado, y a la derecha la parte de arriba hacia abajo, mientras va corriendo el tomógrafo. Ahí pueden ver en la parte superior lo que sería su cabecita. En la parte media, unos bracitos que se extienden hacia adelante, y toda la parte inferior es el resto del cuerpo que está en formación. Es la primera vez que en un foro de este nivel se ven estas imágenes, señores. Pueden comparar, miren, las imágenes de un feto humano y de un feto no humano, como el que tienen ahí en las vitrinas. Esto verdaderamente es sorprendente porque no estamos hablando de ficción, estamos hablando de ciencia. Si no fuera por... estamos viendo, estos seres han estado conviviendo por la época de la datación de carbono 14 con la cultura nazca. Pero esto no hubiera sido posible ver si es que no hubiera sido por el método de preservación practicado sobre estos cuerpos, que los ha mantenido con sus órganos internos. La cobertura blanca y ese color característico que tienen no lo van a ver en ninguna otra forma de preservación en el mundo. La cobertura blanca es una combinación de tierra de diatomeas, ya lo mencionó Jaime, y algas fosilizadas, además de un compuesto químico extremadamente tóxico y letal, que no es natural, hay que fabricarlo, hay que producirlo. Ahí tienen la fórmula, es el CdCl12, es el cloruro de cadmio. Es una sustancia mortal, para resumir. Y esto, combinado con la tierra de diatomea, es lo que le da esa característica de color a las llamadas momias de Nazca, estos cuerpos desecados. También se adelantaron como 1800 años a nuestra civilización porque nosotros no lo conocíamos hasta hace 200.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, they are depicted in like cave art and carvings and things. You see here we have a relief carved into the rock and paintings. And that not just in Mexico, but in other places, United States, South America. Yeah. I actually wrote an article about that.
La investigación nos ha llevado a encontrar la anatomía de estos seres tridáctilos, porque son 3 dedos, casi en todas las culturas precolombinas, en su cerámica, en telares, pinturas rupestres y hasta en petroglifos que tienen decenas de miles de años. No son simples figuras antropomorfas o mitológicas imaginadas por nuestros ancestros. Fueron reales. Están viendo sus restos aquí. Ya sea en Perú, en Chile, en Cuba. Vamos viendo las siguientes imágenes, por favor. En México, en Estados Unidos, en Armenia, en Irán, en casi en todos los lugares del mundo hay este tipo
It's a global phenomenon, yeah. You get them everywhere, including in cave paintings in Europe.
Y solamente 3 dedos en manos y pies. El impacto cultural de este hallazgo va a tener muchas repercusiones. Miren esa muñeca, por ejemplo. Esa muñeca estaba exhibida en un museo, en el Museo de Arte de Lima, y tiene 3 dedos también, como las momias que hemos encontrado, como los cuerpos desecados que hemos encontrado. No puede ser una casualidad. Vamos a la siguiente, por favor.
That's like things at Pitt Rivers. Yeah.
Siguiente. Como les decía, el impacto cultural de este hallazgo va a tener...
I thought it's in Mali, meaning Africa. It must mean something else, but it's Nazca, the Nazca culture. There you go, there's some more.
Soluciones a mediano y largo plazo en la arqueología, la historia, la evolución de las especies y hasta en las religiones. Sin embargo, ya está calando en las nuevas generaciones. Vamos con la penúltima, por favor.
What do you reckon, guys? Interesting stuff, yes. Yeah. It's Humano is so transphobic. It should be Human X. Oh God. Oh, we can't avoid. You just can't get away from it, can you? You can't get away from it. All right, let's carry on.
Miren, esa imagen es reciente, se hizo viral en mi país la semana que pasó. Es el trabajo de ciencias de un niño del Cusco que está reproduciendo las características físicas de las momias de Nazca. Los niños ya están accediendo a esta información pese a todos los intentos de negarla, de denostarla.
She made those models to reproduce it because they're such big fans of these objects.
Con todo respeto a los científicos y catedráticos de verdad en todo el mundo. Duden. Los invito, como lo hice yo al principio con este caso. Yo soy un periodista incrédulo como la mayoría de ustedes que están aquí, pero me acerqué también. Por las dudas que tenía me acerqué. Yo no dije, es falso y seguí haciendo otra cosa. Me acerqué al caso porque pensé que había algo muy sospechoso ahí. Y no fue sospechoso, fue extraordinario. Por eso los invito a que empiecen, si gustan, con la hipótesis de que todo es falso, pero acérquense a investigar, a sacar sus conclusiones propias. Este tesoro apareció en el Perú, pero es un legado para toda la humanidad. No dejemos que caiga en las manos incorrectas. Gracias a las millones de personas y divulgadores que en sus redes sociales también y en múltiples idiomas y plataformas a través del streaming han contribuido a que ese conocimiento no sea enterrado, que ese conocimiento llegue hoy a este recinto es producto de un trabajo colectivo e indesmayable. Las inteligencias humanas, recuérdenlo, no son
Why is Jaime dressed like a Men in Black?
un fenómeno reciente, son una realidad ancestral. Gracias por esta oportunidad. Permiso.
Sin duda extraordinario. Yo quiero agradecer a Gaia.com, ya que ustedes deben de imaginarse que la investigación
You can see where's
fue
Ryan. Is he
extraordinariamente
gone?
costosa.
Is Ryan Graves gone? Which one's Ryan? I think he walks out at some point. It may have been there. No, that's Jaime's chair there. So I think he's there. I think that's him there. So he hasn't walked out yet.
Se realizaron, pues no voy a decir que decenas, pero sí muchísimos viajes a Perú por todo un equipo. El ADN, que van a escuchar ustedes a un experto en su análisis, costó más de $50,000 el poderlo hacer, $1 millón de pesos, y más de un año de laboratorio Sem4Gen de Canadá, uno de los mejores del mundo. Por tanto, no hay error en la lectura del ADN, y quiero decirles que es la reina de todas las pruebas. O sea, si el ADN nos está demostrando que no son seres humanos y que no hay nada que se parezca en el mundo a esto, así lo debemos de tomar. Son seres no humanos, no les queremos decir extraterrestres, porque no lo sabemos, pero estos seres que evidentemente fueron inteligentes, que vivieron con nuestros ancestros y que cambiarán la historia de la humanidad, porque eso es lo que va a pasar. Quizá por eso antropólogos y arqueólogos se oponen a esto, porque hay que reescribir la historia y considerar muchas cosas que no hemos pensado. Ahora quiero presentar al doctor José Salce Benítez, una verdadera eminencia científica. Él está aquí de forma personal, representándose a sí mismo. Sin embargo, hace prácticamente 30 años que trabaja en la Marina de México. Es uno de los científicos más importantes de esta organización. Es ahora mismo el director del Instituto Científico para la Salud de la Secretaría de Marina y tiene muchas especialidades. También en algún momento fue el director del Servicio Médico Forense de la Marina y es un hombre súper calificado para hacer las declaraciones que va a hacer en este momento. Por favor, doctor José Salce.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Quiero agradecer al diputado Sergio Gutiérrez Luna y al señor Jaime Maussan por el privilegio de coincidir en este tiempo. Es para mí un honor poder dirigirme a ustedes en tan alta tribuna para exponer los resultados de mis análisis derivados del estudio de la anatomía de estos cuerpos no humanos. Como médico forense, en colaboración con el biólogo José de la Cruz Ríos y con base a los resultados de diversas evidencias científicas, tales como rayos X, tomografía computarizada, reconstrucciones tridimensionales, análisis macroscópicos y microscópicos, histología, de carbono 14, antropología forense, anatomía comparada y de análisis de ADN, que es la reina de las evidencias en las ciencias forenses para estudios de comparación, puedo afirmar que estos cuerpos no guardan relación con el ser humano. Para tal efecto, iniciaré con la descripción de las imágenes que estaremos observando a continuación. Son cuerpos de aproximadamente 60 centímetros de largo, cubiertos de un polvo blanco que mediante microscopio...
You know how many there are? Because, I mean, Stephen Barry, I think they investigated 3. Maria, the one that was sort of hunched over with the three long fingers, but there were 2 others. I don't know if they actually got the chance. I think they may have investigated a couple of others. It's in the articles I've been reading. I can double check that.
Copia electrónica identificamos como polvo de diatomea, el cual permite la desecación de los cuerpos, así como la ausencia de generación de bacterias, hongos y fauna cadavérica. La presencia de este polvo permite la perfecta conservación por desecación de estos cuerpos, provocando un proceso de conservación natural a través del tiempo, el cual pudimos calcular aplicando la prueba de carbono 14, mismo que señaló y dató un promedio de 1000 años de antigüedad. Esto hace del lugar del hallazgo de estos cuerpos un lugar idóneo para...
I'll come into this in more detail in a minute, but what I've heard is, and what the people denouncing these as fakes have said, is this is basically a dog skull. It was altered. The muzzle end has been cut off.
Para su conservación y preservación por quién o quiénes los hayan depositado en este sitio en el Perú. Entrando en el tema de la anatomía, podemos observar que tienen una estructura humanoide que consta de cabeza, tronco, abdomen y extremidades, las cuales concluyen en manos y pies tridáctilos. La estructura ósea de todo el esqueleto nos muestra una perfecta armonía y concordancia entre las articulaciones. La parte final de cada hueso embona a la perfección con el hueso que le sigue y además se observa el desgaste de estos por el movimiento de la biomecánica propia del espécimen, siendo huesos muy resistentes pero muy ligeros, fuertes pero livianos como los de las aves. La cabeza es un elemento de particular interés, ya que es grande en sus proporciones comparadas al cuerpo. Sin embargo, es un cráneo neumatizado, es decir, con espacios que le permiten ser muy ligero, pero rígido y resistente, con una gran cavidad
The Star Child skull, incidentally, was actually not made out of normal bone. It was made out of something closer to tooth enamel.
Intracraneal, lo cual evidencia que era contenedor de material cerebral o neurológico muy grande. Igualmente, vemos que los espacios de las órbitas oculares son de un tamaño muy amplio, lo que permitiría una visión estereoscópica muy amplia para este espécimen. Cuenta, además, con unas fosas nasales muy pequeñas y con una cavidad oral que por su articulación mandibular y ausencia de piezas dentales permite determinar que su alimentación era por deglución y no por masticación. El cuello, a su vez, es una estructura larga que se une a la cabeza en el piso medio del cráneo, lo cual es una rareza que en las especies primates no ocurre, ya que la unión es en el piso posterior y no en el piso medio, a través del agujero magno, el cual suele ser de forma circular u ovoide, siendo algo único, ya que en estas especies es de forma rectangular y cúbico. Esto hace consonancia con las 4 o 5 vértebras cervicales, las cuales son pequeñas en su grosor óseo, pero que tienen un disco intervertebral muy ancho, lo cual hace posible que este cuello fuera retráctil como el de las tortugas. En el tórax.
That's why they're comparing it to ET, I see. So its neck could fit back into its body. Yeah.
Encontramos una horquilla muy similar al de las aves que permite continuar con las articulaciones del hombro y son de capacidades muy amplias en su movilidad.
Are you telling me it had a wishbone? Oh, God, we'll have to break that.
En el tórax encontramos que las costillas son completas y continuas, totalmente circulares hasta unirse con la columna vertebral. Tienen un espacio muy reducido entre ellas, siendo en número entre 14 a 16. En el abdomen podemos evidenciar la presencia de 3 huevos.
Oh, the eggs, yeah.
Que en la cavidad abdominal, gracias a la tomografía.
Presumably, if they actually do have what looks like an embryo growing inside them, then calling them an egg is actually correct. It's not just their shape or their position. It's actually, you could say, well, that is an egg, isn't it?
Pudimos evidenciar a nivel milimétrico que existen oviductos con la presencia de huevos milimétricos. Esto quiere decir que se encontraban en un proceso de gestación continuo. Además de que corrobora al 100% que son biológicos y orgánicos, ya que el proceso de replicación o reproducción a través de estos huevos y de su desarrollo en el oviducto.
No, Ryan, that's Ryan there. He's still there. But you can see he's looking rather sort of like miffed, doesn't he? And indeed, we'll come on to what he has to say about this in a minute.
Esto sería imposible de falsificar. Podemos además observar gracias a la tomografía los trazos de músculos, tendones, ligamentos y vasos sanguíneos, así como posibles.
It doesn't see that's a human rib cage. It doesn't, what's this here? It doesn't look like it has a normal rib cage. It has like what looks like just rings of or bone rings around its midriff.
Órganos u organelos que habrá que definir en estudios posteriores. Llegando a las extremidades, podemos señalar que hay una completa armonía y concordancia entre las articulaciones y el desgaste propio de la biomecánica del espécimen, las cuales terminan en manos y pies tridáctilos de 5 falanges. Esto les permitiría no ocupar el dedo pulgar como posición, sino ocupar sus 3 dedos en manera de envolvimiento para sujetar las cosas. He aquí una de las particularidades más sobresalientes y relevantes que no cuentan con huesos del carpo y del tarso. Las falanges son directas a los huesos del brazo y el antebrazo. Además de que terminan en una especie de lecho unguial para la uña, y que a observación de microscopios encontramos huellas digitales. Esto sería imposible de replicar. Estas huellas digitales...
Thing is, like Stephen Barry actually found that it had fingerprints. They were like straight rather than curved, like our own.
Son de particular interés, ya que la mayoría de los especímenes en este planeta tienen huellas onduladas o circulares, y las huellas digitales de estos especímenes son completamente rectas y lineales de forma horizontal. Otra particularidad es que algunos de estos cuerpos poseen implantes metálicos que se encuentran perfectamente adosados dentro de la piel y hacia la superficie, haciendo una fusión biofuncional muy impresionante. Estos implantes son la aleación de diversos metales, dentro de los cuales destaca el osmio y el cadmio, mismos que son ocupados actualmente para la telecomunicación satelital. Por último,
it's rare. I mean, osmium is the heaviest. It's the densest of all metals. It's the densest of all materials. It's like it's quite rare. You only get in tiny little quantities. If you could ever get enough together for a big lump, you'd have trouble picking it up because it would be twice the weight as the similar volume of lead.
Señalaré que los análisis de ADN, después de haber sido comparados con más de 1 millón de especies registradas, encontramos que existe una diferencia significante entre lo conocido y estos cuerpos. Estos estudios se realizaron en diversas instituciones de alto nivel, tanto nacional como internacional, y los resultados dieron evidencia de que un 70% del material genético tiene coincidencia con lo conocido, pero hay una diferencia del 30%. ¿Cuál es la relevancia de esto? Pues que si el ser humano...
Well, that's not really precise enough. I mean, it says 70% are known, 30% is not. I mean, is there more precise study which says exactly what they're like, what kind of DNA it is, and how is the DNA that's unrecognizable different to how we do know it? How are you guys getting on in chat? You all right? Having fun? Oh, here we go. There's going to be a lot of... I'm sure there'll be an awful lot of things here people want to say. I won't be able to read every single. All right. I should have hidden that. Yeah. Did you? Don't tell me you couldn't see the bloody captions. Oh bloody hell! Assuming you did. Hang on. Here we go. What's the diatomaceous earth angle? Well, that's basically that's what they've just been describing. All right, yes. This is what Seth, we were talking. The Bee Witness event literally was the Roswell slides. However, the mummified corpse was later identified as a human child. It was not. No, it was actually it was only long after the scandal was over that people actually realized there were anomalies with it. The question is, though, it was not the alien at Roswell. It was not photographed at Roswell. That is the issue. That's the entire controversy. Yeah, Dolan actually. Yeah, a lot of people. Well, Richard Dolan decided to go along. Hello, Lime Specs. How you doing? Subtitles are blurry. Oh no, what's it? Oh dear. I hope I didn't obscure. I didn't obscure the subtitles by leaving the comment up, did I? I hope not. It looks like a tortoise. Looks like a reptilian thing. Yeah. You have the comment on the screen. Can't see subtitles. Oh bloody hell! Damn it. I was giving you a bit of commentary anyway. Damn that thing. Damn it. Do I have to go back now? Yeah, I have to go back. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. All right, yeah, okay. I'm gonna go. I'll have to go back. All right, that's right. I'll hide that. I'll just do it at fast speed though, if you don't mind. So we'll go back a little bit. When I last did this, here we go. All right, here we go. I'll go back to there. This is where it gets interesting. Here we go. Right.
Ahora mismo el director del Instituto Científico para la Salud de la Secretaría de Marina y tiene muchas especialidades. También en algún momento fue director del Servicio Médico Forense de la Marina y es un hombre súper calificado para hacer las declaraciones que va a hacer en este momento. Por favor, doctor José Salce.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Quiero agradecer al diputado y al señor Jaime Maussan por el privilegio de coincidir en este tiempo. Es para mí un honor poder dirigirme a ustedes en tan alta tribuna para exponer los resultados de mis análisis derivados del estudio de la anatomía de estos cuerpos no humanos. Como médico forense, en colaboración con el biólogo José de la Cruz Ríos y con base a los resultados de diversas evidencias científicas, tales como rayos X, tridimensionales, análisis macroscópicos y microscópicos, histología, de carbono 14, antropología forense, anatomía comparada y de análisis de ADN, que es la reina de las evidencias en las ciencias forenses para estudios de comparación, puedo afirmar que estos cuerpos no guardan relación con el ser humano. Para tal efecto, iniciaré con la descripción de las imágenes que estaremos observando a continuación. Son cuerpos de aproximadamente 60 centímetros de largo, cubiertos de un polvo blanco que mediante microscopía electrónica identificamos como polvo de diatomea, el cual permite la desecación de los cuerpos, así como la ausencia de generación de bacterias, hongos y fauna cadavérica. La presencia de este polvo permite la perfecta conservación por desecación de estos cuerpos, provocando un proceso de conservación natural a través del tiempo, el cual pudimos calcular aplicando la prueba de carbono 14, mismo que señaló y dató un promedio de 1000 años de antigüedad. Esto hace del lugar del hallazgo de estos cuerpos un lugar idóneo para su conservación y preservación por quien o quienes los hayan depositado en este sitio en el Perú. Entrando en el tema de la anatomía, podemos observar que tienen una estructura humanoide que consta de cabeza, tronco, abdomen y extremidades, las cuales concluyen en manos y pies tridáctilos. La estructura ósea de todo el esqueleto nos muestra una perfecta armonía y concordancia entre las articulaciones. La parte final de cada hueso embona a la perfección con el hueso que le sigue y además se observa el desgaste de estos por el movimiento de la biomecánica propia del espécimen, siendo huesos muy resistentes pero muy ligeros, fuertes pero livianos como los de las aves. La cabeza es un elemento de particular interés, ya que es grande en sus proporciones comparadas al cuerpo. Sin embargo, es un cráneo neumatizado, es decir, con espacios que le permiten ser muy ligero pero rígido y resistente, con una gran cavidad intracraneal, lo cual evidencia que era contenedor de material cerebral o neurológico muy grande. Igualmente, vemos que los espacios de las órbitas oculares son de un tamaño muy amplio, lo que permitiría una visión estereoscópica muy amplia para este espécimen. Cuenta, además, con unas fosas nasales muy pequeñas y con una cavidad oral que por su articulación mandibular y ausencia de piezas dentales permite determinar que su alimentación era por deglución y no por masticación. El cuello, a su vez, es una estructura larga que se une a la cabeza en el piso medio del cráneo, lo cual es una rareza que en las especies primates no ocurre, ya que la unión es en el piso posterior y no en el piso medio, a través del agujero magno, el cual suele ser de forma circular u ovoide, siendo algo único, ya que en estas especies es de forma rectangular y cúbico. Esto hace consonancia con las 4 o 5 vértebras cervicales, las cuales son pequeñas en su grosor óseo, pero que tienen un disco intervertebral muy ancho, lo cual hace posible que este cuello fuera retráctil como el de las tortugas. En el tórax encontramos una horquilla muy similar al de las aves que permite continuar con las articulaciones del hombro y son de capacidades muy amplias en su movilidad. En el tórax encontramos que las costillas son completas y continuas, totalmente circulares hasta unirse con la columna vertebral. Tienen un espacio muy reducido entre ellas, siendo en número entre 14 a 16. En el abdomen podemos evidenciar la presencia de 3 huevos, que en la cavidad abdominal, gracias a la tomografía, pudimos evidenciar a nivel milimétrico que existen oviductos con la presencia de huevos milimétricos. Esto quiere decir que se encontraban en un proceso de gestación continuo, además de que corrobora al 100% que son biológicos y orgánicos, ya que el proceso de replicación o reproducción a través de estos huevos y de su desarrollo en el oviducto sería imposible de falsificar. Podemos además observar gracias a la tomografía los trazos de músculos, tendones, ligamentos y vasos sanguíneos, así como posibles órganos u organelos que habrá que definir en estudios posteriores. Llegando a las extremidades, podemos señalar que hay una completa armonía y concordancia entre las articulaciones y el desgaste propio de la biomecánica del espécimen, las cuales terminan en manos y pies tridáctilos de 5 falanges. Esto les permitiría no ocupar el dedo pulgar como posible.
All right, I think we got to there, didn't we? We got to about there. All right, let's go back to normal speed. Well, I hope is that better? Yeah, was that better? All right. Right, so now you managed to see it anyway. You managed to see that. That's the main thing. Well, I'm just going to I'm just going to actually get some notes out for the future ones. Here we go. Where are we? Right. I've got those open. That's good. That's what we're going to come to later. I'm just looking at some notes from what's happening. Anyway, let's continue, guys. Got no comments highlighted, so that's all right.
Posición sin ocupar sus tres dedos en manera de envolvimiento para sujetar las cosas. He aquí una de las particularidades más sobresalientes y relevantes que no cuentan con huesos del carpo y del tarso. Las falanges son directas a los huesos del brazo y el antebrazo. Además de que terminan en una especie de lecho unguial para la uña y que a observación de microscopios encontramos huellas digitales. Esto sería imposible de replicar. Estas huellas digitales son de particular interés, ya que la mayoría de los especímenes en este planeta tienen huellas onduladas o circulares, y las huellas digitales de estos especímenes son completamente rectas y lineales de forma horizontal. Otra particularidad es que algunos de estos cuerpos poseen implantes metálicos que se encuentran perfectamente adosados dentro de la piel y hacia la superficie, haciendo una fusión biofuncional muy impresionante. Estos implantes son la aleación de diversos metales, dentro de los cuales destaca el osmio y el cadmio, mismos que son ocupados actualmente para la telecomunicación satelital. Por último, señalaré que los análisis de ADN, después de haber sido comparados con más de 1 millón de especies registradas, encontramos que existe una diferencia significante entre lo conocido y estos cuerpos. Estos estudios se realizaron en diversas instituciones de alto nivel, tanto nacional como internacional, y los resultados dieron evidencia de que un 70% del material genético tiene coincidencia con lo conocido, pero hay una diferencia del 30%. ¿Cuál es la relevancia de esto? Pues que si el ser humano comparado con primates tiene una diferenciación menor al 5% y que comparado con bacterias tiene una diferenciación menor al 15%, esto indicaría que la diferencia encontrada de más del 30% es algo totalmente fuera de parámetro y de lo esperado. Es ajeno a lo descrito y conocido hasta este momento por el ser humano. Estos estudios y resultados se encuentran publicados y a disposición de quien guste analizarlos o darles continuidad. Aceptamos que hay aún mucho por descubrir y estamos abiertos a que la comunidad científica y el mundo coadyuve en sumar esfuerzos para definir ante qué estamos y hasta dónde podemos llegar como resultado de una colaboración en un estudio científico y académico. Como conclusión, y por todo lo expuesto, podemos decir que estos cuerpos son de una especie no humana que tiene diferencias irrefutables con lo descrito en la biología y taxonomía del árbol de evolución de las especies darwiniana, sin un predecesor común o rastreable, o sin una descendencia y evolución aún descrita. Puedo afirmar entonces que estos cuerpos son reales al 100%, orgánicos y biológicos, que en su momento tuvieron vida y son una evidencia irrefutable por sí mismos. ¿Estamos ante el paradigma de describir una nueva especie o ante la oportunidad de aceptar que ha habido contacto con otros seres no humanos que fueron dibujados y señalados en el pasado en diversas culturas a través del mundo como Perú, Egipto y México, y que hoy podemos aceptar su existencia entre y con nosotros? Muchas gracias.
Right, we're going to look at the other side of the story, though.
Extraordinaria exposición del doctor José Salce Benítez. Creo que no deja lugar a dudas. Aquí lo más importante es que estamos ante una evidencia física. Yo hace algunos años, quizá algunos lo recuerdan, hace 8 años, presenté una evidencia de una fotografía de lo que yo pienso es un extraterrestre. Pero ¿cómo podemos demostrar con una fotografía que lo es?
He's reminding us of the Roswell slides.
Años después me dio Dios la oportunidad de encontrar estas evidencias físicas, y repito, son físicas, ahí están para quien las quiera investigar. Y si quieres poner nuevamente, por favor, para aquellos que nos estén escuchando en cualquier lugar del mundo, que quieran acceder al lugar donde se encuentra todo el ADN, que tomó más de un año poderlo tener. Ahí lo van a encontrar. Cualquier científico que quiera hacer su propia lectura lo puede hacer y va a llegar a las mismas conclusiones que seguramente llegó el doctor Ricardo Rangel, experto genetista, que nos va a exponer ahora los resultados de su investigación con el ADN. Adelante, Ricardo.
We're going to talk about the DNA now.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes a todos, honorable Cámara de Diputados,
Hopefully more
honorable
details now,
miembros
I
del
hope.
Presidium, damas, caballeros, miembros de la prensa, muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias por
Okay, you guys all right in chat? Did you see all that? I take it you did. I know some of you are going to leave it and go to bed. That's fair enough. Yeah. Oh, have a spliff as you go. What do normal people do on a Saturday night? I know. We're not normal. I'm certainly not normal, am I? Okay. He looks like a Spanish Boris. Still blurry for me. Nothing to do with the comment. This is driving me to drink. Oh, you can always, if you want to quit, that's okay. I mean, the recording will be there for you. Okay. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yeah. Twilight of the Gods. Goethe Dämmerung. Hi, DJ B2. How are you? We need to watch the rest tomorrow. Okay. Once I finish this, I'll just deal with the other side of the story. I'll give you a bit of feedback, then we'll finish. All right. I did say it would be a long one. I did say that. Okay, here we go.
Presencia. Y pues bueno, básicamente continuando con los análisis de las entidades biológicas referidas hace un momento por el doctor Salce, he venido aquí de manera libre y voluntaria a dar mi interpretación de los estudios realizados a las muestras de tejidos obtenidos de uno de los especímenes, como comentó el periodista Joyce Mancilla. Existen varios cuerpos que han sido rescatados. Uno de ellos es uno que se llama Victoria, al cual se obtuvieron varias muestras de tejido y se sometieron a una limpieza y extracción de ADN, es decir, de este material genético del ácido desoxirribonucleico, para posteriormente llevar a cabo un proceso de secuenciación de ADN, esto con la finalidad de poder identificar al organismo.
Oh, I think is it seriously buffering?
Prueba.
Oh no, I see. No, sorry, it's at Christina's end.
Degradada o parcialmente destruida. Esto por el efecto del estrés provocado por múltiples variables ambientales. Además, también se tiene que considerar que dado a que el espécimen se encontró en una cueva en donde pudo estar en contacto directo con microorganismos, insectos, polen o cualquier otro organismo vivo, la posibilidad de que la muestra de ADN aislada de los tejidos antes mencionados pudieran estar contaminadas, pues es bastante alta. También en la interpretación de los resultados se debe de tener en cuenta que las personas que encontraron, manipularon al espécimen, pues no lo hayan hecho con las precauciones necesarias como para no contaminarlo con salivas, gotitas respiratorias o algún otro tejido de origen humano. Dicho esto, procedió a realizar un estudio piloto para verificar el estado de las moléculas de ADN para posteriormente realizar un proceso de secuenciación. La técnica de extracción y su posterior corrimiento en un gel de agarosa confirmó la existencia tanto de ADN degradado como moléculas pequeñas de ADN no degradadas, con la posibilidad de poder realizar un proceso de secuenciación. La técnica de elección para la secuenciación de ADN antiguo, como el de la muestra en cuestión, es la técnica de secuenciación masiva de próxima generación, la cual se llevó a cabo en un secuenciador de la marca Illumina. Esta tecnología permite la secuenciación al mismo tiempo de millones de fragmentos obtenidos de ADN, del ADN problema en un corto tiempo. Los resultados de la secuenciación fueron los siguientes. Del espécimen identificado como 0002, que es básicamente una muestra del hueso del cuello, se lograron obtener 561.665.320 secuencias de lectura. Mientras que del otro muestra de tejido muscular, de la muestra identificada como 0004, que es de tejido muscular de la cadera, se lograron obtener 501.700.245 secuencias de lectura. Una secuencia de lectura está constituida de fragmentos de ADN que contienen 150 nucleótidos de largo. Posteriormente, estas secuencias se cargaron en la plataforma denominada Archivo de Lectura de Secuencias, o SRA, por sus siglas en inglés. Esta herramienta de análisis de megadata es gratuito y forma parte del Centro Nacional de Información Biotecnológica de la Librería Nacional de Medicina de los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. Esta herramienta permite realizar la comparación de todas las secuencias de lectura obtenidas de cada muestra biológica en cuestión y la compara con todas las secuencias de genomas conocidos en el GenBank, sumando al día de hoy más de 700,000 lecturas, básicamente secuencias completas o parcialmente incompletas, pero al menos son al día de hoy 700,000 muestras de estos seres vivos que habitan en la Tierra. Si bien se estima que existen más de 7 millones de especies de nuestro planeta, hasta este momento ya se han secuenciado al menos un organismo de todas las taxas existentes de seres vivos conocidos en el planeta. Por lo que con esas 7,000 genomas, con el cual se realiza la comparación de las lecturas obtenidas, nos proporciona un resultado representativo y significativo. La herramienta SRA mencionada anteriormente nos proporcionó los siguientes resultados. De la muestra del tejido del cuello, del hueso del cuello, identificado pues como 0002, se lograron identificar 72.07% de secuencias de lectura y 27.93% de las secuencias de lectura obtenidas no coinciden con los genomas de los seres vivos hasta ahora conocidos. De ese 72%, el 70% pertenece a secuencias de ADN contaminante del Homo sapiens y el porcentaje restante pertenece a virus y bacterias que también contaminaron la muestra. De manera muy interesante, el tejido muscular de la cadera se lograron identificar 36.2% de las secuencias de lectura, pero de manera muy interesante, el 63.2% de las secuencias de lectura no coinciden con los genomas de los seres vivos conocidos hasta hoy en día. De ese 36.28% que sí se lograron identificar, todos resultaron ser ADN contaminante de virus contemporáneos, bacterias, plantas, no lográndose identificar el genoma de ningún mamífero, incluido el ser humano. Por lo tanto, se concluye que las dos muestras biológicas antiguas contienen DNA contaminante que pudo ser adquirido durante la manipulación del espécimen o a través del tiempo por organismos que lo circundaban o por las propias personas que manipularon el espécimen. De la muestra identificada como 0004, mostró el mayor número de lecturas de secuencias no identificadas, cerca de 316 millones de lecturas. Este alto porcentaje de lecturas no identificadas con los organismos vivos que actualmente conocemos debería ser centro de futuras investigaciones para tratar de definir la identidad del organismo en cuestión. Existe una probabilidad mayor al 90% de que este organismo no esté relacionado con el ser humano. Existe una probabilidad mayor al 50% de que este organismo no esté relacionado con los seres vivos conocidos hasta este momento en nuestro planeta. También deben realizarse estudios genéticos de todos los especímenes hasta ahora conocidos. secuenciar todo su genoma. Hasta este momento no es posible identificar al espécimen en cuestión y todas las secuencias génicas, como ya lo comentaron, de este estudio son públicas y se pueden acceder libremente. Sería importante impulsar un comité científico multidisciplinario para continuar con el estudio de entidades biológicas anómalas, así como para el estudio de los UAPS. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
UAPS. You should say Fanny.
Me parece extraordinario lo que ustedes han visto esta noche aquí. Es la primera vez que se presenta de tal forma y creo que hay una demostración clara de que nos encontramos ante ejemplares no humanos que no tienen relación con ninguna otra especie en nuestro mundo y que se encuentran abiertas todas las posibilidades para que cualquier institución científica los pueda investigar y que cualquier especialista en ADN pueda acceder a la nube en Internet que pueda bajar la información y estudiarla por sí mismo.
All right.
Es decir...
Well, that's good. That means there will be some peer review at last. So we should get to the bottom of this.
Ahí están, era lo que deseaban muchos científicos. Ahí están, las tenemos. Ahora es cosa de que se decidan y tengan el valor de hacerlo. Quiero pedirle al diputado Sergio Gutiérrez Luna que por favor nos haga el favor de clausurar este evento.
Okay, we're nearly at the end now. So here he is again. The president of the chamber once again appears.
Intensa, hemos escuchado personas de toda índole, compañeros pilotos, aviadores mexicanos, controladores aéreos, congresistas de Oriente, de Japón, de Brasil, Francia, personas que han comentado que han tenido experiencias en lo personal, testimonios de investigadores peruanos, el propio Jaime Maussan también, científicos, médicos, en materia de ADN que nos han hablado sobre el tema. Como lo mencionaba desde el principio, creo que este es el espacio para escuchar todas las voces, todas las opiniones. Un tema que ha tenido en las últimas fechas relevancia mundial por los acontecimientos de Estados Unidos. Y ahora, aquí en la Cámara de Diputados podemos debatir y deliberar sobre esto. Agradezco también a nuestros compañeros y compañeras diputados que nos acompañaron, que se interesaron por este tema. Nos quedamos con reflexiones, con inquietudes y con la ruta de seguir platicando sobre esto. Decía al principio, esperemos que sea el primero de varios eventos y que también nos deje la reflexión legislativa sobre la necesidad o no de hacer planteamientos para modificar las leyes. Creo que estamos en un punto donde siempre vale la pena ventilar de manera pública y abierta todas las opiniones sobre todos los temas. Esta, la Casa del Pueblo, siempre estará abierta para todas y todos. Muchas gracias.
He may be a sort of more open-minded politician, but he's still a politician, talks like one. That's it. That's the end, I think. Yeah. Let's see what Ryan does. Ryan is, yeah, he's not very happy. Anyway, that's it, guys.
What a hearing, Jimmy. I'm shocked. Okay, so here's, and I know you can't comment on a lot of it, but you did have a translator going in on the background. It started out really strong. It seemed very, very promising.
Okay, guys. Well, I don't know what you thought of all that. Thank you for bringing back fond memories of Brazil, says Hugo. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Hugo. Where are we now? Just go through your comments. Okay, DJ's got to go. Fair enough. No worries. Well, I just want to tell you a little bit more. We got a little bit more to go through. All right. Sorry, guys. You can always watch this. Yeah, you can always watch it. I can't. Yeah, Hugo, Christina she's really, if I was her dad, I'd be proud of her. I really would, I really would. All right, I want a golden spanner after this. No, that's not a euphemism, really crafty. Well, have you been keeping the trolls at bay? I hope so. All right, guys, well, I just want to show you something. I'm just going to go through something else. Now, as I said, this is new information. Sweeps says, let's say Sweeps here. Good roundup, Ben. Thanks. Adios. Sweeps, this isn't over yet, but of course it's getting late at night, so you may want to watch the rest of it on the recording, which is fair enough. There is more, because this issue has come up before. As everyone was saying, this this story, this idea of these mummies from these desiccated bodies from Peru are not new. Now, I don't know if those specific bodies, I'm not sure about, because there are a number of these items of these specimens. But I want to just tell you a little bit about something that I did back in 2018. I interviewed Steve Mera about this subject, and I've already shown you the radio show that that he refers to. But I just want to show you briefly the Phenomena magazine. Let me just find you the URL, because I want to plug this magazine because it's a good one. There we go. Phenomena magazine. Phenomena magazine. Yeah. This here's the website. I'll show you the website. Let me just go back to the StreamYard. Okay, guys. Right. This is the website. There we are. phenomenamagazine.co.uk. You get all the magazines going back. They've had well over 100 now. They've had like several hundred magazines, completely free. Download them when you like. Now, in July 2017, this particular issue was released. The Strange Case of the Peruvian Mummies. You may recognize that one. It's Maria, the one called Maria. And now I'm not gonna show you everything here, but basically, you hear here. This is you may recognize this chap. That's Steve Mera. A photograph of him it's a photograph of him at a secret location where these mummies were stored. And I think certainly the one closest to him is one of the ones we saw today. I don't know about this one here, the other one. maybe both of them are the ones we saw in the in this particular hearing in the boxes. Now, Steve he goes to Peru to find out more about this, and he has an awful lot of trouble tracking down these particular items because there's a lot of paranoia over the huaqueros, that is the grave robbers who steal antiquities and sell them on the black market for millions of dollars. And there was actually a press conference in Lima, Peru, which he attended, which is disrupted by people making noises and things like that. But eventually, he goes to Cuzco. This is the old capital of the Inca Empire, and he meets up with some people connected to that. What's it called? The ITREC people. What are they called? What's the name of the group? The Inkari Cuzco people. It's run by this French guy who says he can allow Steve to see these bodies. So he goes to see. So he actually ends up having to get in a car secretly, leaving his mobile phone behind. He's not allowed to take his mobile phone with him because he doesn't want to be traced. And they drive him high up into the mountains. And Steve comes from Manchester. You know, he goes up into the Pennines sometimes. Suddenly he's going up 13,000 feet into the high Andes, and he comes across a house, a series of buildings, and no one knows where he is. He doesn't know where he is. They won't tell him where he is. He goes in there, and he's allowed a couple of hours to examine these bodies, which he does. And he may, I can't actually say for legal reasons, but he may or may not have illegally sneaked physical specimens out of the country. Diego Rivera. I'm going to go for 6 hours talking about fannies. Keep them coming, man. Keep the jokes coming, guys. DJ B2. And maybe buy a bowler hat. Oh, I want to have another debate with Bowler Hat Man. It was so easy last time. I want to have another go. Anyway, that's what he did. He did some studies on them, and he found Maria the most interesting specimen. But then, just over a year later, Phenomena published this. This was their follow-up article. Fake, the biggest hoax of the 21st century. There's Stephen Barry and there's Maria. And, well, it says it all, really. It's pretty self-explanatory. It makes no bones about it. Biggest hoax of the 21st century? I don't know. I think 9/11 comes above that. But anyway, they go on. There's this big article here where he talks about various things. Excuse me. Fake things. So the fraud involved. Yeah. Here's the actual article. I'll show you the actual. It's the same photo of Steve, but look, it's got fake over it. There we are, the biggest Nazca mummies part 2. There you are. Makes it's completely unequivocal. I'll give you some the metal. Here we are. The metal discs found on top of the skin of the large fake manufactured hands are not implants. These round discs of metal stuck to the back of the large manufactured hands are not gold, as stated by those involved. All right, we've heard it was copper and osmium. Okay, but they were simply manufactured here on Earth as a form of pressed copper and brass. Okay, similar to that seen on decorative jugs. Well, brass is actually a combination of copper and zinc anyway. So anyway. The body named Wawita is really a human child. Oh, right, that's not the ones shown. Here we come to the ones. What this I think is one of the ones that was shown today. The ones we saw today. This one here. Another fake manufactured skull. Here we. I'll just go back so I can read properly. Here we go. Another fake manufactured skull attached to a manufactured body made 1,000-year-old human. 1,000-year-old animal bones and animal skin. Why are these small 29-inch manufactured bodies having carbon dating analysis done on them? Answer: to convince the public that they are anything but what they really are. Carbon dating results simply show their age, etc. What it won't show is when they were manufactured, which could have been simply a few weeks prior. Thierry Germain of the Cusco Institute is holding 3 of the bodies that have come straight off the production line, and that's these ones here. They're actually the ones in my the ones I show in my thing with Steve Mera. Here we go. I'll show you the photo here because it's on the radio show. It's probably easier to see that way. There you go. It's them. They came straight off the production line, apparently. Right, fake. Right, the alien reptilian eggs inside the 29-inch body. Let's not forget that the heads and bodies are already proven to be fake and manufactured. The X-ray image does not show eggs, but something much more solid placed inside to pass it off as eggs. All right, this is. I don't know if they changed their mind if they saw the tomography we've just seen. Anyway. The eggs show unknown items. Real eggs show a much lesser consistency and are more transparent in nature. Also, the eggs should be the same size as reptiles mature their eggs internally, all at the same time as laying is conducted in a single duration. There are no sexual organs at all on these fake bodies. The swollen abdomen area is also manufactured. All right, so he mentioned the guy doing the anatomy just then did mention some. He sent the oviduct, which is where the eggs come out. I don't know. Did he say no oviduct or there was an oviduct? 29-inch bodies are fake. Bodies have manufactured heads on them. No ball joints, no lungs, no nasal passages, no jawbones. The rendered animation of 29-inch body. Here we go. Here's I'll show you this early X-ray image of the body here. This is all fair use, by the way. I'm claiming fair use on all this, which I think is fair enough. This is an earlier X-ray image of. I think this may have been the body we saw. Actually, this may have been the body we saw. Fake. The fake skulls manufactured using dog skulls. I mentioned that, didn't I, earlier on? Now that contradicts what we've just heard, didn't it? Hands manufactured from real human bones and skin. And someone managed to find some diatomaceous earth to cover them. The X-ray reveals all. Evidence of recent manufacture. Bones not even connected. Again, this contradicts what we've just heard. One body, no ball joints, lungs, nasal passages, and it has a fish head. To read our investigation. All right, and it has like a series of details there. Okay, so that's pretty damning and contradictory to what we've just heard, isn't it? So who's right and who's wrong? I mean, I think we may find the answer. Now this is out. Now this is out in the open. And as you just heard, there is now an online cloud, a database of the evidence. We can decide for ourselves which is right and which is wrong. I'm now going to turn to my notes. Like yourselves, I'm getting tired. I don't want to go on all evening. But evening, it's 11 p.m. Anyway, I'll just go through my notes now, which I haven't covered already. Blah de blah. News Nation says it's an official government hearings. How do you feel, doctors? Well, again, are these doctors telling the truth, or? I mean, Steve Mera is someone I know very well and I trust, and he's someone I consider honest. I don't think he wouldn't lie. I don't believe he'd lie. I don't believe he would lie. No. It's tricky. I mean, the fact that Jaime Maussan is involved, again, is going to be a red flag for people, because we all know that I mentioned the Roswell slides. There's other times where Jaime has cried wolf. It could be that even a stopped clock is right once a day, and it could be that this is an event where Jaime is telling the truth, or not. Well, I think he is an honest guy, but he's not being fooled. He is saying something real. In which case, it would be ironic, because this would literally be the chain breaking its weakest link. But you never know. As I said, you wouldn't. There's no way to keep him away from this. You could have like Abrams tanks trundling up and down outside. It wouldn't keep him out. Mainstream media coverage. Okay, well, this is going to be interesting. This is the BBC. This is the BB and fucking C. All right, so here we go. This is going to be fun. Okay, I'll do my BBC voice, of course. What NASA said about those alien corpses in Mexico. All right, here we go.
Sam Cabral with BBC News Digital. We've been talking a lot about shift from sensationalism to science today. Has NASA been in touch with the Mexican authorities about the rather sensational revelations earlier this week of 2 allegedly non-human corpses? And what, if any, importance do you attach to these discoveries?
Well, this is something that I know.
That's
I've
David
seen on
Spergel.
Twitter. So it's,
David Spergel is the leader of the so-called independent investigation group.
When we have unusual things, you want to make data public.
Well, that's been done.
I think of this as like NASA has one of the most valuable samples from outer space, lunar rocks. What do? We make them available to any scientists who want to work on this. We don't know the nature of those samples that were shown in front of us. If I was the Mexican government, I would are making recommendations to the Mexican government. That's not our charge here. We're doing this for NASA. My recommendation was, if you have something strange, make samples available to the world scientific community.
It's just been done, apparently.
And we'll see what's there.
I'll just add that one of the main goals of what we're trying to do here today is to move conjecture and conspiracy towards science and sanity. And you do that with data, as David says. And that's the whole purpose of
that's kind of what
this roadmap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's kind of what's been done, isn't it? It's kind of that's what's actually happened. All right. Oh, sweeps. Night sweeps. Night. Yeah, I think this is the longest live stream I've ever done. I did say it would be long.
One time I was flying in the warning areas off of Virginia Beach, military operating area there. And my Rio thought, the guy that sits in the back.
That's another NASA press conference. All right, guys. So what's next up? Okay, this is New York Times. I'll do a New York Times accent, or best I can. Mummies from outer space. Mexico's Congress gets a first-hand look. A self-proclaimed ufologist, showed members of Congress what he claimed were 2 mummified specimens of extraterrestrial beings. The purported body of an alien resting inside a case. It's gray with long arms and has a face with features that don't look human. Mexico's Congress is meant to be a venue for solemn presentations, but this week lawmakers heard testimony from self-proclaimed UFO researchers who brought them some unusual objects. 2 mummified specimens. Really? The presentation on Tuesday by Jaime Maussan, a journalist who has speculated widely on aliens, caused jaws to drop and memes to multiply. Mr. Maussan said he found them in Peru in 2017, tiny in stature, chalky in color. The specimens are 1,000 years old, but researchers have distanced themselves from Mr. Maussan's conclusions, and an independent expert dismissed their exhibition as shameful. Yeah, we're going to come on to that. We're going to come on to the dismissal in a minute. But anyway, there's Reuters as well. What's a Reuters voice? Alien bodies presented in Mexican Congress panned as a stunt. Remains of an allegedly non-human being is seen on display during a briefing of unidentified flying objects in UFO at the San Lazaro Legislative Palace in Mexico City. And he goes on here. Let's see. Mosan has made similar controversial claims in the past. Yeah, it talks about Ryan Graves. I'm going to talk about Ryan Graves in a minute. Anyway, that's the BBC. Now, what about the alternative media? Again, Uri Geller. Let's just see if we can find the actual tweet of Uri Geller's tweet. I'm going to find Ryan Graves' tweet anyway. But I'll show you the actual tweet. If Twitter will open. How are you guys doing in the chat box anyway? We'll wait for Twitter to open. How NASA schooled the Mexican agencies. Okay, Twitter's taking ages to open. The aliens do look fake. Well, you know, my impression would be yes. They look like models. They look like crude models, I must say. They just look like crude models. Right, here we are. All right, Ryan Graves. I'm going to come on to Ryan Graves in a minute. So I'm just going to get the correct tweet up. Here we go. I think this is this one here. But now let's just open a new tab and get Uri Geller, because Uri Geller said something very different. I want to cover Uri before I cover the others. You know, you could probably guess the kind of thing Uri Geller's going to say, can't you? You can probably guess, I think. I think it's this one. Is this the one? Let me just check I've got the right tweet. Here we are, yeah. This is it. My dear friends, the Mexican aliens that I have been posting about, could it be that they are constructed from the bones of various animals, crafted together with almost supernatural skill? Well, according to Steve Mera and Barry Fitzgerald, yes, they were. They are all about 1,000 years old, so the idea that they are modern fakes is not correct. Well, Uri, actually, they do find genuine ancient artifacts, and then they sort of like ancient. They actually break them up and then reassemble them into new forms. So it is possible that they just because they're 1,000 years old they could be both 1,000 years old in terms of their components and modules, and yet be modern fakes. Yes. So the idea they are modern fakes is not correct. Who made them and why? Well, if they're modern fakes, they're made by these huagueros, these people who sell them and make a huge amount of money on the black market, because there's a massive black market industry of antiquities. This is a great mystery and an enigmatic question. If true, please let me know all what you think. All right. Well, I'll send you a link to this video, Uri. Okay, so that's Uri Geller. Right, so the Daily Star. This is right. They've done it again. I've got to show you this, man. I've got to show you this. Where is it? Here we go. All right, you've got to see this. You got to see this, man. This will make you laugh. You can probably guess exactly what the Daily Star is going to say, can't you? You can guess exactly what they're going to say. This bloody picture viewer is a bit of a drag. It takes a while to open. There we go. They've done it again. Oh, dearie me. Oh, I hate these. I hate this paper. I really do. I really loathe it. It's bloody awful. It's a horrific paper. It's ghastly. Okay, so all right, so let's get things I haven't covered. Now, Jason Somoza. I won't show you the video. Well, I might show you a little bit of the video because he's actually. This is the guy I met. Actually, I met him in. I met him at Rendlesham Forest. He actually, I don't know if he appears in the video, but you may. His real name's not Jason. It's something else, which I won't tell you. But he, oh, come on, right. But he's made a video of his own on this matter.
The Mexican UAP hearings that happened the other day obviously hurt the cause of ufology. The revelation of these bodies by a known hoaxer degrades the testimony that already occurred the other month by David Grush and Ryan Gray.
Well, see, I suppose he goes on. I won't go into detail, but you can see this video, "The Tragedy of the Mexican UAP Hearings" by Jason Somoza, and this is his channel, which is actually really good. This channel, I really like it. I've met this guy briefly, and he's got loads of stuff on UFOs, and some of his takes are really good. But what he basically goes on to say is, firstly, he actually doesn't. What's interesting is Jason doesn't actually comment. He doesn't actually produce. He doesn't actually. What's the word? He doesn't actually state equivocally whether or not the bodies are real or not. What he says is that was the wrong time, essentially, to release to expose them to the public. He basically says that simply the outrageous nature of them was just too much. It would have been easier if they just exposed craft and spacecraft and things like that. Night, crafty nice. Thank you very much, and thank you for your moderation, and thank you for the posting. He says that this was wrong to actually bring these out at that particular time. Not that they're real or not, but he said it was just too much for people to deal with. They had some really good witnesses, including Ryan Graves, who was in the US Congress, and they should have just left it at that. Maybe he's right. Maybe that's a valid point. Right, right, 2FOP. Let's go on to 2FOP. I don't know how many you watch that UFO podcast. I love this show, actually. I must say, this I really do like. But unlike Jason, I mean, this is their Mexican hearing thing.
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of pages are like, this is a report.
It's called Mexican UFO Hearing, Alien Bodies, NASA UAP Report. It's got this very long title here on that UFO podcast. Now, this is actually these guys. I'll go back to normal. I'll go back to default. No, I'll go back to default view. Where is it?
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of pages are like, this is a report.
I'm afraid Andy and Dan, these two presenters, they are very negative in this. I think they're a bit too negative. In fact, there are people in there's some people in the comment section who actually do have a much more positive vision. They've actually watched the hearing, and they are correcting these guys. It's not that they're wrong. They could well be right that the bodies are fake, but they're not really getting any. They're not really addressing the evidence. It's almost like an instinctive thing. So 2FOP are very negative over this. Right. I find it interesting, actually, that what the skeptics. I wonder what the skeptics are going to say. Because what we're dealing with is a perfect example of skeptics raising the bar. Do you remember my skeptic talk where I talk about skeptic fallacies and the raising the bar fallacy? Well, what is it they used to? What was it they always demanded previously? Was it Steve Mumbling demanded? Well, there's no evidence. It's just David Grush's word for it. Why don't they bring dead aliens into the hearing? Well, guess what? They have brought They've brought dead aliens into the hearings. The skeptics are still not satisfied. Yeah, I think it's been worth waiting. I'm glad I didn't do a live stream straight away on Wednesday evening, because we've learned so much more since then. We really do. Now the backslappers. Yeah, let's go to the backslappers. Right, and then the backslappers always do the same thing. And as I said, when I got back home from work and realised what had happened, and I went and looked around, I found literally tweets from the backslappers, time-stamped while the hearing was in progress, saying it's definitely fake. It's definitely fake. So let's have a look at some of the worst backslappers. The alien scientist is one of the worst. Let's have a look at. Well, I say worst. I actually do enjoy watching his channel. I think I do, but I think I don't think I'd get on with him if I met him. Here we go. UFO hearing, alien bodies and DNA debunked. Right, streamed 2 days ago. Here we go.
What is up, you?
He didn't wait like I did for information. He said, "Oh no, they're definitely fake, and I'm going to make a video right now." That was his. Now look, truth seek. Now this so-called truth seekers, Stephen Cambion. This guy is an absolute. He's a legend in the backslapping fraternity. And this is this. Here we go. Alien. Oh, look at it. Oh my God. Alien bodies in Mexico. The real truth about those Mexican aliens. When was it streamed? 2 days ago. Oh God. What did it say in the description box? Oh right. Has Darcy Weir got a new film, Humanoids? All right. I'll have to see that. It's amazing how the scammers never get YouTube strikes on false content. Another great episode. Oh yeah. Yeah, the backslappers are in full swing. I'll tell you what, they are literally wanking their balls dry over this particular issue. They really are. Oh yeah. Steve Fumbling needs to calm down. Oh, I've got an update for you. Steve and I are now in discussion about our debate. Yes, we're just arranging conditions. Yes. Anyway, yeah, the backslappers. Oh God, they're annoying. Backslappers is a far right homosexual slur. No, it's what I mean by backslappers. I mean, do you ever meet anyone, right, who's not a skeptic? They say they have a belief in UFOs. Okay. And you mention someone's name, another content creator, and they say, "Yeah, I think that person's really naive, man. They don't know. They don't realize how much fraud and sort of there's so much fraud and deception in it, man. And I can see it because I'm superior to them, but they're naive and they can't see it, man." All right, that's a backslapper. All right, that's a backslapper. So what else? Right. Now, Ryan Graves. Yes, let's go. Now, what did Ryan Graves do after that little shindig in Mexico City? He released this tweet. After the U.S. congressional UFO hearing, I accepted an invitation to testify before the Mexican Congress, hoping to keep up the momentum of government interest in pilot experiences with UAP. Unfortunately, yesterday's demonstration was a huge step backwards for this issue. My testimony centered on sharing my experience on the UAP reports I hear from commercial and military aircrew through the ASA's witness program. I will continue to raise awareness of UAP as an urgent matter of aerospace safety, national security, and science, but I'm deeply disappointed by this unsubstantiated stunt. Well, I suppose there's two ways of looking at this. Firstly, were the bodies real or not? If they were, then maybe that would change things, but not necessarily. As Jason Somoza pointed out, even if the aliens were real, it might not have been the right time to force that giant pill down people's throats when they're already trying to digest the ones they've heard. And guess what? Here we go. Alien scientists. Here we go. Alien scientist says underneath, "Don't say we didn't warn you. I warned people about Knapp and Corbell too, and Elizondo, but they didn't want to listen." When the U.S. government chose George Knapp to disclose the USSR's UFO files to the public was when I knew they had bought him. Yeah, don't say I didn't warn you, man. But you were naive and I wasn't, and I know more about how things. I'm more streetwise and I know more about how things go in the world. And I keep doing this with my hands, man, because I'm a backslapper. Can you just slap my back a minute, my fellow backslapper, Stephen Cambion, and then I can slap yours because we're so superior. Yeah, so that's Ryan Graves. So what's next? Okay. Right, yes, the autonomous University of Mexico. No, I'll just add a little bit to what Ryan Graves said on this issue. Could this have some kind of positive backlash, even if it's a complete fraud? I mean, by that I mean what Leslie Kean lied when she wrote her article to the New York Times about the ATIP ORSAP thing, as I've said. But as she's explained, the reason she lied, the reasons was she doesn't use the word lie. The reason she twisted the situation, provided inaccurate information, was so she could break through the filter of public perception. Could this have the same effect? I'm sure it wasn't. If so, it's not intentional on Jaime Maussan's part, because Jaime is nowhere near as ingenuous as Leslie Kean. He's far simpler and he's far simpler and sort of more one-dimensional than Leslie Kean. You see, you could argue over whether what Leslie did was right or wrong, but you can't deny the results. It bloody worked, didn't it? It worked. So could this have the same knock-on positive effects? I don't know. We're nearly done now, anyway. Yes, the Autonomous University of Mexico, the Autonomous National University of Mexico, has disavowed the DNA result. I think it's more like they have disavowed the scientists who carried it out. As I said, they don't want to be involved in this. They want it to be a private project of these individuals. All right, just one more thing now, guys, and then we're going to call it a night. Morgoth's review. Good old Morgoth. You can trust him, right? He's people say he just focuses on the distant right thing, but he does have an open mind. I'm just going to show you his article. I'll show you it briefly and I'll read it. I won't scroll through it. But he wrote this on his Substack here, morgoth.substack.com. Why nobody cares about aliens? I won't. I'll try not to imitate his voice. All right, but that's the article there. Hello again, there, folks. Why nobody cares about aliens? Aliens are real, but we live in hyper-reality. I don't think he accepts aliens are real. The Mexican governor, the Mexican government showed us pictures of 1,000-year-old aliens, and nobody cared. Nobody ran through the streets in panic, nobody rioted, and nobody prepared for war, because nobody cared. Nobody cared about the aliens because we've seen them before. We've already seen the inside of their spaceships and shot them with sniper rifles in video games. We cycled through the sky with one in the basket of our BMX. That's a reference to, of course, E.T. the Extraterrestrial by Steven Spielberg. And then we escaped the authorities to help the little fellow get home. We've watched them nuke the Empire State Building, and in return we hacked the computers of their mothership. That's a reference to Independence Day. We saw them place electrodes in our heads. We were entertained by seeing them skinned alive by feds in hazmat suits. Colin, is Colin still there? Because of course what's he referring to? He's referring to the alien autopsy there. That was all decades ago. Decades before that, Orson Welles terrified radio listeners by depicting them invading the Earth. It's an old hackneyed plot that we've seen too many times, and now nobody cares about the aliens. Another reason nobody cares about the aliens is that nobody believes there are aliens. We've seen that story too. We've seen series about governments faking aliens, and we've seen series about the government hiding aliens. We were bored with black goo plots and human-alien hybrids before the millennium, and we watched every conceivable story arc and documentary featuring pyramids and downed UFOs locked in Arctic ice fields. We are more familiar with those curiously expressionless and somewhat childlike visages than we are with the features of the goblin shark or the platypus. The aliens are not actually alien because they've been embedded. They've been an embedded part of our cultural psyche for at least a century, and nobody cares that they pop up on our screen interfaces, once again, like Charles Manson, Optimus Prime, or Kylie Minogue. Aliens are entertainment. They were always entertainment. They were always us, a space fetus reflecting back to ourselves, our own anxieties and existential dreads. They were the Russians during the Cold War, the manifestation of cosmic consciousness when we dreamed of the stars, and the unifying hand of God when we entered globalization. They were always part psyop, part accurate reflection. After the millennium, we stopped dreaming or believing because we consumed images instead. Jumbo jets penetrated skyscrapers which crumpled, withered, and collapsed like paper cups. Naturally, the government did that too, and suddenly Area 51 seemed quaint and distant, and merely in black and white. It was imagery and narrative from a different time. We were locked in our homes with our families and forcibly vaccinated. That didn't make sense either, and we still don't know why so many people are dying, but There's no time to worry about that now because the planet is dying and we're killing it. We are the alien plague on this rock orbiting the sun, and now the sun is going to immunize the planet with its cleansing heat. At least it will try to do so before the nuclear war arrives. Sagan's lament. Public intellectuals once lamented that the chances of an alien civilization would destroy itself upon acquiring the technology to reach us. Goldilocks had many zones, and some of the inhabitants of those zones would come and see us. The assumption is, tragically, that squid creatures from RE7 might possess the same metaphysical wanderlust as European man. Alas, even European man is hardly European man now, a mere 4 decades after such thought was en vogue. Aliens may be real, but they are not hyper real. They never voted for Trump, and they didn't pick a side in the culture wars. UFOs and aliens offer us cheap weed in the age of readily available crack cocaine. Are you listening, Hugo? They're Baywatch trying to compete with Pornhub. The synapses and nerve endings the aliens once stimulated are merely dead tendrils of an exhausted psyche that doesn't dream of the stars but consumes in the gutter. It once was said that in space nobody can hear you scream. We now know that in space nobody can hear you meme. The threshold for any would-be spacefaring civilization to cross is not that they may destroy themselves before they reach escape velocity, but they don't overstimulate themselves in terminal boredom. The universe became boring as the rusting cans of Pepsi on the side of Mount Everest and the Whitney Houston CDs on the floor of the Mariana Trench. The only thing that doesn't bore us to death is ourselves. Nothing terrifies us more or haunts our dreams like other humans, evil humans, scheming humans, and sick humans, more unknowable, inscrutable, and darker than anything that does or possibly can exist in the cosmos. We stare deep into those eyes that resemble black puddles, or that on that expressionless face. We have gazed long enough to know the truth, as horrible as it might be. We have seen the face of the alien, and he is us. It's worth subscribing to Morgoth. That's very poetic. That's typical of Morgoth's poetic nature, actually, and he's a good writer and a good speaker. So yeah, Morgoth's review, well worth following. He's been banned from YouTube, but he has videos on Alt Tech. But anyway, guys, it's been 5 hours 24 minutes. It's officially a Hapanwo TV live stream record. The only videos I've made that are longer than this are my comments replies. So thank you, Hugo Rune. Sorry, I know it was a joke, Hugo. Thank you, David Splendid Isolation. It appears likely they're fake. Well, now I think, in conclusion, I would say now we're going to find out. I'm hoping now that these have been presented in the Congress of Mexico, one of the most prestigious possible places a dead alien could be wheeled in. If they are dead aliens, if they are really dead aliens, and Steve Mayer is wrong and Barry Fitzgerald are wrong, then we'll find out. As you just heard, Jaime just said, all the data is now in a cloud. Scientists from all over the world can now access it. There's no excuse anymore because you can translate things so easily into other languages. So we may find out maybe very soon what's going on. And of course, if it turns out they are real, then of course we could say, well, they're old aliens from 1,000 years ago is not the same as a crashed flying saucer in the 21st century. Of course it's not. But just the fact they exist surely makes the possibility of crash retrievals in the 21st century more likely. Does it not? This is still too soon to call, but it won't be too soon forever. So thanks, Hugo, Seth Aaron Fletcher, David Schultz. Thank you very much. See you again very soon. And everyone else who's see how we're living. Hey, how you doing? Nice to see you. DJ B2. How do you do? You're all right, DJ. Israel Diego Vera Genius to the Real Genius. Grave Dodger, that's a good name. I think I'm one of them. We all are. Unless Michael has other ideas. Nothing as it seems. The crafty nihilist is gone. And anyone else. And I've got to listen to the entire interview on the Unexplained. I must do that. Anyway, guys, I've got this, thank God. I think I need it. No cannabis for me, just a glass of that. Diego, right. You did ask this question, and I did say I'll give you an answer. Fake or real? My instinct is fake, but from what I've just seen, there's a doubt in my mind, and I think it is too soon to definitely say they're fake. But real, I'm not like Uri Geller. I don't believe they're real either. Sorry, I can't give you anything 100%. It will come out. I mean, the 100% will eventually be resolved. So anyway, as always, available all good bookshops now. Price £10. If you like this subject, like this video, you'll love this book. See you guys. Thank you all very much, and good night.